Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto become op ninja and get married with Hinata. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Naruto and Hinata. A hand reached for the girl. She cried in her room by herself until she saw his hand. Her eyes widened as she saw the man she loved standing there staring into her eyes. He said as he stood there with his backpack on his back, "Come with me. You're hurt and broken like me." As a few tears fell from her face and her eyes wide with wonder. She took his hand, rose next to him, and smiled as the tears stopped slowly. She asked, the man of her dreams, "Where are we going?" He smiled softly to her, and said, "Any place we want to go to. No one can stop us." He went out the window and waited as she got ready to leave. He knew why she cried today. Her father and clan brought her down and told her she was weak. He closed his eyes and regretted for not helping her long ago. She knew why he wanted to leave. They had mistreated him and used him, told him he was a monster and demon. She closed her eyes and regretted not always being there for him. A few minutes later she was done. She took the things she only needed. A few things, a few clothes, some weapons, some money, and a book full of pictures. She opened her window and saw him standing there looking at the night sky above. When he noticed her, he smiled softly. The wind blew around them as if leading them to where they needed to go. The moon and stars were bright as if making sure they saw the way. As they walked side by side, no one saw them. They laughed softly and smiled. As they spoke in small hushed tones with each other. Before they left he took her to the stone. He showed her the names of his mother and father. He put some flowers on the stone and said, as they both prayed, "I'm leaving today and never coming back. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad." She touched his hand and spoke, "It's not your fault. They thought you'll be seen as a hero, but they just didn't." He felt better knowing those words. They rose and said goodbye to the stone with the names of the lost and killed. The roses stayed there as the wind blew softly. The man and woman soon ran side by side knowing time was fading. As they ran they both held hands and smiled. As they left they looked once more before fading in the dark out of the town. That was the last time they were saw. The next morning the news went around. A man and woman went missing, left in the dead of night. Or were they taken? Both 19 years old, both trained ninjas. When their friends got to his room and looked for clues, they tried to find anything to lead them to find him or her, wondering why they were both missing at the same time. They found a clue. On a table with nothing else on it was a letter. When they opened it, they saw it was written by him, saying goodbye to everyone he loves, saying he couldn't take it anymore, saying sorry for going, saying it was the only way to be free, saying no matter what he does, they will never see him for him, saying sorry once more. The last thing was his name and saying sorry for not completing his dream. They then went to her home, to her room. There was a letter there too. On the bed, they opened that too, and it was written by her hand, saying he asked her to come with him, saying she left for she felt like she needed to and wanted to go, saying she'll never be the way her family wanted her to be, saying she'll be safe with him, saying sorry for leaving, saying she will be free with him, saying she wants them to be happy, saying goodbye. It said her name on the bottom and saying she wishes good luck to her family. Their friends sat or stood, reading the letters once, twice, and 3 times, wishing they had done more to help the two that were broken and tired in the way they lived. But it was too late now. But they still wanted to try to bring them back, to show them that they had people who cared deeply for them. So they went to ask. The Hokage said yes, and they went to find their friends, to find the two that left, to find Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 2. A Normal Life. A 7-year-old's hands moved around the pictures, staring with wonder in her eyes. Pictures of her mother and father when they were younger and the age they were now. She stared at one picture mostly, a picture of her mother and father surrounded by others, many people she had never seen before smiled around them. Her father grinned while her mother blushed next to him. They were only 15 in this picture. The girl giggled at the picture before hearing footsteps coming. Her mother was coming. She could hear the humming of her mother's voice coming to the room slowly. The girl closed the book and hid it back under her parents' bed. She jumped up as she heard the door handle turn. The girl jumped on the bed in front of her and pretended to sleep. Her mother walked in and saw her daughter sleeping on her and her husband's bed. She smiled softly and walked to her daughter. She softly shook her and said, "Saiuki-chan. Wake up, your father needs help downstairs." The little girl slowly opened her eyes and yawned as she got up. She looked around tired but said, "Okay mommy." She had dark blue hair that was in a small ponytail. Her face was tan like her father's. She was 7 years old. Her eyes were white, or were they lavender? She had a big grin on her face as she looked at her mother. Her mother had long blue hair. Her eyes were like her daughter's, but her mother's face was paler. Her mother smiled as she got up from the bed and held her stomach. The girl named Saiuki touched it too and felt a kick. She smiled and said, "Brother is coming out soon." "Right." The mother smiled softly and nodded. "Yes, in a few more weeks I think he'll can come out." Saiuki grinned and said, "I can't wait. I'm going to show him everything. How to climb trees, ride a bike, how to fight, how to play in the mud." Her mother stopped her and said, "Okay, okay. Now come on, your father needs help." Saiuki grinned and yelled out as she ran out the room, "Let's go." Hinata smiled softly as her firstborn child ran off at the speed of light. She giggled to herself before noticing something poking out from under her bed. She bent down slowly and picked it up. It was the picture of her, Naruto, and every one of their friends. Her eyes grew soft and sad as she looked at the picture. She smiled softly, remembering the good times. She then heard her name being called by her husband downstairs. She placed the picture on the dresser near her side of the bed and went downstairs. Saiuki ran past her father as he spoke to a costumer. She took her notebook and pen off near a table and she then ran to someone waiting at a nearby table. She smiled brightly to the man and woman sitting there and said, "Hello. Welcome to the Fox Den. Can I get you anything?" The woman went as the man smiled a little to the kind little girl. "Yes, we'll like 2 orders of the number 12 with sake please," he said as he saw the girl write the order down. Saiuki smiled and said, "Coming right up, sir." She ran back to give the order to her mother who worked in the kitchen. Saiuki G. Avenue the order to Hinata and said, "That's tables 11 order mommy." Hinata smiled to her daughter and said, "Coming right up, and can you please take these to table 3? She handed her daughter some plates with food on it. Saiuki smiled and said, "K." As she ran by her father again, who told someone that the pickup order was coming, she heard him yell to her, "Saiuki, be careful. I don't want you to get hurt while running with plates." She smiled and said, "K dad." Naruto sighed but smiled as he saw his daughter give the food to table 3. This restaurant was theirs. When Naruto and Hinata had left that day long ago, they find themselves wandering into this town. It was small, not many people lived in. It had no ninjas at all, so they were safe. When they came here they both got a job and worked hard to buy the good house. As they worked together more and more, they started to grow closer and closer to each other, and soon they fell in deep love. They had gotten married and opened a restaurant a few years later. And soon, not long after that, they were blessed with a child. Saiuki Uzumaki was his and Hinata's first child. She looked so much like her mother but acted like her father, always smiling, never giving up, always talking back, never liking rules. Naruto at first was worried about his daughter when he sent her to school the first time. He was afraid that a boy would fall in love with her and ask her out and she'll date him and get married. Thankfully Hinata told him that Saiuki was just going to kindergarten. At boys her age they would think she'll have cooties or something. And when Saiuki came home she said she got in trouble for fighting a boy that called her a stupid, little, weak girl. Naruto was so proud of her that day, and then they both got in trouble by Hinata. Anyway, Hinata was pregnant with their second child, a boy who they were going to name Kichi Uzumaki. The family could not wait for the new member to come into their lives. Naruto and Hinata swore never to tell Saiuki or Kichi about their past. Their children did not need to know their parents were murderers and killers. They tried their best to keep things from their past hidden. But each day they found it harder and harder not to tell. Meanwhile, Sasuke gave a sigh. It had been years since that day. the day that the man he thought of as a little brother ran off with Hinata, he and all the others looked hard and long for them both, but each time they did they would have a dead end. Years went by with them as they reached. Sasuke had gotten married to a woman who died giving birth to his only son. Sakura and Lee married and had 2 children now. A boy and a girl. Neji and Tenten had married and have a child of their own. A boy. Ino and Choji had 2 children. A boy and girl. Tamari and Shikamaru were married and they were waiting for their second child. A nice boy and another boy on the way. Gaara has a child of his own also, but his wife died on a mission. A boy. Shish. Ino married a nice woman in the village and they had a son of their own. Kankuro even had a wife and child of his own. He had a dog there. Kiba and woman who worked at a pet store had married and they had a children of their own. 2 twins, a boy and girl. Sasuke watched his son talk to his friend's children. His child name was Kaji. Sasuke was happy that his son was being a child and not shut hymns. LF from the world like he did, but of course his son did have an attitude problem. Kaji was talking with Yasuo, Sakura and Lee's son, and Akina, their daughter. He was talking with Yasuo and Akina as they left for school. Kaji said goodbye to his father as they walked down the road and meet up with their other friends. As he cleaned the house a little, he heard a knock on his door. He opened the door up and saw Kakashi standing there. Sasuke asked, "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Kakashi then said, "The Hokage wants us now." Sasuke heard the tone in Kakashi's voice and nodded. When they reached the Hokage's office, they opened the door and saw Sakura standing there talking to Tsunade. When they both noticed that Kakashi and Sasuke came into the room, she spoke and said, "Good to see you, Al." "L here." Tsunade rose and said, "Let's get down to business. I am sending you 3 on a mission. The mission is to go into Kurogari town. It's a very small town so not many people know about it, but we want you to find an A-rank ninja hiding within the Kurogari. We want him back alive no matter what." Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi nodded before Sakura said, "Wait, I can't. Lee is out on a mission of his own. And my parents can't watch Yasuo and Akina." Tsunade looked at Sakura before saying, "Well, why not take your children with you? As long as they stay out the way of the mission then they can go." Sakura was surprised but nodded. Sasuke then heard, "Sasuke, take your son with you too, so they can have fun and not get in the way." Sasuke nodded to the Hokage. Later that day, Naruto waved Ed goodbye to the last costumer as he went out the door happy. Naruto turned the open sign to closed. He turned and said, "Today went well, don't you think?" Hinata smiled and nodded to her husband, "Yes it did. And since today went so well, how about we go to the movies?" Saiuki cheered and said, "Can we watch the new movie with Princess Foon? Please, she's so cool. I really like her movies." Naruto and Hinata looked at each other before saying with a small chuckle, "Okay fine, let's go." Saiuki cheered more as she took her red coat and walked out the restaurant home. Her parents laughed and walked out also. But they needed to lock the door. Once it was locked they turned to the road. Naruto and Hinata held hands and walked down the road as their daughter happily grinned. If they knew what was going to happen that night they would have just rented a movie and watched it at home. Wow, I haven't done this as in a long time, 2 chapters in one day. Also I had gotten a review asking if I am going to continue Bloodline. To let you know, yes I will. I wrote a bunch of stuff yesterday but I am having a roadblock right now. And also someone asked me this. WTF is up with the format? It's a bit annoying to read cheeky smiley face. To let you know, I wrote it that way cause I wanted to. Okay. I felt like I wanted to write it that way. Anyway, other than that, please review. If you don't like the story then do not review. Chapter 3. One Little Clue. Saiuki laughed and said, "And I'm going to get gummy bears, and ice cream, and some," she continued as she listed her favorite foods from the movies. Naruto and Hinata watched their child. They smiled softly and walked as their child hopped and bounced. They held hands and Naruto said, "I can't wait for our little guy to come." Hinata nodded and said, "Yes. And Saiuki can't wait either." Naruto laughed a little and said, "Of course she is our daughter. She may look like you Hinata Koi but she has my personality." Hinata rolled her eyes and smiled as she said, Yeah. Boy, I can't wait to see her climbing on buildings and painting on the walls like you did. They laughed before hearing, "Watch where you're going, you little brat." They looked back up and saw Saiuki standing in front of a drunk man. Saiuki glared and yelled, "No. You watch where you're going. You ran into me, you jerk." The drunk man glared and yelled out, "What did you say, you little brat?" Saiuki yelled out, "You heard me, you drunk." Naruto ran to Saiuki and said, "Saiuki, come here and stop that." Saiuki looked at her father as if he was crazy. Naruto turned to the drunk man and said, "Sorry, sir." He scoffed and said, "Next time make sure your bastard child of yours watches where she's going." Naruto twitched a little before his anger grew at the man who said, "Little brat. She needs to learn not to run into people." The drunk man turned and saw Hinata standing there glaring at him. The man who completely drunk said, "Hey there, sweetheart, how about you and me tonight?" Before he could finish, he was then kicked in a not so nice place. He almost fell to the ground as he saw the girl glare at him. Saiuki yelled out, "Stay away from my mommy, she has daddy." The drunk man got mad and yelled out, "That's it, you little bitch." Before he could even reach to kill her, someone threw him at a building. People who were watching stood in awe as Naruto threw the man who was almost 3 times bigger than him at a building. Naruto saw the man get up from where he landed and yelled out, "Who the fuck are you?" Naruto looked at the man and his eyes glared hard and cold. The man almost gulped at the eyes, and in a flash Naruto was in front of him. Naruto jumped up, did a front flip, and hit the man with his foot hard. The man fell to the floor. Naruto did a flip back and landed perfectly. The man got up and said, "Not bad." He looked at Naruto as he tried to stand but was far too drunk. Naruto then spoke, "How dare you? How dare you speak that way to my wife and daughter?" The man glared before noticing something about the blonde in front of him. He had seen the blonde from someplace but could not place where he had seen him. And before he could do anything, Naruto ran at him and punched him in the face. The man took a step back before he yelled in pain and then went to hit Naruto. Naruto moved out the way and took the man's arm and threw him. That's say. The man flying to a building again and breaking the wall this time. The man passed out from being beaten and drunk. People watched the blonde glare at the passed out man and soon muttered things, or them. This was the first time they had seen the nice, kind, funny, blonde man fight with such coldness and anger. Naruto gave a sigh as he let his hand run through his hair. He turned and saw Hinata staring at him before he looked and saw Saiuki staring at her father. She had known her father could fight a little, but never in her life had she seen her father move that fast and fight that cool before. She knew they were hiding something as she saw her father smile and say, "Come on, let's head home. I think the movies are closed right now." She knew they were hiding something from her, and she wanted to know. Little later, "Night, mommy, daddy, Kichi," said Saiuki as she said goodnight to all of her family members. Her mother and father said goodnight also as they closed her door but kept it a little open. Saiuki held tightly to her small rabbit toy her mother gave to her long ago. She heard the footsteps leave the hallway and the closing of a door as their voices faded. She slowly got up and looked around her room. She bit her lip and said, "Mommy, Daddy, what are you hiding from me?" She closed her eyes and memories of her little past came. She remembered when she was 3 or 4 that her mother and father would tell her stories of a boy and girl who were ninjas since they were children. They told her about their adventures and how the girl always loved the boy but the boy was dense and thought he loved another. They stopped telling the story when she asked, "Where are they now?" She held on to the crystal necklace her father gave her for her 4th birthday. She had asked him where he got it as she remembered it was her father's most precious object in the world. All he said was it was something special someone gave him a long time ago. She remembered how her parents would change the subject when she asked about her family's past, mostly about her relatives, but they would never answer, and then those pictures. And the biggest mystery of it all was that her parents had the same headbands hidden somewhere in the house. She remembered how she first found the headbands and went to ask her mother and father what they were. Their eyes widened when they saw the headbands in her hands and they took them from her. They told her never to touch those headbands ever again and soon later they hid the headbands somewhere in the house. She knew her parents were hiding something from her. She looked up to see the moon coming from her window. Her eyes had determination as she said, "I'll find out, I know I will." Next day, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke made it early to the small village, Kaji. Yasuo and Akina were right behind them. Sasuke had been training Kaji at a young age but made sure he never overworked his son or made him do anything to make his son become another Itachi. As for Yasuo and Akina, they were used to running this fast since their own father made them get up at 4 in the morning to train and run around the village, while Lee, Guy, and Yasuo would scream, "Youth!" Akina on the other hand did not overdo training that much. As they made it they knew that the A-rank man was hiding someplace here. As Kakashi told them they needed to split up to cover more ground. Sakura said to the children, "Here, take some money and go to the shops, and if you see this man, come find us, don't think you can take him down on your own, okay?" Akina took the money and said, "Okay mom. I'll make sure Kaji and Yasuo keep out of trouble." Sakura smiled as she heard the boys say they weren't little kids anymore. She said to her daughter, "Good girl." Akina grinned as she, her brother, and friend walked to the small shops near them. Meanwhile, Naruto said to Saiuki, "Okay, we have only a few takeout orders today, Saiuki. Think you can make the rounds?" Saiuki snapped out of her daze and nodded to her father who gave her the address of the people she needed to go and give the food to. Saiuki got on her bike and put the food in the basket. She waved bye to her father who did the same before he went inside. Naruto looked around and sighed. It was Monday so everyone was busy and normally ordered out on this day. As he went the back he heard Hinata, "Naruto, I don't think we should hide this anymore." Naruto looked at his wife who was holding something in her hands. "Hinata," Naruto softly said, "Look, Saiuki knows something is up, every time she looks at us. I can see it, she's trying to find out, trying hard to know what we are hiding," Hinata said. Naruto sighed but knew his wife was telling the truth. He looked at his wife and said, "I don't know Hinata-koi, I really don't know." Hinata walked to her husband and hugged him, before whispering in his ear, "I bet they would love to meet Saiuki." As she let go she placed something in his hands and went into the back to mend the garden. Naruto blinked before looking at his hands and seeing the thing his wife placed in his hands. It was the picture of him, Hinata, and all of their friends from the leaf and sand. Naruto smiled softly and sighed before muttering, "Yeah, I bet they would." Meanwhile, it takes acquired minds to taste this wine. You can't down it with your eyes, so we don't need the headlines. No, we don't want your headlines, we want the airwaves back. We want the airwaves back. Everybody sing like it's the last song you will ever sing. Tell me, do you feel the pressure now? Everybody live like it's the last day you will ever see. Tell me, do you feel the pressure now?" sang a small girl as she rode her bike to the next house on the list. Saiuki grinned as she kept singing the song Born for This by Paramore. As she passed by some people that stopped and stared at her singing, Saiuki had made it to the next house. She looked at the order and said, "Okay, 12,375 Waterway Line." She knocked on the door and waited for a moment before the door opened and a boy stood there. One look at Saiuki, he gulped and looked at her. Saiuki noticed who it was. She groaned and said, "Great." She then saw the boy sweating and she then said, "Look dude, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just here to give you the food and get the money, okay? Now just give me 11.34 and I'll be on my way." The boy nodded and ran to get the money his mother told him to give to her. When he came back he handed it to her and she handed the food to him. Once the food was in his hands he slammed the door on her face. She stood there and gave a glare with a little pout before putting the money away. She always hated that boy since the day she knew him. He was once the bully of the school she went to, and when he wanted to fight her she sure showed him who was boss. After that Saiuki became the school's #1 fighter. Some students liked her, others feared her. She rolled her eyes and got back on her bike, not really caring right now. As she started to pedal she passed some kids. One had pink hair and the other two had black hair. One was screaming something about youth, while the pink-haired one was telling him to shut up, while the other black-haired boy just rolled his eyes. She stopped with a skid and sat on her bike, not looking back but looking in front. She heard the kids behind her stop too and she could hear their feet turn a bit. She then put her foot back on the pedal and started to ride again but not before looking behind her for a moment and stare at the kids that were her age. Kaji, Yasuo, and Akina stared as they saw the girl with long bluish hair ride away. Akina then said, "What was that all about?" Kaji shrugged before Yasuo said, "Maybe she felt our powerful youthfulness." Kaji and Akina sighed before Yasuo said, "Hey, her eyes were those of a Hyuga." Akina looked to her brother and said, "What?" Yasuo looked at his sister and said, "Yeah, her eyes were white and she can see, how else can she be riding that bike?" Kaji spoke up and said, "That's weird, I thought Hyugas live at the compound in Konoha." Akina nodded and said, "I thought so too." They looked at each other before hearing their stomach growl loudly. Little later, Saiuki grinned as she saw her job was done for today. She had delivered all the food and was now heading home, but something was on her mind, those kids. She felt something was different with them. Almost like she had seen them before, but she shook her head and came close to the fox den. As she put her bike to the wall and tied it up to the pole, she looked inside the restaurant and saw her father bow to her mother and offer his hand. Saiuki could guess what he asked, "May I have this dance, my fair lady?" and smiled when her mother took his hand. As she went inside, she heard a song play. Song, Crazier, by Taylor Swift. I never gone with the wind. Just let it flow. Let it take me where it wants to go. Till you open the door, there's so much more, I've never seen it before. I was trying to fly, but I couldn't find wings. But you came along and you changed everything. Saiuki smiled as she saw her mother and father dance to the song, their song. You lift my feet off the ground. You spin me around. You make me crazier. Crazier feels like I'm falling. And I'm lost in your eyes. You make me crazier. Crazier, crazier. Naruto had spun Hinata carefully and she smiled. I watched from a distance as you made life your own. Every sky was your own kind of blue. And I wanted to know how that would feel, and you made it so real. You showed me something that I couldn't see. You opened my eyes and you made me believe. They danced slowly and softly and Saiuki sighed with a smile. You lift my feet off the ground. You spin me around. You make me crazier. Crazier feels like I'm falling. And I'm lost in your eyes. You make me crazier, crazier, crazier. She couldn't help but giggle at her parents' love-struck look. Baby, you showed me what living is for. I don't want to hide anymore. At this point Naruto spun Hinata again and she laughed softly before resting her head on his shoulder. You lift my feet off the ground. You spin me around. You make me crazier. Crazier feels like I'm falling. And I'm lost in your eyes. You make me crazier, 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 crazier. They danced around the open area in the front and then stopped when the song was over. As they smiled to each other, they looked to the doorway and saw their daughter smiling and clapping. Meanwhile, finding the man was not hard for Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. As a matter of fact, it was very easy. They found the man beaten and had a huge hangover from the night before. He would mutter things like, "Damn kid, stupid kid's father. I'll get them back for this and other things." As they found the kids, Kaji asked his father, "Dad, don't all Hyugas live in the Hyuga compound?" Sasuke looked at his son and said, "Yes, I believe so. But some do live outside of the compound." Kaji blinked, but then Akina then asked, "Do they all live in Konoha then?" Sakura looked at her daughter and said, "Yes, they do." "Why are you asking this question?" Quote, Yasuo then spoke up, "Mom, we saw a girl with Hyuga eyes riding a bike in town. She stopped and then rode off again, but she looked back at us." Kakashi then decided to ask, "What did she look like?" Kaji was good with his memory and said, "Long bluish hair, white eyes, tannish skin, she even had a necklace around her neck. I think it was a crystal, as a mat. Of fact, she looked a lot like that girl Hinata in your old picture with all your old friends on them, only a lot younger." Kakashi's eyes widened and so did Sasuke's and Sakura's. They then heard the man woke up and yell out, "Her! That little brat. I hate her, she kicked me so hard. Then her father got mad at me for trying to teach her her place, and he kicked my ass. That stupid blonde-haired man. When I get out of here I'll kill him. What was his name again? I know him. What was his name? His name was Nar. They looked at the man who was still a bit hungover as he passed out and muttered a name they didn't hear. One little clue was all they needed for the fates to change the lives of the Uzumaki family, and that clue was now given. Chapter 4. 2 Surprises. Wake up, Papa! Saiuki yelled out as she jumped on her parents' bed. Naruto woke up and felt the crushing elbow on his stomach. As Saiuki grinned, she suddenly felt her being pulled into a headlock. Gotcha, said Naruto as he said with some pain and a smile. Oh, no you don't, yelled Saiuki as she was able to get free and jump on her father's head. She covered his eyes and he tried to pull her off. So he can see, but she kept moving around. Hinata downstairs sighed as she sipped her tea and heard the ruckus upstairs. She then counted backwards. 5, 4, 3.2. 1. Ouch. Dad, the stairs. We're going down. Not again. 0. Hinata looked to where the staircase was and saw her husband and daughter with swirled eyes as they hit the bottom of the staircase. She smiled softly and said, "Good morning, you guys." Naruto grinned while their daughter got up and dusted herself off. She then noticed something. Her knee was bleeding. As Saiuki went to the bathroom to get a band-aid, her parents laughed and talked among themselves. When Saiuki got a band-aid and cleaned her knee a bit, she noticed the scar. It wasn't too bad, nothing, a few days won't heal. As she was about to put it on, she noticed something. It was healing. On its own it was healing very fast, and her eyes widened when the scar was almost gone. She stared at it before hearing, "Saiuki, do you want to come with me to the store? I need to get more stuff for our orders today." She blinked and looked at her knee before yelling out, "Okay, Mom. I'll go with you." Meanwhile, Kakashi said to the Anbu who took the tied-up man, "Tell the Hokage we will return in a while, and tell her we have a clue, she'll understand." The Anbu nodded and started to take the tied-up man to Konoha. Kakashi then turned to Sasuke and Sakura, who were talking to the kids. He walked over and said, "Let's go look around. If you see anything, come to the middle of town, understand?" They nodded and went on their own ways. Kaji, Yasuo, and Akina looked at each other and nodded with each other too. If they saw anything they would come find the adults and tell them. Meanwhile, Saiuki held her mother's hand as she saw her mother head into the store. She let go and looked to her mother, who stopped and looked at her. "Saiuki, what's the matter?" Saiuki looked to her mother and said, "Nothing." She walked to her mother and held her hand with a grin on her face. Hinata looked at her daughter. She knew something was wrong. Hinata then said, "Okay, we need milk, honey, some more seeds, a few pounds of meat, and some baby food." Saiuki nodded and took hold of a cart and started to walk down the alleys. She then started to run down the halls and then she jumped on the cart and zoomed down the alleys. Hinata said, "Saiuki." She saw her daughter laugh and zoom past some people. Hinata softly smiled and said to herself, "She becomes more and more like you, Naruto. Every day I can see you in her." She put her hands on her stomach and said, "I hope even this one has your happiness and kindness, Naruto." Saiuki laughed as she rushed by people and turned the corner. She then noticed she was running out of speed and soon started to stop. She gave a pout but then heard someone yell out, "Yasuo, what are you doing?" Saiuki looked around the corner and saw the boys and the girl she saw yesterday. The boy Yasuo had black hair and green eyes. He was maybe around her age. The girl that was yelling at him had pink hair and green eyes, a year or two younger than her. Then there was black-haired and black-eyed boy. Saiuki saw the boy Yasuo saying something about youth and other things. She saw he was holding some eggs. Saiuki looked at her basket and grinned. This was going to be fun for her. She took the cart to the end of the store and aimed as she was getting ready to run. Kaji and Akina sighed as they heard Yasuo say, "If we are going to find the girl, we need as much energy as we can get. So let us eat these eggs and get as much energy as we need." Akina felt like she wanted to hit his head on the walls. Kaji then said, "Come on guys, we have to get going." Then out of the blue someone came rushing by them on a cart laughing. Yasuo was surprised and fell back, sending the eggs to go in front of him over the girl on the cart and hitting Kaji and Akina on the head. Their eyes blinked as the yolk started to run down their heads. Saiuki made a stop when she hit the milk area. She grinned and laughed hard. Yasuo even tired not to laugh but felt himself slowly giving up. Saiuki then heard. "Who did that?" from the kids. Saiuki grinned and walked over. And said, "Name's Saiuki and I'm the one who did it." They all turned and saw her. Saiuki looked at them and saw them stare with wide eyes. She then said with a glare, "What?" Yasuo grinned and yelled out, "We found the Hyuga." Meanwhile, "We found the Hyuga." Hinata's eyes widened and she dropped the bottle of honey and it crashed. She looked around fast and saw no one was talking or yelling at her. Her eyes widened as she remembered. "Saiuki," she said to herself and started to run to where her daughter might be. Back to Saiuki. "Hyuga," Saiuki said as she gave the boy a crazy look. She then cleared her throat and said, "I'm sorry but I'm not a Hyuga, whatever that is." The girl with pink hair walked over and said, "But you have the Hyuga eyes. You have to be a Hyuga. Only Hyugas can have eyes like that and not be blind." Saiuki then said, "Look, I'm sorry but I am not a Hyuga. I'm a Uzumaki." Kaji eyes widened and said as he pushed Akina out of the way very hard, "Uzumaki." As in, Saiuki glared when she saw the hurt face on the pink-haired girl. She then said, "Hey jerk. That wasn't nice pushing your friend out the way." Kaji then said, "Okay. Sorry I pushed Akina out the way but." Saiuki glared more and said, "Not to me. To her. Tell her in her face, not mine you jerk." Kaji then said, "I already said sorry. Now look." Saiuki then didn't want to deal him anymore. She knew from one look this guy was a little bit of a jerk, so she did what she did best. She flipped him over and said as she sat on his back, "Tell her you're sorry." Kaji didn't know what the hell was going on. One minute he was standing and the next he was on his stomach with the girl Saiuki on his back. Saiuki then said, "I am not getting off until you say sorry to T. Had Akina girl." Kaji glared at Saiuki and said, "Get off of me." Saiuki stuck her tongue out and said, "No." Akina blinked and Yasuo was laughing hard. No one had been able to land one hit on Kaji before, much less pin him down. Akina walked over and said, "It's okay, he didn't mean it." Saiuki gave a, "Are you crazy?" look at her. She then said, "Hey, don't be like that. Show some backbones. Make the boy say sorry. See, this is why we don't have many girl ninjas around. It's because they think all girls are soft and can be pushed around but no more." Saiuki then stood up still on Kaji who was in pain now. "Now come on. Tell him to say sorry." Akina didn't know what to say as she heard her brother laugh more at Kaji's pain. She then looked at Kaji and muttered to him, "Just say sorry otherwise he won't get off." Kaji yelped in pain and said, Fine, I'm sorry I pushed you Akina. Now get off you brat." Saiuki smirked and said, "Now was that hard at all?" She then jumped off and landed next to the laughing Yasuo. She then said, "That was funny huh?" Yasuo nodded and said, "No one, not even at the academy can land one hit on Kaji, but you even managed to pin him down and make him sorry to my little sister." Saiuki smiled and said, "So she's your sister? Cool, so you're a big brother. My mom is having a baby, his name is going to be Kichi. I can't wait for him to come. I get to be a big sister and then I can show him how to ride a bike, play in the mud, everything." Yasuo smiled and said, "The power of youth. Your power is quite high for someone your age, but I suppose it should be this high while you're still young." Saiuki smiled and said, "You're funny, I think we'll be good friends." She then heard her mother, Saiuki. Saiuki didn't know what happened but her mother sounded like she was in trouble. She then said, "I got to go, my mom might be in trouble." As she started to run she didn't even see Kaji being helping up by Akina and Yasuo yelling for her to come back now that he remembered what they were doing. Saiuki found her mother not that far. She then felt her mother hold her. "Mom. Are you okay?" Saiuki asked. Hinata nodded and said, "Are you okay?" Saiuki nodded but she then asked, "What's the matter?" Hinata stopped hugging and said, "I thought someone said. Nothing. Never mind. Come on, let's go home and tell me what happened along the way." Saiuki was confused but nodded, knowing getting her mom mad while she was pregnant was not good at all. As she started to walk she looked back and saw the kids trying to get out of the store only to be stopped by the manger who didn't seem happy that they spilt the eggs. Later that day, Saiuki told her mother what happened, and when she opened the restaurant door she said, "Yeah, and they kept calling me a Hyuga, and then there's that guy Yasuo. He's very funny, and Akina seems okay, but Kaji, he's a jerk." She then heard her father almost drop some food on the floor when he heard the words, Hyuga. Naruto looked to Hinata, who mouthed for him to go outside in the back. He nodded and went to the back, but not before giving the last costumers in the restaurant their food. They smiled and left. Hinata then said, "Saiuki, turn the sign from open to closed and lock the door. Me and your father need to speak alone for now, and go to your room when you turn the sign and lock the door, okay?" Saiuki nodded as she watched her mother go to the garden in the back. As she turned to the sign to closed and locked it, she felt like she needed to know what her parents were saying. She left the sign unturned and the lock unlocked. She went into the kitchen and came to the door that went outside to the small garden. She saw the door was open a little and saw her parents talking among themselves. She bit her lip and leaned to the door, catching the words. "What do you mean?" Someone said she had Hyuga eyes, Hinata. Her father asked. Her mother then said, "Someone knows she a Hyuga, Naruto. They know, and now they are going to find her. They have to be from Konoha." She then heard, "No, what if it's someone from another village, Hinata? After all, Konoha isn't the only village that knows about the Hyuga clan." She heard her mother say, "Naruto, they were kids that said she was a Hyuga, a boy with black hair and eyes, another with black hair and green eyes, and a girl with pink hair and green eyes." Pink. Naruto. How many other people do we know that has pink hair? Huh. Saiuki could hear the stress in her mother's voice. She heard her father say, "It can't be them, Hinata, it just can't be. Naruto, we can't keep hiding it. She'll find out and never want to talk to us again if she does. We need to tell her ourselves." She heard the stress getting more and more. "Hinata, you're right, tomorrow morning we'll tell her. Everything, Naruto, everything. We need to tell her about her relatives, her grandparents, our past. Everything, even you know what." She then heard her father's voice starting to go to fear and anger. "No. We'll tell her everything else but that." Saiuki then heard her mother saying, "Naruto." Her father then said, "I don't want my own daughter to see me as a monster, anything but that." Saiuki bit her lip more as she heard, "Okay, anything but that." As Saiuki leaned more in, she heard, "Hinata, at first I thought it was nothing, but now I know it's not. Today Jinjin came in, telling me some people were looking for us, a guy with jet black hair, a woman with pink hair, and a guy with sliver hair and a covered up eye. I was worried, but she told me, she said she didn't know who they were talking about and came to find me. When she told me this, I asked her to tell the rest of the village not to say anything about us." Hinata then said, "Do you think she got the word around?" Naruto laughed a little and said, "Hinata Koi, this is Jinjin we are talking about. She's a gossip machine when it comes down to it." Hinata laughed also and nodded. She then said, "I really hope it's not them. I want Saiuki and Kichi to know, but I don't want to go back. I really don't." Saiuki looked to the open side of the door and saw her mother and father hug. He then said, "Don't worry, no matter what they do, no matter what they say, we are not going back. I'm not going to let them take you from me. You are Saiuki or Kichi, they will not. You and the kids are the best thing that ever happened in my damned life." Saiuki got up and was about to walk to her room when she hit the door with her foot. Her parents looked and saw someone on the ground in the house. They ran over and opened the door more only to see Saiuki on the ground. She smiled and said, Hi. Ellipsis. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura could not believe they could not get any clues on Naruto or Hinata or to the girl that looked like Hinata. They gave a sigh. They sat in the town square. Sakura looked up and saw her son and daughter coming with Kaji, who seemed pissed off. Sasuke noticed the look on his son's face and asked, "Kaji, what's the matter?" Kaji growled to himself and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter? I'll tell you. I was just flipped over by a girl, and she made me say sorry." Sasuke was surprised and Sakura seemed blink in wonder. Kakashi felt like laughing a little but then heard from Yasuo, "But the girl who flipped Kaji over was the same girl we saw with the Hyuga eyes. Her name is Saiuki. And her flames of youth are bright." Sakura looked to her son and said, "Really? So her name is Saiuki Hyuga, huh?" Akina shook her head no and said, Mommy, she said she isn't a Hyuga. She doesn't even know what a Hyuga is. As a matter of fact she said she's an Uzumaki. Uzumaki. The three yelled out then they thought. Naruto and Hinata didn't, did they? Then they pulled themselves out when Sasuke said, do you know where she is now? Kaji shook his head no, while Yasuo looked to the ground and Akina blushed embarrassed that they didn't do what ninjas did. Her mother called her and ran off before we can stop her. And when we were going to go after her the store manager yelled at us and told us we have to pay for the broken eggs that the girl made me drop on Kaji Akina when she rushed by us with the shopping cart. Yasuo said. They looked to the kids and sighed a little. The only clue they got now was that a kid that looked like Hinata but acted like Naruto was in this town. They then all heard their stomachs growl in hunger. Kakashi then said, let's go find something to eat. Today was hard. They nodded and started to look for a place to eat. While passing by some people they heard, the Fox Den is the best restaurant to eat at. I know and did you see the owners? That lady is so beautiful, and her husband. Ooh if only my boyfriend was like that I would never let him go. I know and did you see their child, she is so cute and well-mannered. If I had a kid like that I would never be mad at her. The girls they passed sighed with bliss. Kakashi Hen said, well let's head to that place then. Meanwhile, Saiuki yelled Naruto and Hinata. Saiuki gave a unsure grin and said, hi. Naruto then asked, Saiuki, how long have you been standing there? Saiuki got up and said, not long. Hinata then said under her voice, you heard it all didn't you? Saiuki put her head in shame. Her mother always knew when she was lying. Saiuki sighed. Eden heard her father say, is this true? Saiuki looked up and nodded. She waited to hear her parents get mad and tell her to go to her room but it never came. Hinata sighed and said, see I told you she is more like you. Naruto smiled a little and nodded, yeah. Saiuki looked at them and said, what? No yelling, no screaming, no headlock. Naruto then said, well, I think it would be better to tell you now than later. Hinata nodded and said, yeah, she heard half of what we were saying, might as well make it clearer. Saiuki got up and said, so I'm not in trouble. Naruto smirked and said, no you are. You were grounded for 3 weeks for eavesdropping. Saiuki yelled out, but Dad, that's not fair. Naruto stuck his tongue out and said with a grin, now whoever said life was fair? Hinata smiled and said, do you want us to make it 4 weeks then? Saiuki gave a pout but said, no. Hinata giggled and said, good girl. Now come on it's dinner time already, let's make something to eat. Saiuki nodded and let her parents in. As they got in they heard the door open and someone say, hello. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and then to Saiuki who said, whoops, forgot to close the door. And forgot to turn the sign around. Hinata sighed before heading to the front with Naruto by her side. Saiuki then heard from her father saying, sorry folks but we are. Hinata, Naruto, yelled 3 voices from the front. Saiuki eyes widened and ran to the front only to see a man with white hair and a headband covering his eyes. Next to him was a woman with pink hair and green eyes. And next to her was a man with jet black hair in the shape of a duck butts and he had black eyes. Behind him was the kids Yasuo, Akina, and Kaji who seemed surprised to see Saiuki come from the back. You. Both Saiuki and Kaji yelled out to each other and glared. Saiuki stopped glaring when she saw her father put an arm in front of her and her mother. What are you doing here? Yuto growled out. Naruto it is you, Kakashi said aka old man who Saiuki named in her head. I'll ask again what are you doing here? Naruto said as he saw the look on his wife's face. Naruto, Hinata, we finally found you, Sakura said with a smile before seeing Saiuki. Her eyes widened and said, so you and Naruto. Hinata then cut in, yes we are married and have a child. She put her hands to her stomach and said, now answer Naruto koi question. They were surprised about this. Hinata didn't blush nor stutter, but then they thought that she must have got some courage by being with Naruto all these years. Mommy, Daddy who are they, and why do they look a lot like those people in your photo book? Saiuki asked, not liking the looks her parents were sending off to the people in the room. If her parents didn't like them then nor should she, but she did like Yasuo and Akina. Naruto looked to Saiuki and was going to ask how she knew about the book before hearing from Sasuke, "They've been looking for you for years and this is what you say to us. Do you know how many people were and still worried about you and Hinata? God, you're a doby." Saiuki glared at Duck Butt and said, "Hey, my dad is not a doby, you Duck Butt." Now it was Kaji and Sasuke's turn to glare at her and Naruto wanted to laugh a bit. Even Hinata. "Naruto, please come back with us, we need to tell the Hokage you and Hinata are safe. You'll be safe in Konoha," Sakura said. Saiuki looked at her and then to Yasuo and Akina, who understood what their mother was saying. Naruto wanted to laugh a bitter laugh but did not. He said, "Safe? As if we go back Konoha would make sure me and Hinata are torn apart. I am not going back, nor is Hinata my kid. Konoha would treat her the same way as they did me. I'm not going to let my child go through what I went through." It seemed like a long staring contest with his old friends. Sakura then said, "But Naruto, Hinata please, Konoha hasn't been the same without you guys around." Naruto glared and said, "No." Sasuke was tired with this and said, "If you don't come willing then we can force you to go back, all of you." Naruto glared and said, "Lay one hand on my wife and daughter and I'll kill you Tem." Kakashi was trying to figure a way to get them back before noticing Hinata's face. She seemed to be almost hyperventilating from the stress. He then noticed her stomach was round, which meant one thing: Hinata was pregnant. He then noticed the face was turning to pain as she held tighter on her stomach as Saiuki started to yell at Kaji and Naruto yelling at Sasuke while Sakura and Akina tried to stop them. Yasuo was saying, "This is most unyouthful." Kakashi then saw water coming to the floor as Hinata's eyes widened and so did his. She took hold of Naruto's arm and yelled out, "And Naruto." They stopped yelling and looked at her. Naruto held onto Hinata and said, What's the matter Hinata koi?" he said in a panic. Hinata then said as she had a panic look, "I think my water just broke." Naruto's eyes widened and so did Saiuki. Oh god, we need to get to the doctor fast." Naruto yelled out as he started to panic like he did when Saiuki was going to born. He ran around the room trying to understand on what he was going to do. Hinata sighed and so did Saiuki. Hinata then yelled out, "Get over here and help me get to the hospital." Naruto stopped and nodded as he rushed to his wife. Saiuki then opened the door as Naruto started to help his wife out of the restaurant. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Yasuo, Akina, and Kaji looked to each other before nodding. They needed to help them. Later, "Dear God, I am going to kill you for this Naruto." Hinata yelled out as she went to the back room in the hospital bed. Naruto gave a uneasy smile and said, "Here we go again." He turned back and heard, "Was mommy like this when I was born?" "Papa," Naruto thought to himself and remembered last time was really bad. He held his right hand and said, "Let's just say last time they had to heal my arm about 12 times. He then heard the nurse say, "Come this way Mr. Uzumaki, I'll take you to your wife." Naruto nodded and left but not before turning to Saiuki and saying, "Be good, and no fighting." Saiuki nodded and watched her father leave through the doors. When she couldn't see him anymore, she looked back and saw Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Yasuo, Akina, and Kaji sitting in the waiting room. Saiuki walked over and sat about 4 chairs away from them. Sakura looked at Saiuki and said, "Why are you sitting so far?" Saiuki then sighed, If mom and dad don't like you then I can't be near you. I can be near Yasuo and Akina because they seem cool." "Did you hear that she said I'm cool Akina?" Yasuo said with a grin. "Right." Akina's aid with a sweat drop. "As for Kaji I really don't like him, he is a Tem." Saiuki said, picking up the habit from her father at calling the Uchihas Tems. Kaji glared at the blue-haired girl who grinned. Kakashi then said, "Well I guess we can for sure say she is Naruto's kid." Saiuki smiled before it started to fade as she heard people walk or run by. Her smile faded much before hearing, "Are you okay?" Sakura asked. Saiuki looked up and nodded. But it was an unsure nod. Kakashi then said, You don't seem like it. Saiuki smiled and said, No I'm just, Yasuo cut in. Nervous. Saiuki looked at him and said, Yeah. The room was a little silent before Sasuke said, So your mother is having a son, huh? Saiuki nodded and said, Yeah, we named him Kichi, and when he's born I'm going to show him all the things. Riding a bike, playing in the mud, helping mom and dad, learning right from wrong, how to love all things around you, everything. Her eyes sparkled a bit and she said, and how to make good friends. And to never give up on his dreams no matter how far they may seem. Kakashi smiled under his mask and said, You really are, Naruto's kid. But you look so much like Hinata. Saiuki blushed and muttered words to herself. Sakura smiled and said, Look, she acts like her mother when you compliment her. Meanwhile, my hand, yelled Naruto in pain. A doctor then said, Dear God, not again. Hinata screamed out, I swear I will kill you for this. You're not the one going through this pain, so I'm making sure you feel the same thing. Naruto then felt the pain again and said, I love you too, Hinata-koi. Okay, Mrs. Uzumaki, just one more push and he'll be out, said the doctor as he saw the baby coming out. I'm going to kill you, Naruto. Back to Saiuki. I bet Papa is in a world of pain right now, Saiuki said as she and the others heard Hinata's pain from the waiting room and Naruto yelping in pain from his wife's death grip on his hand. They nodded in understatement. Saiuki then heard, So Saiuki, you're 7 right? She turned and saw Sakura who asked it. She nodded. Sakura then said, So is Yasuo and Kaji. Akina is 6 though. Saiuki understood but then heard, So this is their second child, huh? It was Sasuke who asked it. He then wondered out loud, Funny, I wondered why they waited for so long. Saiuki bit her lip but said, I was supposed to have a little brother before Kichi. But, Mommy and Daddy said he never made it. I don't remember because I was really young, 2 or 3 maybe. And they grew afraid after that. It was until 7 months ago did Mama and Appa find out they were going to have Kichi. Sasuke grew quiet and said, Sorry. Saiuki smiled softly and said, It's okay, you didn't know. But hey, at least he's in a better place. Quote, Kakashi looked to the small 7-year-old girl and thought to himself, She understands death even at her young age. She saw the look Kakashi gave her and said, Mommy and Daddy said life is a glass window. It can be made but at the same time be broken. When we start out we are nothing but like a glass window, small and unnoticeable. It isn't until we are older when we start shaping ourselves. Some stay as that window while others become something great, like a dragon, or a deer or anything they set their minds to. They looked at her as her eyes drifted to her thoughts, and Papa said even when you have acts and some pieces are missing, never give up on reshaping yourself, never give up. Meanwhile, okay Mrs. Uzumaki, your baby boy is now here, said the doctor as he pulled the baby out and then it started to cry. Naruto felt Hinata letting go and was about to sigh when she started to scream again and she then crushed his hand again. Naruto yelled out, What's happening? The doctor was surprised. But then looked again and said, There's another one. What? Both of them screamed out, one from surprise and the other from pain. Back to Saiuki and a few hours later. So Saiuki, your parents never told you, did they? Sakura asked while she saw her daughter and son try to get Kaji to talk to Saiuki. I knew they were hiding something from me but I don't know, but I do have some ideas. She said. Kakashi then asked, What ideas? Saiuki then said in a low whisper, Mama and Papa were in the mafia. Both from different clans that hated each other and wanted the other dead but they fell in love and if anyone found out they would be killed. Everyone's sweat dropped. Or Papa saved Mama from a evil king and married her but they had to hide from the king. Again another sweat drop entered. She then felt hands on her mouth and saw Kaji glared at her as he said, Will you just shut up? Saiuki glared before smirking. Kaji then felt wet on his hands. In complete disgust he yelled out, Ew. He pulled his hand away and started to try to get the saliva off of his hand. Saiuki grinned while Yasuo and Akina sighed. Kaji finally did and yelled out, Why did you do that? Saiuki said, with a grin, Because you told me to shut up, Tem. The doors then opened and a doctor came out with a sigh and a very broken-handed Naruto. The doctor then said, now remember this type of birth was very different from what we thought she was going to have. As a matter of fact we didn't even know the other one was in there, so watch over them with as much as you can Mr. Uzumaki. Saiuki looked up and yelled out, Papa. She ran over and hugged her father. Naruto smiled to his daughter and saw the others stand up. Saiuki then said, so can I see mama and brother? Naruto smiled softly and said, no. Saiuki was taken back at this with a face. Naruto then said as he looked her in the eyes, Mama didn't have brother. They gasped a bit and Sakura was going to say something but Naruto then said as he saw the fearing look on his daughter, Mama had brother and sister. Saiuki's and the others' eyes widened as they saw the proud father smile. Saiuki's face went from fear to excitement. Saiuki then said, see, can I go see them? Naruto nodded and so did the doctor. As Naruto started to walk with his daughter he looked back and said, come on, come see little Kichi and Kyoko. The old Team 7 nodded and so did the children. As they made their way to the room Naruto opened the door and said, Hinata, I present to you the proud big sister Saiuki. Hinata laughed as the door opened. She heard her husband say that and as she held on to two little babies, one a boy the other a girl. Both had signs of blonde hair and their eyes they needed to wait to find that out. Laughing face. Chapter 5. Mommy and Daddy were ninjas. Hinata smiled as she saw her husband and daughter come into the room. She then said, Saiuki, I want you to meet Kichi and Kyoko. Saiuki's eyes widened as she saw her mother hold the babies in front of her. Saiuki walked over slowly and soon sat in the chair near her mother's bed and saw her little siblings' small faces that was calm and sweet. Saiuki grinned as she saw them stir a little. She then said, they look so cute Mama. Hinata nodded and smiled but not before looking at Naruto. Her eyes widened when she saw the bandages on his hand. She then asked, Did I do that? Naruto nodded a little but said, yeah but I don't mind. You were in labor Hinata koi. Besides I'm kind of used to it. Hinata laughed uneasy as she remembered the last time it happened. Saiuki smiled softly at her parents before seeing her brother and sister open their eyes, her own widened. Kichi had bright blue eyes like her father but you can see a hint of purple inside them. Kyoko had almost dark blue with a hint of dark purple on the outside of them. Both looked almost like each other but she knew they were different. Her father spoke and said, the doctor said, that no one not even the other doctors or nurses who looked with the graph even noticed Kyoko. He said that she was hiding behind him and their heart rate was at the same speed. He said in all his 32 years of being a doctor he never saw a birth of twins like them before. Hinata smiled softly and said, I'm not surprised. She then looked to the children and smiled more as she said, they're Uzumaki's. Naruto. They can always do the impossible and unthinkable. Naruto smiled softly and kissed his wife on the forehead while Saiuki smiled and looked back to her brother and sister. At the door Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Kaji, Yasuo, and Akina watched from the door. The old Team 7 watched in both wonder and happiness as they saw the mother and father kiss while oldest child smiled and stared at the new member of their small family. As they watched they heard the babies starting to cry. They are babies after all. Naruto stopped kissing his wife and saw his new children cry. Hinata giggled before holding them up close to her and rocked them in her arms. Saiuki then heard her mother hum a lullaby she knew so well by heart. She smiled and heard her mother rock them back and froth and hum more. And not long after that they stopped and calmed down. They laughed for a moment. The old Team 7 looked at each other before they took the kids and left the room for a while. They each had looked once more and saw the family smile and laugh as the babies stopped crying. Sun hit the window and the room shined softly. Ellipsis. Saiuki turned and saw they had left. She stood and went to the door and looked down the halls. They were almost down the halls when they went to the door that went to the roof. She looked at her parents and siblings and said, I'll be right back, I wanna get a candy bar from the machine. Her parents nodded and let her go down the halls. Saiuki ran down the hall to the door. She opened it and saw the stairway. She took her steps on the stairs and ran all the way up. As she reached the top she saw the door. She put her hand on the handle and opened it. Light blinded her until she got used to it. She looked around and her eyes widened. The people Kakashi, Sasuke, and Saku Ra were standing on top of the fences of the hospital perfectly, the children were watching them and heard them speak. I don't know now, should we take them back? Should we tell the Hokage? Asked Sakura as she stood on the fence. I think we should. Everyone has been worried sick and now that we found them we can't just go on like we don't know, Sasuke said while folding his arms. Kakashi spoke up, maybe, think about. The villagers never liked Naruto but Naruto wanted to protect them with his life, and Hinata's family always thought she was weak and they didn't like the fact that Shi was in love with him but she still loved them with her heart. And what about Saiuki, Kichi, and Kyoko? Hinata's family would just try to tear Hinata and Naruto apart, and then they would try to train Saiuki to be the perfect Hyuga and brainwash her with that destiny shit. Remember what happened with Neji? Sakura said. Kakashi nodded and said, yeah but I don't think she'll be the they can turn into a destiny-believing person. She seems headstrong and believes you can change what your destiny is. Sasuke then said, yeah I guess she got that from her dad. They laughed a lit. Before looking to the door where Saiuki stood, her eyes were determined to know something. She held onto the necklace and said, I want to know something. They stared at the little Uzumaki as asked, how do you know my mama and papa? And why are you here? If you're here to hurt mama, papa, Kichi, or Kyoko I swear I will hurt you. Kaji rolled his eyes and said, stop trying to be tough you idiot. Saiuki glared hard at the boy and said, you want to say that again Tem? Yasuo then yelled out, friends. Stop, this most unyouthful. Akina sighed at her brother but said, yeah, can't. You guys go one moment without fighting. Saiuki and Kaji were about to say something until Saiuki felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned and saw her father right there. Naruto smiled and said Ith a sinker. Wow your son is just like you Tem, always trying to act cool, when you're not. Kaji glared and so did Sasuke as he jumped from the fence. Sasuke then said, I guess I can say the same for your daughter Dobi. Always opening your mouth when it should be taped shut. This time Naruto and Saiuki glared at the smirking ravens. Sakura and Akina sighed and said at the same time, okay stop this is getting way out of hand. Yasuo nodded and said, yes your unyouthfulness is changing the tides of youth. Please stop. Naruto looked at Yasuo and Akina before looking up to Sakura and saying, wow, I don't believe you and Lee huh? Sakura smiled and blushed but said, yeah, me and Lee got married a few years after you and Hinata left. He treats me very well. Naruto smiled and said, I see, and who married Sasuke Tem huh? Hopefully it's not a fangirl. Sasuke shook his head and said, no she wasn't, she was a nice girl that I really liked but she died when she gave birth to Kaji. Naruto cringed but said, whoa. Sorry to hear it, must be hard being a single parent. Sasuke smirked and said, yeah but at least I still have Kaji. Naruto then said, so, how is everyone in the village doing? Kakashi smiled under his mask now knowing that the blonde still cared for his and Hinata's friends but said, okay, well. Gaara has a son, Kankuro has a girl, Kiba is married has 2 twins boy and girl, Shino is married and has a son. Temari and Shikamaru are having their second child too since we all know how lazy he is, both are boys by the way. Ino and Choji married also, hard to believe huh, anyway they have a boy and girl. And Neji and Tenten have a boy. Tsunade is still the Hokage but says she need to one day retire before she dies from too much paperwork. Iruka and Anko are married. Don't ask me how they got together they just did. Asuma and Kurenai have 3 kids. Jiraiya hangs around a lot by the bathhouses so Tsunade has to beat him a lot. The ramen stand is still there, it's really big now. Because you ate there all the time, we even go there when we want to eat. Not much has changed. Yeah I know that half of the people in here are dead but I don't care, they are still alive to me. Naruto whistled and said, man to you it may not have changed but to me it did. He laughed a little before hearing, maybe you can find out if you and Hinata come back with us. Sakura asked trying just one more time to get her old teammate back to Konoha. Naruto's eyes darkened before saying, we can't Sakura, we can't just go in and say, hey we're back and we have kids and go on like nothing happened Sakura. Besides, both me and Hinata Koi love our life like this, we are at peace, and we are not worried about what if. What if one of us never come back from a mission? What if one of us is hurt to the point of no return? Sasuke glared but said, Dobi, everyone is worried sick, we at least have to tell them where you are. Saiuki then spoke up, not understanding what was going on. She looked to her father and asked, what is going on here? Papa, what are they talking about? Naruto looked to his daughter and sighed to himself. It was now or risk the chance of her find out another way. He looked at her and said, remember those old stories me and Mama told you? Saiuki nodded before hearing. They weren't just bedtime stories, they were true, and how we know about it was, because me and Mama were the boy and girl in the story. Saiuki's eyes widened and she muttered the words. Mommy and Daddy were ninjas. Quote. Meanwhile, Hinata held her daughter and son and said, please let her understand. Please let her know we never meant to keep it a secret from her. Meanwhile, where is Kakashi and his team? Asked Tsunade once she got hold of the report from the Anbu who was sent. The Anbu spoke up and said, he said they have found a clue. Tsunade's eyes widened and she almost dropped the scroll. She rose and said, my God, are you for real? The Anbu nodded, not understanding. Tsunade smiled before saying, I want you to get the old rookie 9, Iruka, Asuma, Kurenai, Anko, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Gaara and his siblings in here. Gaara and his siblings are visiting and staying in a hotel not too far from here. Hurry and get them. The Anbu nodded and ran out the door. Tsunade sat down in her chair and smiled big. Her eyes traveled to a picture of her, then Rookie 9, Gaara and his siblings. Everyone they knew, and Naruto and Hinata themselves. She spoke out in wonder, we finally have a lead to both of you, huh? Where on earth did you both go for all these years? She then said as she took a bottle of sake out. Once I see that little blonde brat, I swear I'm going to give him the beating of his life. As for Hinata, nah, I'll just beat Naruto twice as hard for her. Chapter 6. Saiuki is going to Konoha. Saiuki didn't know what to say. Her mind filled with words and other things. Her parents were ninjas. Naruto looked to his frozen daughter and asked, Saiuki. Saiuki. Saiuki looked up fast and yelled out, awesome. Naruto fell on the ground at the outburst. Saiuki's eyes sparked in wonder at what her parents did as ninjas. She looked to her dad and spoke fast. You mean you and Mama know justice, and fighting styles, and summons, and you and Mama came from a ninja village and a whole bunch of other things. Naruto nodded before seeing his daughter smile big and say as she pumped her arm in the air, okay then what are we waiting for, let's go see the ninja village. I want to know where you and Mama grew up. Naruto eyes wide, Ned before he said, no. Saiuki arm flew down and she said, what? Why? Naruto didn't look to his daughter but said, because, me and your mother left for a good reason. Naruto turned and went down the stairs, not even looking at Sasuke, Kaji, Sakura, Akina, Yasuo, or even Kakashi. Saiuki gave a pout and yelled out as she chased her father, why not? Kakashi stood there before he asked, is it me? Or do you feel like we have just been ignored? The others nodded. Later, Naruto then said as he walked into the home, for the last time Saiuki, no. Saiuki growled to herself before saying once again, Papa come on. Can't I please see the village? Naruto sighed again and said, no. Saiuki glared and yelled out, yes. No. Yes. I said no. Let's see Konoha. No for the last time. Hey, both stared at each other's eyes and lighting struck around them. Both were determined to win the battle before hearing the door open. They stopped and stared at the person that came into the house restaurant. She had long black hair and brown eyes. She smiled big and said, I heard the news. Twins. That's awesome. Naruto and Saiuki smiled softly and said, hi to you too, Jinjin. Jinjin was nay of the shopkeepers from down the road. She was one of the first people that Naruto and Hinata meet in the village when they came here. She rushed over and put flowers in Naruto's hands and even Yuki's, she said. I didn't know which ones to get for Hinata and the twins. So I got them both. I still can't believe it. Twins. Oh, what's their names? Jinjin asked fast, being hyper again. Saiuki smiled big and said, Kichi and Kyoko. Kichi is the boy and Kyoko is the girl. Jinjin smiled bigger and said, oh. Such cute names for them. I bet Hinata is happy. Naruto nodded and said, yeah, but she's at the hospital for now. She and the kids need to rest, she and the kids should be home in a few days. Jinjin grinned more and said as she ran out the door, well bye. Tell Hinata I'll come by and see her. Naruto and Saiuki sighed a little before Saiuki said, is it me or does every time I talk to Jinjin I feel like I want to take a nap after she's done talking? Naruto chuckled a little. Before putting the flowers at table and closing the restaurant for the night, he then said, and speaking of sleep, it's time for bed. Saiuki gave a pout but nodded. She wasn't willing to give up, not yet. She wanted to see the ninja village with her own eyes even if it went against her parents' wishes. Later that night, she woke up to a sound. As she rose from her bed she looked for her lamp switch. Once it was turned on she heard something that sounded like voices, so she got up slowly and went to her door. She opened it softly so no noise would wake her father up. As she went near the stairs she could hear the voices more. Once she reached the top of the staircase she heard her father's voice say, so you're leaving tomorrow huh? She leaned closer and heard the voice of the man named Kakashi say, yeah we need to go back home. Tsunade-sama must be getting worried. Her father then said, I see, are you going to tell her? Kakashi spoke, we are not for sure yet, we still don't know if we should. Naruto scoffed at the idea and said, don't. Me and Hinata love our life and we don't want anything to do with Konoha. Kakashi then said, I don't think that's true Naruto, I think you and Hinata both still care for Konoha. Naruto was silent before Kakashi asked one thing, why did you both leave? Naruto was silent again before answering, the Akatsuki, that night I found out I'm the last one with, you know. They got hold of the other container other than me, so I'm the last. I didn't want Konoha to become a battlefield so I wanted to run. I was passing by the Hyuga compound when I heard Hinata crying her eyes out. It wasn't until later did I find out she was once again called weak by her family and she had just found the elders were making her get married to some asshole. That didn't give one damn thought about her, she just wanted to get away from everything, so I thought, why not take her with me? Why not let her be free from it all? So later I went by her house, and went into her room where she was crying again, and I offered her to come with me, and she said yes. When we left we were free from it all, and we were happy. It wasn't until we came here did we both start getting close. So close I asked her out on a date and she said yes, and the rest, well it's history. Kakashi smiled under his mask and said, hey, so you both lived happy ever after huh? Naruto nodded no and said, no, each ending is a new beginning. When Saiuki came into our lives that's when we began a new story and now that Kichi and Kyoko are here the story is not done yet, there are a few pages left. Kakashi shook his head and smiled before saying, hey, I guess being a father changes some things huh, you really aren't that little blonde brat I remember from all those years ago. Naruto grinned and said, nah I'm still the same I just got more responsibilities now. So what time are you all leaving? Kakashi only said, in the morning, we'll be at the front gates when we ready to leave, we'll say bye to Hinata before we go too. Saiuki rose from the staircase and softly ran to her room. As she closed the door she thought to herself, this will be one chance. She went to get a bag. She opened it and put her pictures of her mother and father, her new picture of Kichi and Kyoko, some rubber bands for her hair, some clothes. She ran to get a small box she opened it and took out the headband with the leaf on it. She knew she would get in trouble if her parents found out she took her father's headband but she packed that too. She even packed her favorite rabbit doll. She ran to her secret ramen stash and took out some ramen cups. Once she was done she smiled to herself and said to herself, Konoha here I come. Next morning, the fox den was closed today, by now everyone in the village knew why, so they didn't order out today or went to get food. They wanted the Uzumaki family to have a few days off so no one came in. Naruto yelled out, Saiuki breakfast. He waited and no answer. He then yelled out, fine suit yourself. But you're missing out on some good old-fashioned pancakes young lady. Still nothing. He gave a puff and said, where is that girl? She normally comes to kill me when I call her lady. Naruto put the pan down and went upstairs. As he opened the door and he saw her still sleeping, he blinked but smiled. softly before saying, "Okay, she must be tired from yesterday. I'll let her sleep until noon." What he didn't notice as he closed the door was that a small note was on the dresser and the sleeping Saiuki was just a bunch of pillows under a blanket. At the gates, "We ready to go?" Kakashi asked as he saw the others ready. They nodded. Sakura then said, "Me, Akina, and Yasuo said bye to Hinata, Kichi, and Kyoko before we left. She seems happy." Kakashi nodded before hearing, "Where's the Dobi isn't the going to say bye to us?" Kakashi smiled under his mask and said, "He said he was going to be busy today and so was his daughter. They have to make a living, you know. They have orders and deliveries they must make and take out." He said goodbye though. Kaji then said, "Good, at least we don't have to see that little Dobi brat of his." Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke almost laughed. Kaji was acting the same way Sasuke acted when Naruto was around, and Saiuki acted the same way Naruto would when he was around Sasuke, when they were kids. They then heard from Yasuo, "Kaji, how unyouthful. Saiuki-chan is a very sweet girl that loves her family." Kaji glared at Yasuo before saying, "What? That girl is psycho." Kaji, "Saiuki is good when you get to know her," said Akina. Kaji glared more before saying, "God, is everyone crazy or something?" Meanwhile, "Oh, he's just lucky I can't go over there and kick him." Hot and angry blue-haired girl with white eyes. She waited near a building and watched them carefully, making sure none of them saw her. She waited before seeing them head out of the village gates. They were in no sight. She ran up to the gate's doors and watched them head into the forest that lead away from her small village. Once she took her step out of the gates, she ran to catch up but tried to make sure they didn't see her. She thought, "Mama, Papa, I'll be back soon. I just want to know why you don't want to go back to your home." Later at noon, Naruto woke up from his nap and yawned. He looked at the time and saw it was noon. As he rose, he went down the halls and opened Saiuki's door. He said in a sleepy voice, "Saiuki, wake up. We need to go to the hospital, remember? Mama is waiting, remember?" Nothing. He blinked before walking over and saying, "Come on, wake up before I put you in a headlock again." He pulled on the blanket before noticing something white was sticking out of the side of the blanket. His eyes widened before he threw the blanket off only to see pillows. His eyes widened more and he yelled out, "Saiuki." Meanwhile, Saiuki sneezed softly and jumped behind a tree. Her heart beat fast as she held onto it. She looked slowly to where Kakashi and the others were at. They didn't seem to notice the noise. She sighed softly before watching them walk more on the road to Konoha. She would duck in bushes and hide behind trees, and each time she would try to make sure they didn't see her. Her feet were not tired though. She knew she had must have walked 5 miles and yet she was not tired. As she saw them rest, she hid behind a tree and opened a water bottle she took before she left the house that day and drank out of it. As she drank, her mind remembered her mother, father, Kichi, and Kyoko. She sighed softly before muttering, "I'll be home soon, guys, don't worry." Meanwhile, Hinata Koi, "We got a problem," Naruto yelled out as he ran into his wife's hospital room. Hinata looked up from her babies and asked, "What's the matter, Naruto Koi?" Naruto took a breath and said, "It's Saiuki, she ran away." Hinata's eyes widened and she yelled out in a panic, "What? Where'd she go? Where did she run off to?" Naruto handed her a letter and said, "Read it." Hinata let Naruto hold on of the babies and took hold of the letter and said, "Dear Mama, Papa, Kichi, and Kyoko. By the time you read this I'll maybe be too far away for you can get me. But don't worry, I'll be fine. I just want to see Konoha. Just once. I know you both said no. But I just want to know more about the place you both grew up in. Please don't go after me. I'll be back home soon. After all, I am the daughter of 2 great ninjas. I'll be home to see Kichi and Kyoko soon. And I'll be home to help cook too. I will always love you all, and please don't worry about me. Love, Saiuki. P.S. Please don't go after me." Hinata was quiet for a moment before saying, "She really is your daughter, Naruto. She really is." Meanwhile, again, Saiuki walked behind them for more miles. About 3 more miles did she run on after the first break. Her feet were still not tired and she didn't know how much longer it was going to take. This was her first time out of her village and she was excited. As she walked more she noticed it wasn't that late, the sun was not ready to go down. She wondered just how close was Konoha, just how much longer did she need to walk before she made it, just how much. She was cut out of her thoughts when she heard a voice, "Okay, come on out. We know you're there." Saiuki froze from behind the tree she was hiding behind and breathed hard. She came from behind the tree and waved to them nervously, "Oh hi guys." "Saiuki." They all yelled out. Saiuki smiled big but was still nervous. Meanwhile, "Hinata Koi, you can't go," Naruto said, trying to stop his wife from leaving too early from the hospital. Hinata wanted to find our daughter. "Please, you have to rest." "And what about Kichi and Kyoko?" Naruto said, trying to keep his wife in the hospital bed. Hinata then said, "No, we have to find her. By now she could be in Konoha getting chased by Hyugas. I don't want my daughter to be near them." Naruto tried to calm his wife down before saying, "Then who's going to watch Kichi and Kyoko?" Hinata stopped before her eyes softened. Yes, who was going to watch her babies? It was then the door burst open and out came a hyper voice, "Hinata, congrats on the twins. Man, if I knew you would be having a baby girl too, I would have gotten her a better gift than a little toy train." They looked and saw the grinning black-haired woman. They both smiled as ideas ran into their heads and they said at the same time, "Jinjin." Meanwhile in Konoha, a boy who was looking to the sky felt the wind change fast. His body shot up and looked around as he felt the wind change so suddenly. He had long blonde hair in a ponytail but brownish eyes, his hair was messy and whatnot. Kyufu Nara was only 7, his mother was from sand while his father was leaf. His life was troublesome, but what can he do? His eyes traveled to where the gates were. He felt the wind blowing from there. Something was coming, and it was going to change Konoha, but he didn't know if it was going to be good or bad. Chapter 7. Konoha, Ramen, and Memories. "Saiuki, what are you doing here?" asked the surprised Kakashi. He and his team knew that someone was following them, they just didn't know who was. He knew this chakra level from someplace but he didn't realize it was coming from the young Uzumaki. His eyes noticed just how high it was. Her level is that of an Chunin already, why didn't I realize this before? As he wondered he heard Sakura ask, "Saiuki, what are you doing here?" Saiuki bit her lip but said, Well, you see I just wanted to see Konoha." She then said quickly, "I know Papa and Mama said no, but I just want to see it. Just once. I know they said some people live there that hurt Mama and Papa, but I still want to know. Mama and Papa never told me anything about their past, and even if they did they would try to make me forget about it. Please don't make me go back. Please just take me to Konoha and then you can take me back if you want to." Sasuke shook his head before remembering. "Well, she is Naruto's daughter, I guess this is to be expected." He then heard Kaji say, "What? No way. You are going home right now." Saiuki glared harshly at the Uchiha, but she stopped when she heard Sakura say, "Kaji, she can't." Kaji looked at the pink-haired woman bewildered. He then heard his father say, "It's getting late and the village is just 2 miles away. The best bet is to let her come with us and then we can bring her home in the morning." Akina then asked, "But what about her parents? They said they didn't want the village to know where they are, and if they see Saiuki they might figure it out." Yasuo nodded and saw it. "Yes, and we still have yet to see if we wish to tell the others." Saiuki looked to the ground before hearing Kakashi say, "Come on, we'll see if we want to tell the Hokage. As for you, you'll be staying with a very good friend of your father. I'm sure he won't tell anyone who your mother and father are." Saiuki looked up at Kakashi and nodded before running up to them. She passed a very pissed off young Uchiha and 2 smiling Akina and Yasuo. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi watched as Saiuki smiled and grinned while talking to Akina and Yasuo. Her and Yasuo got along. Akina and her seemed to be on good terms, but each time Kaji and Saiuki looked at each other they would glare until one of them gave up on it. Sakura then thought to herself, "What are we going to do?" Single quote. Meanwhile, Jinjin, thanks again for watching them. We told the doctors and they said if it's the only way then yes. Oh, can you watch over Chief? 2. Naruto said as he spoke to Jinjin, who held the small boy and girl in her hands. She smiled big and said, "Okay, don't worry about one thing." She then said, "Go hurry and get Saiuki-chan back. and when you find her give her a good grounding." Naruto smiled and nodded before heading out the room. As he reached the entrance of the building he saw his wife standing there. She looked at him as he said, "Let's go, we might have to stop though, you're still weak from giving birth and it's nearing night time. By the time we reach the village it might be past 12, so we'll stop and rest." Hinata nodded and understood. If this was the only way to get her daughter out of Konoha, then so be it. As they started to run they both just wanted their daughter back home, safe and sound. Meanwhile, "Oh hello Kakashi, everyone, so you guys made it back huh? So tell me, have you found any clues?" asked the guard at the gate as he saw Team Kakashi and the children came to the gates. Kiba grinned before Akamaru barked, "Yes, Akamaru is still alive." Kiba looked at his huge dog and said, "What?" Akamaru barked again and looked at the small girl staring at him and his master. Kiba stared at the girl before saying, "Who's she?" Saiuki looked at Kiba and Akamaru before saying, "Hi, I'm Saiuki." She grinned bright. Kiba grinned too and said, "Nice to meet you girl." He then stopped and said, "Hey, you're a Hyuga aren't you? What are you doing outside the village?" Saiuki grinned. Morin was about to say something until Sakura rushed over and said fast, "Oh The Hyugas wanted this soon-to-be ninja how it's like to be on a mission. So we were told to show her." She went WITHS when we left but she was hiding behind Akina and Yasuo. Kiba blinked but said, "Oh okay, so tell me did you find any clues?" Kakashi was quiet until he said, "Sorry Kiba but we need to tell the Hokage first before saying anything about our mission." Kiba nodded before saying, "Okay, go right ahead." Kiba then watched at Team Kakashi and Saiuki walk right into the village. As they went past by Kiba, he softly smiled before hearing from Akamaru who braked. Kiba looked to his old-time buddy and said, "Yeah I know, she smells like the forest and ramen, same smell as Naruto." He folded his arms and said, "Kakashi better tell. I want to know where Naruto and Hinata went. With Saiuki and the others." Saiuki's eyes widened as she stared at the Hidden Leaf Village. She looked around fast and saw buildings, shops, restaurants, and many other things around her. But the two things that caught her eyes were the Hokage Tower and the Hokage Mountain. She stared at the fourth Hokage for a moment. And said to herself, "He has Papa's hair. Style." She then looked to the third Hokage. She looked at him and stared as she felt like she needed to respect him deeply, and then her eyes traveled to the fifth Hokage. She smiled to herself for a moment. She snapped out of it when she heard from Yasuo, "Saiuki-chan. Come on, we are heading to the Iruka-sensei's house." Saiuki looked at him and nodded as she ran over to them. Meanwhile with Iruka sighed deeply as he got done marking the test scores of the test in his house. He looked to the old picture of him and Naruto sitting at the ramen bar laughing and smiling. His eyes then traveled to the other old picture of him and Naruto, Hinata and everyone else close to Naruto's heart, his friends and people that were like family to him. He led softly and started to think, please let Kakashi and his team find them, please. He was then pulled out of his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door, thinking it was Anko coming back from the hospital. He rushed up and ran to the door. When he opened it he was started to say, "Anko-chan, what did the doc?" He stopped when he saw Team Kakashi at his door and a young girl with white eyes staring at him. Later, "Oh, so you want me to watch her while you go talk to the Hokage?" Iruka asked as he looked from Team Kakashi to the smiling Hyuga who was looking at everything in wonder. Iruka then asked, "Why don't you just take her home?" Kakashi then lied out, "Oh you see Saiuki-chan parents are away and no one is there to watch her. Yeah, she can be watched by the others but she hardly gets out much because they train her a lot." Iruka looked to the smiling girl who was looking at an old vase. He then noticed she seemed different from the other Hyugas. He couldn't place it. She felt like he knew her from someplace. He then said, "Okay, yeah sure I'll watch her. I need to stay home anyway. Anko-chan went to the hospital anyway. She woke up sick this morning so yeah. I'll watch her." Kakashi gave an eye smile while Yasuo cheered. Akina and Sakura smiled happily. Sasuke nodded softly and Kaji huffed away not caring about the girl. Iruka then said goodbye to Team Kakashi as they left his house. As he turned around to speak to the young Hyuga he heard a crash. He rushed over to where the crash had happened and saw Saiuki next to the now broken vase. Saiuki looked up and smiled as she said, "Oops. Sorry." Iruka's eyes widened as he saw her big smile. It looked almost like Naruto's. At the Hokage office, "Oh Kakashi, everyone come in," said the smiling Hokage who wanted the news. Kakashi and the others walked right in, as they stared at their happy Hokage who said, "Okay, I know the mission was successful, now tell me. What clue?" Kakashi looked to Sasuke, Sakura, Akina, Yasuo, and Kaji. He closed his eye and said, "We." Meanwhile, "I'm sorry, you know that right?" asked Saiuki as she stared at Iruka who was cleaning up. Iruka smiled and said, "Ye. Ah, I know." Saiuki stared at Iruka before saying as she heard her stomach growl, "Hey mister, can we get something to eat? I didn't really have anything to eat today." Iruka looked at the girl before asking, "How about we go to the ramen stand?" Saiuki eyes widened as she asked, "They have ramen here?" Iruka smiled softly and said, "Yeah, do you like ramen?" Saiuki grinned and said, "Like. I love ramen. My papa makes a lot of ramen but mama gets mad because we eat 4 weeks worth of ramen in 2 days." Iruka blinked for a moment and said, "Really? Well, I guess we can have 1 bowl. Let me just leave a note for Anko-chan and we'll go." Saiuki smiled and pumped her fist in the air yelling, "Yay." Iruka smiled softly before talking to the child. To him, it almost seemed like she was a girl version of Naruto. Only thing was she looked a lot like Hinata. Later at the ramen stand, Iruka's, Chuki's, and Ayame's eyes widened as they saw the little 7-year-old finish her 23rd bowl of ramen. As she sipped the last part she smiled and yelled out, "Done." She looked at Chuki and said, "Hey old man Chuki. Another one please." Chuki's eyes widened more before running to make more. Me then said, "I never thought I'd see the day when someone could eat like Naruto did." Iruka started to cry as he realized the bill was going to be big to pay off. He remembered how the little girl tasted the ramen once and she ate the thing in less than a minute yelling out she wants another one. As Chuki gave her another one she said as she broke the chopsticks, "Man Chuki-san, your ramen almost tastes like Papa's. Only a little better." Chuki blinked and asked, Really? Who is your papa?" Saiuki stopped before looking at Iruka, Ayame, and Chuki. Her eyes went narrowed as she read what Kakashi told her. "Saiuki, some people will hurt your mama and papa if you tell them who your parents are, so if anyone asks, don't tell them who they really are, just tell them something that won't make them think it's them." "Saiuki-chan, you okay?" Iruka asked as he saw the look on the happy girl. Her eyes had narrowed and she seemed to be in deep thought. Saiuki blinked and looked at Iruka before nodding and saying, "Yeah. Sorry, just thinking." "What was the question again?" Ayame then asked this time. "Who are your parents, Saiuki-chan?" Saiuki smiled and said, "Oh, they own a restaurant and cook. They aren't really that big around but they are good cooks. Papa runs the money and stuff, while mama makes the food. I serve the food and make deliveries for them, but right now it's closed." Iruka blinked before hearing Chuki ask, "Why?" Saiuki smiled softly and laughed to herself before saying, "Mama was having brother Kichi. She had him yesterday, but it also turns out that mama was having sister too. Kyoko is her name. Twins. I have 2 little siblings." She looked up and tried to hide her tears. She got up and said, I need to be alone for a while." Before Iruka, Chuki, or even Ayame could stop her, she ran off. As Saiuki ran she couldn't help but cry a little. She missed her mama and papa, she missed Kichi and Kyoko, she even missed those kids in class, and Jinjin. She missed them all and she was just gone for a while. As she ran she didn't notice someone was coming her way. As she turned the corner she hit the person and landed on top of whoever it was. As she looked at the person, she yelled out, "Oops. Sorry about that." The person then said, "OWW. Now that was troublesome." Her eyes widened as she saw brownish black eyes staring at her, and the boy saw white eyes staring at him. Saiuki blushed before getting up fast and saying, Sorry." The boy got up and said, "It's okay." He stared at the girl in front of him. In his mind he thought, "A Hyuga, huh? That's strange. I thought for sure I knew each Hyuga in town but I've never seen her before. Strange. She even said sorry. Not many Hyugas do that." Saiuki looked at the boy before saying as she put her hands on her hips, "Hey, why are you staring at me? Didn't anyone tell you it's not nice to stare at people like that?" The boy blinked before thinking, "Yeah, now I know for sure she is a Hyuga I have never met before. She doesn't act high and mighty, and she even is acting like a normal kid." Kyofu then said, "Oh, sorry for that. I was just thinking." He stopped for a moment before asking, "Who are you?" Saiuki blinked for a moment before saying as she pointed to herself, "Saiuki." She then pointed to him and asked as she smiled, "And you are?" Kyofu blushed a little as he saw her soft smile. He shook it off before saying, "Kyofu Nara." Saiuki pouted a little before saying as she threw her hands in the air, "Too long." She then thought, for a moment before saying, "I'll call you Kyo for short." Kyofu then said, "I'll like it, if you don't." Saiuki grinned before saying, "Too late, I nicknamed you, you're stuck with it." She giggled a little as Kyofu thought to himself, "She is going to be so troublesome." Meanwhile, Hinata-chan, let's rest here. Hinata nodded as her husband pointed to a small wooded area. She walked over still hurting from giving birth. As she sat down she said, "Okay, but we'll start again in an hour or so." As Naruto sat next to his wife and drank his water he heard from Hinata, "Naruto koi. Do you think it was right to hide it from her?" Naruto stopped drinking for a moment before saying, "Hinata koi. I really don't know. Sure, we wanted to live a normal life with a normal family, but at the same time I wonder just how our life would have been if we told her the truth. Would she still be Saiuki or someone else? I really don't know." Hinata looked at her husband before staring at the sky. She closed her eyes and hummed the lullaby. Meanwhile, "Get back here, you little brat!" yelled the angry store man. Saiuki looked back and grinned as she and Kyofu ran from the shop owner. She held a paintbrush and paint bucket she had found in her hands as she ran. Kyofu ran also yelling at her, saying words like, "Why did you paint the guy and his store, huh? Are you crazy? Why am I running? I didn't do anything." Saiuki only laughed as she yelled out, "Because it's fun." She then skirted a bit before dropping the brush and holding onto the bucket. She saw the store owner coming faster. She held onto the bucket and threw the rest of the paint at the man. He was then covered in paint and he fell. Saiuki grinned and yelled out, 10 points, and then ran off again with Kyofu at her side. Too bad for her, she didn't seem to notice was the eyes of a boy and girl on her and Kyofu. The girl had black hair and black eyes, while the boy next to her had red hair and green-blue eyes. They both blinked before girl asked to her cousin, "Hey, wasn't that Kyofu-kun?" The redhead then nodded and said, "Yes, it was." The girl then asked, "Who was that running with him?" The redhead shrugged and said, "I don't know." Later, "That was the best thing ever," Saiuki said with a grin as she landed on the ground. She stared at the sky as she saw it turn orange, red, yellow, and purple. Kyofu glared at the girl before saying, "What? You mean painting on the guy's store and then painting him? You call that the best thing ever?" Saiuki looked at him before saying, "Pretty much." She laughed a bit before staring at the Hokage mountain. She then asked, "Who are those dudes and the lady on the mountain?" Kyofu looked at Saiuki as if she was crazy. He then said, "You don't know about the Hokage leaders?" Saiuki looked at him and said, "Should I?" He gave a sigh before saying, "You know, for a Hyuga you sure are dumb." Saiuki got up and almost yelled out, "What? I dare you to say that again, Kyo. I dare you." Kyofu twitched a little at the name before saying, "Okay, 1, I am not Kyo, and 2, fine, I won't say it." Saiuki smiled a little and said, "Good, and I'm still calling you Kyo." She stopped for a moment before asking, "Well, I want to know." Kyofu gave a sigh before saying, "Fine," and then he told her, "Meanwhile, man, where did she go?" Uruka asked as he looked around town for the small 7-year-old Hyuga. As he looked around he heard the Hokage say, "Uruka." Uruka turned and saw Tsunade, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Akina, Yasuo, and Kaji running to him. Uruka stared at them before saying, "Hokage-sama, what is the matter?" Tsunade then asked out fast, "Where's the girl Saiuki?" Uruka blinked before saying, "I don't know. She ran off when we went to the ramen stand to eat and I've been looking for her." Tsunade bit her lip and said, "Damn." She looked around before saying, "Hokage-sama, why are you looking for Saiuki?" Iruka asked, wondering something. Tsunade looked at Iruka before looking at Team Kakashi, who nodded softly. Tsunade nodded also before saying in a low voice so no one could hear, "She's Naruto's and Hinata's daughter, Iruka. Her full name is Saiuki Uzumaki." Iruka's eyes widened fast before he yelled out, "What?" Meanwhile, Saiuki and Kyufu stared at the laughing pervert who was spying on the women in the bathhouse. Saiuki gave an angry puff while Kyufu blushed a little when he realized what the man was spying on. Saiuki took a breath before yelling out, "Oh my god. Pervert." She smirked as she saw the man freak out at the fact someone saw him, and the women screamed and ran out. Saiuki laughed as she saw the owner run out and beat the white-haired man with a broom. Saiuki laughed before hearing a phone ring. She looked around before noticing Kyufu pull a cell phone out. Her eyes widened and thought, he has a cell phone. What? Mama and Papa doesn't even let me use the house phone alone. She pouted a bit but let it go. She heard him say, "Hello." "Oh hi Mom." "Yes Mom, no problem. Okay, I'll be home soon. Bye." He then looked from the almost beaten to death man and then to Saiuki and said, "I have to go home. My cousins are over in Konoha and it's almost dinner time." Saiuki blinked but nodded as he said, "Bye." With that he left. Saiuki, who sat on the hill near the bathhouses, she looked around and saw the white-haired men still getting beaten. She laughed before her laughter died a bit. She looked to the sky that was still orange, purple, yellow, and other colors. Her eyes grew soft as she felt the wind blow around her, and she could see some stars coming, not many though. Her mind remembered as her father and mother would sit outside on the roof staring at the stars and trying to count as many as they could. She closed her eyes as the wind blew again and she remembered words, so many words, but those words she kept close to her heart, played over and over again. "Saiuki-chan, never forget, me and your father love you with our hearts and never get up on what you want to become." "Okay mommy, I won't forget." "Good girl, now let's get ready for dinner." "Saiuki, always remember, we are like glass windows. We start out unnoticeable, but when we get older we have the chance to remake ourselves and we can be something great." "Daddy, I wanna be a glass whirlpool." "Really? Hey, well, don't let me stop you, be what you want to be." Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata were close to Konoha. They were resting now, and in the morning they were going to find their daughter. They held hands and stared at the night sky through the trees and remembered things. "Mommy, Daddy, guess what? What? I caught a frog at the lake today. Here, look at it." Saiuki. "No, don't let it near the food." "No, Chief, get back here. No, not the good plates." Naruto laughed softly before hearing his wife as him. "What's so funny?" Naruto looked at her and said, "Remember when Saiuki came home with her pet frog, Chief? Damn thing broke all the good plates and nearly ruined the food." Hinata blinked but smiled softly and said, "Yes, I remember. That was the day I first said, she is so much like you, Naruto, so much." Hinata looked at her husband before kissing him softly on the cheek and said to herself, "Every day she does, she becomes more and more like you." Chapter 8. Hyuga House and the Old Hag. Saiuki fell asleep as she counted to stars. She felt the cold summer breeze and turned as she slept. She was in deep sleep and didn't notice the footsteps coming. A young woman walked home before noticing something was the ground. She rushed over and saw it was a little girl that had blue hair. Her white eyes widened a bit before noticing the little girl was just asleep. Hanabi, who was now 22, stared at the girl and looked around to see if the child's parents were around, but she saw none. Naruto and Hinata left when they were 19. They dated for 2 years before getting married and having Saiuki, who was 7. So that makes them 28, I think. The next morning, Naruto heard a strange sound. It was a croaking sound. As he opened his eyes he was staring face to face with black eyes, and the noise was heard again from it. The woods grew quiet before Chief. Naruto threw the frog off and glared as it croaked again. The once small little disaster green frog was now really big. Naruto mentally glared as he remembered the day his daughter got the frog and brought him home. After that day the two were nearly inseparable. He would sleep or ride on her head and he hop over everything. Took both Naruto and Hinata 3 days to get the frog off her bed when she first brought him home, and she said she didn't want him to feel lonely in his cage. The frog croaked again as Naruto yelled out, "Chief, what are you doing here? I thought for sure I closed your tank before I left." It just croaked at Naruto before jumping into Naruto's bag. Naruto sat there for a moment before saying, "What?" The frog sighed before croaking as it heard footsteps. Naruto looked up and saw his wife walking back to him with water. She smiled softly and said, "Turns out Saiuki's little buddy jumped in your bag when you left the house to find me. But I guess we have to thank him. He ate all the bugs that might have been flying around us when we were sleeping." The frog croaked once more happily before jumping out of the bag and onto Naruto's head. Naruto looked up to the frog as it croaked again. Naruto and Hinata laughed a little at this. They then got up and packed up. It was daylight. It was time to find their daughter in the one place they swore never go back to. Meanwhile, Saiuki woke up feeling some sun and a blanket over her. Her eyes wondered, where was she? She rose softly and looked around wondering where she was. She heard a door open in the room and saw a girl with long black. She had white eyes. She even held onto a tray of tea and cookie. As she walked in she said, "Oh, you're awake. I found you asleep on a hill and I noticed your parents were not around, so I took you to the Hyuga." She was then cut off when she saw the young child she had found. White eyes stared into another pair of white eyes. The girl had some pale skin and long bluish hair. She looked almost like her sister. The only thing that was off was the fact she wasn't blushing, and on the top of her hair one unruly piece of hair was sticking out. Hanabi then pulled herself out of memory lane when she heard the young girl say, "Hey lady, why am I here?" The girl didn't seem to know that the woman in front of her was the clan heir. Hanabi then said as she put the tray down and said, "My name is Hanabi Hyuga, the clan heir. I've never seen you before. Who are you?" Saiuki stared at her for a moment before saying, "Saiuki is who I am." Hanabi blinked before asking, "Who are your parents?" Saiuki was silent before glaring a bit, but she said, "My parents. They are not here at the moment." Hanabi asked again, "What are their names?" Ellipsis dot. Saiuki bit her lip and stood as she said, "I can't tell you that." Hanabi twitched in anger a bit but said again, "I want to know, tell me." Saiuki was about to walk out the door when she felt Hanabi grabbed her wrist. Hanabi held on tight and asked once again, but this time yelling, "Who are your parents?" Saiuki pulled away and glared at her. She then ran out the door and rushed down the halls, passing many people with the same white eyes as her, but she knew, just by looking into their eyes, she knew, it was cold, unfriendly, egoist, and many other things. Their eyes were not like her mother's. Their eyes didn't hold light, softness, kindness, caring, or even love. She could hearing footsteps, and once she looked back as she still ran she saw the woman Hanabi and some other white-eyed people. They were behind her. Saiuki turned, and once she did she almost ran into someone. Her eyes widened and she twisted around the tall man with white eyes and brown hair. The monk's eyes widened and he quickly looked at the running girl. Neji thought for a moment that it was Hinata. She did the same thing Hinata did all those years ago, but it wasn't her. Tenten blinked in wonder of who the young girl was. Neji and Tenten saw Hanabi and some others running after the kid. He then heard a loud crash at the hall. Saiuki ran to. He, his wife, and many others ran to see what happened. Saiuki had ran into the Hyuga head. Hiyashi looked at the girl in front of him and his eyes widened as he stared at her. She looked almost like his daughter from a long time ago. As he was going to say something he saw her glare at him and yell out, "Hey you old man! Get out of my way, I'm trying to get out of here." Hiyashi blinked more. He was surprised to see this. Hinata. A look-alike yelling at him like she didn't know who he is. He was going to say something when he heard Hanabi yell out, "Father, stop her." Hiyashi's eyes widened before looking down only to see the Hinata look-alike gone. He looked back and saw her running to the exit of the household. He then told the ones near the exit, "Stop that child." The ones near the gates nodded and went for the running child. Saiuki bit her lip in anger before going under someone who sprang at her. She jumped up and over another. As she almost made it the exit she saw a boy in front of the exit. His arms were folded and his eyes stared at hers. Saiuki saw he was around her age. He had long brownish hair and was carrying a sword on his back. Saiuki slowly stopped knowing she had a few seconds to get the kid out of her way. Saiuki glared and yelled out, "Out of the way." He then said, "I can't let you out." Hiyashi-sama said to stop you. Saiuki clutched her hand and her eyes burned in anger. She bit her lip and yelled again. I said out of the way. I'm not staying here. She heard the footsteps behind her stop, as the boy asked, why? You're a Hyuga. This is your home. Why are you trying to run? Saiuki clutched her hand more and yelled out, because this place is not my home. Home is where Papa is making ramen and smiling. Home is where Kichi-kun and Kyoko-chan will learn how to walk. Home is where Mommy's white eyes are kind and loving. This place only has cold stares. Hiyashi's eyes widened a little, so did Neji, Tenten, and Hanabi's eyes as well. Smiling and ramen, white eyes of kindness and loving. Could she be? Neji and Tenten thought at the same time. Hiyashi and Hanabi's eyes stared at the young girl whose eyes shone with courage and determination. They had only seen eyes that like when they saw a certain blonde. But she looked so much like Hinata. Saiuki looked back and said in a very low voice that only the boy in front of her could hear. Mama told me in her stories that the girl who lived here was treated badly. She was always told she was weak. Mama hates this place and so do I. Saiuki then glared before starting to run. Her speed went faster and faster as she ran at the boy in front of her. He got ready to attack and was about to use gentle fist, until he saw the girl jump. She then landed on his shoulder. With a big smile she jumped off and landed out of the gates. As she ran, once her feet hit the ground she looked back and glared before hearing Hiyashi yell out to stop her now. Meanwhile, Naruto-kun, how can we get in? Once Kiba sees our face he'll tell the Hokage. And even if we try to hide, Akamaru can stiff us out, Hinata said as she looked from the trees. She was shocked to see her once teammate on guard duty but understood when she saw him and Akamaru street up a man who was hiding illegal stuff in his cargo. She looked to her husband and the frog on his head as he said, we need something that can mask our scent. Once we do that, Akamaru can't find us. But where are we going to hide? Hinata asked as the frog croaked in wonder. Naruto looked around before his eyes landed on a traveler and his cart. He could smell the smell from here. It was garlic. Naruto then smiled and looked at his wife. Hinata too had noticed the smell and the cart of garlic. She glared deeply and blushed angry and said, no way. We are so not. Naruto smiled bigger once they saw the man run to the trees to take care of some businesses. He took his wife's hand, jumped off the tree and into the bushes. She made a little eep, but landed right in his arms. She blushed as she saw him smile and run to the cart that was a little bit far from the gates, and Kiba, Hinata noticed the smile and smiled herself. This was the funniest her and her husband had in a while. She was thrown onto the cart and was buried in the garlic, and all she smelt was garlic. She felt arms around her, her husband held her. And all she heard was a croaking sound buried deep inside, and then after it died down the cart moved. She then let her eyes get used to the darkness of the place and saw blue eyes staring at hers. She held on to him too. She then heard the muffled voices. You. Dude, you sell this shit? Hey, sorry dude, it's just me and my dog have very sensitive noises. Just hurry and go. We hate the smell sometimes. And then a bark was heard. They waited for a moment before feeling the cart move again. Naruto muttered as a croaking noise was heard deeper in the garlic. When it stops and the footsteps leave, we'll get out, Hinata nodded. Later that day, Saiuki ran. She had been running for 4 good hours. Ever since she ran from that house, she had a few close calls of getting caught by them. She had passed a garlic cart and kept running. As she still ran, she noticed she had no idea where she was anymore. Once she slowed down, she needed to breathe. She looked to the sky and said, I wanna go home. She then heard, Saiuki. She turned around and saw the man Iruka running at her. Behind him was Team Kakashi and a strange woman with pale blonde hair. She stared at them before saying to Kakashi, I want to go home now, please. Kakashi's visible eye widened a little, but he then looked to Tsunade and Iruka. They stared at the young girl who looked tried, out of breath and sleepy. She noticed the woman and said, hey, you're the Hokage lady, right? Okay then, old hag, tell them to take me home. Tsunade twitched before yelling out, brat. She then bonked the young girl on the head. Later at the office, you didn't have to hit me, you witch. Saiuki yelled out. As she was dragged into the office by the Hokage, Tsunade glared more at the kid before yelling out, God, and I thought your father was bad. Saiuki's eyes widened as she said, how do you know about Papa? Did they tell you? She then looked at Team Kakashi with a glare. Tsunade let the kid go and said, they told me but they won't. Tell me where your parents are. They said that your parents are alive, doing fine. And they told me that their daughter followed them and was with Iruka, and by the time I got there you were gone. Saiuki looked at Team Kakashi and then looked away. She gave a pout. ND said, so why are you looking for me, old hag? Tsunade twitched again, but she said, I can't believe someone is as bad as Naruto. Saiuki blinked but said, how do you know Papa? Tsunade gave a SMIR. K and said, damn, kid is like a grandson to me. Always calling me old hag and making fun of everything. Because of him I became the Hokage. Saiuki blinked but smiled big. She then said, Papa is funny. And since Papa is like a grandson to you, that makes you my great grandmother. Tsunade twitched at the smiling kid again. Saiuki's grin went deeper before Tsunade noticed something, the necklace around her neck. Tsunade's eyes widened as she saw it. She then asked as she pointed, Saiuki, where did you get that? Saiuki blinked but looked at the necklace around her neck. She smiled and said, Papa, he gave me it when I was 4. He said to take care of because it was given to him by someone special. I had it for 3 years. Everyone's eyes widened. This girl had the so-called cursed necklace for 3 years. Saiuki grinned before staring at Iruka, who was very lost. His mind ran around, this entire time, the boy he had thought of as a son. His daughter was right in front of him. He looked at Saiuki and asked, you're Naruto and Hinata's kid? Saiuki nodded before seeing Iruka smile softly. He then said, they're safe, they're both safe. Saiuki looked around the room and saw smiles on the adult's face. They seemed happy. Akina, Yasuo, and Kaji noticed it. Saiuki's eyes darkened a bit but thought, Mama, Papa, people have been worried about you. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata poked their heads out of the cart and looked around. The owner went into a store for the moment. They were near the Hokage Tower by the looks of it. As they both got out, Naruto said, okay, we'll henge in the Ally, meet in the town square in 3 hours. Once we find Saiuki, I want to get out of here. Hinata nodded and ran to the Ally as fast as she could. Thankfully no one was out in this part of town. Naruto reached into the cart and picked out the passed out frog. He gave a small chuckle before hearing a small croak. He smiled before heading to the Ally himself. Chapter 9. Ero Sennin, Old Teammates, and Chief. Saiuki had been in the office for a while, 2 hours maybe. But to her it seemed longer. She very much liked Iruka, who told her stories of her parents when they went to the academy. She even liked Tsunade. Even though she liked bugging the old woman more than anything else, each time she wanted to talk to Tsunade it always had Hababa, great-grandmother, in it. Tsunade found the little brat funny. Even if she was being called her Hababa, and was liking the fact that the little girl was so much like her father, Iruka even liked her. It was like having a little Naruto clone only in Hinata from running around. Saiuki would laugh and smile as she heard the stories of her parents being told. She mostly laughed on the ones when her mama would try to even talk to her papa, as first. She thought that was so not like her mother, but she figured that maybe being with papa all these years she must have got more than a family, a husband, and a good life by just being with him. She always knew papa could put hope, courage, and happiness in someone just by being there, but being with papa for more than 7 years could change you in a big way. Saiuki liked the story when her mama, her team, and papa were out on a mission, and mama saved papa and the others on that mission by trying her hardest in her battle. She smiled more but said, I wonder what papa and mama would do if they found out I was talking to you. Hababa, brat, Tsunade yelled with a smile. Meanwhile, a woman with long red hair and green eyes walked into the store. She looked around for a moment before asking a woman nearby, excuse me, miss. But I'm looking for a little girl, about 7 years old, long bluish hair, smiling. The old woman looked at the lady and said, no ma'am, I don't think I have. But I did hear a rumor that she was seen somewhere around town. The redhead bowed and said, thank you. And she left. Hinata gave a sigh and looked around. She had hanged herself as a redhead with green eyes. Looking for her daughter was hard. She then thought as she went around the stores, please let my daughter be safe. Meanwhile, a man who had black hair and brown eyes looked around Konoha. A frog croaked on his head and he sighed, no sign of his daughter around. He then looked to the frog on his head and said, "Chief, if you were Saiuki, where would you go?" The frog croaked before looking to a building. Naruto, who was the black-haired man, looked and saw a place he never thought he'd see in a long time. The ramen stand. Naruto sighed as he remembered good memories of the place. He looked around for a moment and thought, well, Saiuki-chan does like ramen, why not try this place? He walked in and saw it didn't change much over the years he was gone, the only thing different was that it was bigger. As he looked around he saw two of his favorite people still there. He walked over and sat down. He heard from Ayame, "Hello sir, welcome. Can I get you anything to eat?" Naruto smiled softly to the smiling woman and said, "I'll have some ramen please." Ayame smiled and said, "Which kind sir?" Naruto thought for a moment and said, "Beef please." She nodded and went to the back to tell her father, Chuki. Naruto smiled to himself and thought, they haven't changed, that's good. He was pulled out of it when he saw ramen come into his view. He smelled it and sighed with bliss. As the frog on his head croaked as if saying, "Hey, don't eat ramen. Ask about Saiuki-chan." Naruto took the chopsticks and ate fast. In less than a minute the ramen was gone. He then said, "Man, I forgotten just how good this ramen was." The frog croaked as if saying, "Naruto, we need to find Saiuki-chan." Naruto was in bliss and ordered another one, completely ignoring the croaking mad frog on his head. With a huff the frog said, "Fine, I'll go find her myself." And with that the frog jumped off the happy Uzumaki, who ordered some more ramen. The frog landed outside the ramen stand and went to find his young master. He knew where to look first. Meanwhile, Saiuki smiled and said, "So Papa painted the Hokage heads when he was 12. Iruka nodded and said, "He sure did, but he got in big tr. Obel afterwards." Saiuki laughed and said, "Papa sure was weird." Tsunade laughed and nodded before looking at Team Kakashi and saying, "I just want to know something." She then looked back at the SMI. Ling Hyuga in the chair, who blinked, "Why do your parents don't want to come back?" Saiuki blinked softly and said, "I really don't know. Papa and Mama said something about being torn apart by Mama's family. Something about them not liking Papa, and then the villagers too would see me, Kichi, and Kyoko as they saw him or something. Papa and Mama love each other with their hearts, so I know no one can tear them apart. Like this one time at the restaurant, some bad people came in saying to give them the money we have, and they then saw Mama and said to hand over Mama. Papa didn't like it." Ellipsis. A 4-year-old Saiuki woke up from her nap once she heard something downstairs. She slowly rose and went to the staircase. Once she got to the bottom she saw about 5 men in her home restaurant and buy tea. He looks of it they didn't seem friendly. She hid behind the wall fast and watched. She saw father get from his chair from behind the counter and say, "I'm sorry sirs, but we are not ready to open, ple. Ace leave at once." The men smirked and one said, "Yeah, sure, we'll leave, on one condition. Hand over all the money you have in that little safe of yours and then we'll leave." Then one man saw the necklace around her father's neck. He smirked and said, "And that pretty little necklace too." She watched her father fold his arms as the men soon pulled the swords and weapons at their sides. Her eyes widened in fear, but once she saw the look on her father's face she knew he was not scared of them. Daddy's not scared. She thought softly in wonder why her father was not scared for his life. She watched as her father said, "Sorry sirs, but I can't do that. My daughter's birthday is coming up and this necklace is for her birthday. As for the money. Ellipsis. How about no?" Her eyes blinked. Sure, she ally liked the necklace, but would her father really give her the necklace? I mean, he did tell her it was a very special thing someone gave him. She watched the men get mad. Then at that moment her mother came from the kitchen room. Once she came in the room it was quiet. Her mother's eyes widened as she stared at the armed men in her home. The men faces grew smirks and one said that Saiuki guessed was the leader. Well, who do we have here? What a pretty little thing you have in this place." She watched her father's eyes narrow fast and her mother's face grow with disgust at the men in the room. The leader spoke and said, "Never knew someone can have such a lovely bitch around, so why not ditch the loser of this place and come with us, lady?" She watched her mother get more disgusted and her father get more pissed off. Her mother then said, "Excuse me, but I will not be talked to like this, and to let you know I am married, so back off you pigs." The men glanced at her before. The leader said, "So this loser married such a bitch, huh? Might as well take her too along with the money. Men kill the husband, take the money and wife, and then after you're done go look for the child and kill her too." Her eyes widened as she heard those words. She then looked to her parents and saw their faces. She felt strange now. It was like she wanted to go back upstairs and hide. Her parents' eyes were wide and had anger flash in them. She watched her father glare hard and say, "You lay one hand on my wife and child and I swear I will kill you." The men chuckled before the leader said, "Let's see you try." His men then charged at her father. Saiuki gasped and she closed her eyes until she heard some whacks, hits and kicks being sent. She opened them and saw all the men that charged at her father on the ground in pain and beaten. The leader gasped and said, What did you do? What are you?" She watched her father say, "My name is nothing you should know." She then saw her father run at the man and kicked him. The man went flying out the restaurant and he hit the doors only to break them. She watched with wide eyes her father did that. She then saw her father sigh and say, "Good thing we have money. Because now I need to find a new door." She watched her mother chuckle softly before watching her father hug her mother. She saw her mother hug him back and he said, "I love you. And I swear I'll never let anyone hurt you or Saiuki." She saw her mother smile and say, "I love you too, Naruto, and I swear also to never let anyone hurt you or Saiuki." Saiuki moved from her spot and decided to let her parents be alone. She rushed back upstairs but her mind thought, how did daddy do that? And mommy didn't seem surprised. Did she know daddy can do that? Saiuki's soft L.Y. smiled and said, "Mama and Papa didn't know I was watching so I never told them." She then looked at Yasuo who yelled out, "What love your parents have. They still have much flames of youth." Saiuki smiled before hearing, "I also heard that Naruto and Hinata have 2 more children now, is that true?" She looked to Tsunade who was smiling softly Byaku's of the story. Saiuki nodded and said, "Yeah. Kichi and Kyoko Uzumaki." Tsunade smiled softly and said, "I heard she gave birth to them when Team Kakashi found them." Saiuki nodded and said, "Yeah, and then Mama crushed Papa's hand while she was having them. It was funny." Tsunade laughed and the others laughed and thought of an image of a chibi Hinata crushing the poor chibi Naruto's hand. Akina heard something in the room as the others laughed. She looked around before her eyes landed on the widow. They widened and she screamed. Everyone stopped and stared at her and then to the window. Sitting on the window was a huge frog that croaked. Akina held onto her mother and yelled out, "Gross. It's a huge frog." Kaji raised an eyebrow and said, "What is a huge frog like that doing here?" They stared for a moment before hearing, "Chief." They turned and stared at Saiuki who seemed surprised. They stared at her before watching her run over and picking up the frog. She looked at him and said, "Chief. How on earth did you get here?" The frog croaked and sat in its master's arms happily. Akina yelled out, "You." Saiuki put that thing down. "It's a frog." Saiuki blinked and said, "Yeah, I know, it's my pet frog. I named him Chief and he's my best friend." They stared at the girl who smiled. The older ones all thought, "Wow, she really is Naruto's daughter. She loves frogs. I bet she won't mind toads either." Just then the door burst open. Being dragged in was a man with long white hair. He wore makeup and he was passed out. The woman that dragged him in yelled out, "Tsunade-sama. I found this pervert near the hot springs again, please kill him. This is the 9th time this week and it's only Wednesday." And with that she turned away, let Jiraiya go and left muttering curses. Sakura, Akina, and Tsunade glared deep at the white-haired man who was passed out. While Yasuo, Sasuke, Kaji, and Kakashi felt sorry for what the future will hold for the man. That was until Saiuki yelled out, "Hey, it's Mr. Old Pervert, I remember seeing you." Everyone then stared at Saiuki and then Jiraiya, who had heard what the child said, jumped up and pointed to her yelling, "You." Saiuki blinked and said, "Me what?" He glared at the small Hyuga and said, "I recognize your voice. You're that person from yesterday." Saiuki smiled and said, "Yeah, that was me, so what?" He then said, "Because of you, you little brat, I lost some good research." Saiuki glared and said, Well then maybe next time you shouldn't be peeping on women, you old pervert. She and Jiraiya glare hard and lighting surrounded them. They stared at each other in anger before Jiraiya blinked. Saiuki said, I win. Old man loses. Jiraiya twitched before saying, okay, who's the brat and who does she belong to? He turned to Tsunade who smirked. That meant she knew something he didn't know. He blinked before looking at the kid again. She was a Hyuga, but Jiraiya knew for sure he never seen her before. She had long bluish hair and it looked familiar. He then noticed. She wasn't like the other Hyugas. She seemed to have a bubbly and happy aura around her, unlike the other Hyugas who auras were cold and uncaring. It was then he noticed her grin, now that looked very familiar. He then noticed three things. 1. The kid had a bubbly attitude. 2. The kid was holding a very huge frog, plus she was a girl and girls were supposed to hate frogs and toads, and last, she had Tsunade's old necklace around her neck. His eyes widened and stared at the happy girl as Kaji sighed annoyed. Akina shook her head softly and Yasuo joined in the happiness of the girl. Nade smirked and said, Jiraiya, I want you to meet Saiuki Uzumaki, daughter of Hinata Hyuga and your student Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya looked from Saiuki to Tsunade, very big eyes. You mean to tell me that Naruto scored with Hinata? Tsunade twitched a little but nodded, as he stared at the girl Saiuki, who stared at him after she was done doing a victory dance with her frog, and said, so old man, who are you? Jiraiya twitched but said as he did his pose, Jiraiya the Great Toad Sennin. Remember that. He grinned before Saiuki pointed to him fast and said, hey, you're that man in Papa's stories. You're Arrow Sennin. Tsunade and everyone in the room laughed as Jiraiya fell to the floor twitching and muttering cruises in his head at Naruto for telling the little girl the nickname Naruto made up for him. Saiuki stood there before staring at her pet frog, asking, was it something I said? The frog croaked softly in her arms and tilted its head. Meanwhile, sir, I think you had enough ramen. Ayame said as she saw the man eat his 43rd piece of ramen. Naruto stopped for a moment and stared at his mountain. He blinked before saying, I think you're right, he ate the last piece before getting up. He paid as Tsuki just stared at the mountain of ramen. Naruto stopped for a moment and asked, have you seen a girl, about this big, bluish hair, loves ramen to death, around here, have you? Ayame blinked but nodded. She said, Saiuki-chan. Yeah, we know her, she was here yesterday with Yumino-san, but she ran off. He went looking for her as soon as she rushed off. Why do you ask? Naru to blinked but said, I'm a friend of her parents. They wanted me to watch over her once I got back from a mission. Thanks for telling me. I'll go find Iruka and ask him. Well, later. As he rushed off, Ayame blinked before saying, wait. I never told him Yumino's first name. How did he know it was Iruka? Meanwhile, Hinata rushed by some people. She would ask a few people and they saw her daughter, but mostly it was a no. Each time she saw a Hyuga she would run and hide from them, not wanting to get caught by them. As she sighed, but then she almost ran into someone, she looked and her eyes widened. She muttered to herself, Shino, Kiba. They looked at the redhead and Kiba smiled as he said, sorry about that, didn't see you there. Hinata bit her tongue but said, no, I should be saying sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. Daddy, yelled some voices. Hinata stopped and looked to the road not far from them. Coming down the road was a small girl and boy running as fast as they could. Behind them was a small boy and two puppies that ran after the girl and boy. Both were the same age. They rushed to Kiba as he smiled and said, Keigetsu, Hanran. Hinata watched her old teammate hug the two children. The girl with light brown and green eyes said, Daddy, did you get off your guard shift today? Can we go to the park and play with the puppies? Please. Kiba laughed and said, sure ka. Getsu. Then the little boy with brown hair and green eyes said, can we get ice cream too? The puppies that caught up braked and waged their tails. Hinata smiled softly at the twins of her old teammate. But stopped when she looked to a small boy who had black hair and black eyes. He was staring at her for a while. Shino noticed it and said, Shoya, it's not nice to stare. The boy Shoya blinked and looked away. Hinata softly smiled more. Then she heard Kiba say, hey lady, what were you eating? You smell like garlic. Hinata laughed nervously but said, I ran into some man selling garlic and I fell into his cart by accident. I was just heading home to change, but can I ask you all something? They looked at each other and nodded. Hinata then asked, have you seen a little girl that goes by the name Saiuki? Kiba and Shino's eyes widened slowly. Kiba had told Shino about Saiuki when they met up at the school gates after Kiba dropped Akamaru at home. He told Shino that the kid smiled and acted like Naruto but looked like Hinata. As they talked about it, it clicked. Naruto and Hinata had a kid and she was in Konoha. Not wanting to bring any danger or chaos to the kid, they decided to wait for the kid to tell them. But now they knew something was strange. Kiba smelled the air again and noticed something. Under the smell of garlic was another smell. It smelled a lot like his old teammate. Shino watched her careful until he heard his son say, "Lady, take the henge off and tell us who you are." Hinata's eyes widened before staring at Shoya. They stared at each other for a moment. Bef. Or she said, "You have a very smart son, Shino." She looked back at them and said with a soft sad smile, "But I can't do that." And before they could stop her, she disappeared fast. Hinata saw her old teammates look around fast and try to find her. She sat on top of the Ninja Academy roof and said with a sad smile, "Sorry guys." She turned back and jumped off the roof, knowing that Kiba and Shino were going to track her down if she stayed any longer. Meanwhile, Saiuki hugged her frog in her arms. Akina was still holding on to her mother in fear of the gross frog. Yasuo was saying something abo. Oot. Such youth for a girl to not be afraid of frogs. Kaji just wondered a lot about what the heck the kid had been feeding that frog. Sakura only patted her daughter on the head trying to calm her down. Sasuke was thinking the same thing as his son was. Kakashi only patted the frog on its head saying it was awesome and such. Iruka smiled and asked her how did she get the frog. Tsunade laughed and patted Saiuki on the head saying, "Like father, like daughter," while Jiraiya grinned and said, "That girl is not afraid of anything. Not even frogs." As Saiuki held Chief, she then wondered how her parents were doing. Did they miss her? Were they waiting? Are they sad? How is Kichi and Kyoko? Many questions came to mind until she felt Chief wiggle out of her hands and onto the floor. She stared at her frog for a moment before it croaked and jumped to the window. "Chief?" Saiuki asked quietly before watching her frog croak once more and jump out the window. Her and the others' eyes widened. She rushed over to the window and looked. She saw her frog had landed on some people who started to freak out because a frog fell from the sky. She yelled out, "Chief!" She then saw her frog sit near a building waiting for her. She then muttered as she stared down to her pet, "You want me to follow you?" Chapter 10. Call of the Frog and Disaster on its way. Saiuki ran. She ran out the room, before Tsunade, Jiraiya, or anyone else could do so. Saiuki ran down the halls and the stairs. She kept running until she went past some people who she remembered seeing in the Hyuga house, that lady Hanabi. Some guy with long brownish hair, the kid she used as a trampoline, the lady with the buns in her hair, and Hanabi's father, Hiyashi. As she ran past them she ran over the kid making him hit his father, who fell on Tenten. Who pushed Hanabi by accident, who pushed her father into a bucket of water on the floor because someone forgot to get the mop bucket. Saiuki looked back and laughed softly before running faster. She looked back again and saw them plus the Hokage, Kakashi, Iruka, Jiraiya, and the others following her. She looked back up and saw she was nearing the exit. What she didn't know was that her pet was leading her to her parents' meeting spot. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed as he talked to Anko, who was mood swinging. As soon as he said Iruka's name she went on a rant about him not being home, him out somewhere, etc. Naruto knew Anko was mood swinging because when Hinata first got pregnant she did the same thing. He felt sorry for his old sensei as he remembered how bad it was when Hinata had Saiuki. As he said goodbye to Anko, who was still ranting, he sighed. First he lost his daughter, then he lost her pet frog, now he had no idea where they were, and he knew his daughter was going to kill him. Now that her frog was gone. As he sighed more he looked up and his eyes widened. In front of him was Gaara, Kankuro, Ino, Shikamaru, Tamari, Lee, Choji, and with them was kids around Saiuki's age. Gaara stood next to a boy with red hair and green-blue eyes. It was like a mini Gaara. Kankuro stood next to a small girl who had black hair and black eyes. She had a small puppet to her side. Ino and Choji were watching their little boy with brown hair messing with his older sister who had blonde hair yelling at him to stop. Tamari and Shikamaru was watching their son Talk about a crazy girl he met the other day. Lee was busy smiling, saying his mission was completed and that he was heading home to see his wife and children. Naruto watched them in wonder, but he stopped when he noticed that Lee had noticed him. Lee rushed over and said, "Hello my youthful friend. My name is Lee, what is yours?" Naruto blinked and thought fast. "Oh my name is Andrew." "Yeah, Andrew." Lee grinned before saying, "Well, hello Andrew-san. What brings you to Konoha?" Naruto then said, "Oh, I was trying to find my friend's little girl. She went missing a few days ago and we found out she's in Konoha. Have you seen a little girl named Saiuki around?" Quote. Lee shook his head no and said, "Sorry but no. But I will tell my friends to keep a lookout for the youthful girl." Naruto smiled softly and said, "Thanks. I better get back to looking for her." And before Lee could ask if he needed help to find the young girl, Naruto rushed off. Lee then said as he blinked, "Is he a ninja? He ran almost as fast as I would." But once he said that he heard Kyufu say to his Shikamaru, and she said her name was Saiuki. "I swear, never in my life had I met such a strange Hyuga before. She's very troublesome." Lee then said, "Wait. Someone named Andrew was looking for a girl named Saiuki. Kyufu, do you know where she is?" Kyufu looked at Lee and said, "I think I know." Tamari then sked out. "Shikamaru, should we go ask the Hokage if she's seen this Saiuki around?" Shikamaru nodded softly and said, "Yeah." As they started walking to the tower, Shikamaru thought, "Kyufu told me his girl looks like Hinata, and by the sounds of it she acts just like Naruto. Hey, Naruto and Hinata finally hooked up, huh?" As they walked they went right to the town square, the same area where Naruto had run off to. Meanwhile, Hinata felt her teammates and their children right behind her. She smiled soft knowing her old teammates were still good at tracking, but since she knew their tricks there was no way she was going to let them catch her. As she kept running she noticed she was running near the town square. Knowing she was supposed to meet Naruto there in a few minutes, she de-iced to try to lose them in the huge crowd that was always there each day. With them all, they didn't know. No one knew, as Naruto's and Hinata's old friends went to the town square, as Hinata's family rushed there too. As villagers stood and walked around the square, her parents didn't know that they were close to their daughter, so very close, no one knew that the little Hyuga girl who was chasing her frog was heading that way. Saiuki kept running until she saw her frog stop right in the middle of the town square. People watched because no one had ever seen such a huge frog before. They then saw the frog croak loudly. Hinata had ran into the hanged Naruto and Naruto ran into the hanged Hinata. They stared at each other before Naruto said, "Lee and the others are looking for Saiuki now too, we have to find her fast." Hinata then said in a panicked tone, "Kiba and Shino are on my tail, I need to hide fast. Remember when I was on their team we were the best trackers?" Naruto nodded and held onto his wife and tried to get through of the crowd. He looked around and saw Lee and the others staring at something. He looked and saw Kiba and Shino with some kids rushing to the crowd. He pushed his way deeper into the crowd before hearing something. "Chief." It was Chief's croaks, but they were really loud. Naruto and Hinata knew that those croaks meant something. They remembered one time when Saiuki was small. She and Chief went to play near the woods. She fell and broke her leg very badly. Chief sent a strange loud croaking sound out and everyone in town heard it. When they reached Chief they found Saiuki crying her eyes out saying it hurts. The doctor had said if Saiuki was still in the forest by the time they got her to the hospital, her leg would have been beyond repair. They pushed through the crowd and saw the frog croaking louder and louder. The croaking stopped and the world was quiet. Everyone stared at the frog that sat there as it looked around. Kiba and Shino and their kids stared at it too. Lee and the others watched in wonder. The Hyugas that were running around stopped and stared too, but they then heard something. Footsteps. Someone was pushing their way through the crowd. Once that person did, she ran to the frog. Everyone stared at the young Hyuga who bent down to her frog and asked, "Chief, what was that all about?" She reached down and, before she could pick him up, it croaked again. She covered her ears in some pain. She yelled out, "Chief, knock it off. She then looked around and saw people were staring at her, a lot of people. She looked around and saw some strange guy wearing green with some other people. She stared at a blonde and smiled. Kyufu was there. She then noticed the guy Kiba, she met at the gates, was next to some twins and another guy who wore sunglasses. She looked more and saw the Hyugas she had met before staring through the crowd. She turned her head and stared at the Hokage and the others. She closed her eyes and wished she was home. To hear her parents telling her to wake up, asking her if she wants to do something for that day. Her eyes opened as she heard, Saiuki. She looked up and saw a woman with long red hair and green eyes. A man who held onto her had black hair and eyes. She stared at them and wondered how they know her name. She stopped and stared more and more at them. She saw the woman's eyes, they seemed familiar. She felt calm and safe. She looked at the man and saw his eyes, they seemed happy and strong. Her own eyes widened as she looked at them. She stared at them before realizing something. Her lips tumbled in wonder and her eyes was filling up in tears. She felt her heart beat fast and before she knew it she ran. She ran to the man and woman, who were running to her too. She was yelling the only names she knew. Mama, Papa. She jumped and hugged her mother. Hinata held onto her daughter and Naruto held her too before a loud noise flew around them. Poof. Everyone shielded themselves as they saw the dust and smoke fly around them, all wondering different things. Meanwhile, Jinjin smiled as she saw the twins laugh as they saw her make funny faces. She then looked around and felt trusty. As she rose she made sure a doctor was in the room to watch the twins as she left. Once she reached the halls she looked around. Her eyes darkened a bit as she realized no one, not even nurses, were on this floor. It was quiet, too quiet. She looked around and saw the lights flicker on and off. Then she heard something, footsteps. She looked to where some lights flickers more and more. In wonder she stared before her eyes widened. At the end of the hallway was two men, both wearing long coats with red clouds on them. One man was blue and looked like a shark, and the other man had long black hair. Her eyes widened. She took a step back before hearing, "Hello, I'm looking for the children of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. Tell me, is that door right there? Go to their room. He told me to pick them up for him." It came from the man with long hair. Jinjin stared at them before taking hold of the door. She opened it and closed it as soon as she got in. The doctor stood not knowing what was happening. He asked, "Jinjin, what is wrong?" Jinjin stared at him with fear and said, "Lock the door now." The doctor saw the fear and rushed to the door. He locked it fast. He stared at the door before hearing footsteps coming. He then heard, "Akatsuki is here for Naruto's and Hinata's kids Uneri." Somehow they found out. Uneri eyes widened. No one knew, not even Naruto and Hinata knew that Uneri the kind doctor and Jinjin the funny toy shop owner once were ninjas themselves, but not just any ninjas, they were once Anbu. Both hated the ninja life because their families forced them to be ninjas, so to escape it, they both faked their deaths and came to Kurogari village to start a new life. Both were in love but was afraid to tell each other. When Jinjin and Uneri met Naruto and Hinata, they knew who Naruto and Hinata was. Both were afraid that they would find out and tell their old village, but after hearing Naruto's and Hinata's tale they both decided to help them fit in. Since Jinjin and Uneri once were ninjas themselves, they both knew of the Akatsuki from years ago. Both knew what Akatsuki was capable of, both knew what they wanted. As Jinjin took hold of the twins she heard the door breaking. Kisame, she knew for sure, was the one doing it. She remembered when she first heard of the Akatsuki. She heard they were people who didn't care who lived or died, and they went after those that carried the demons, and she knew they were ones to fear. And when she found Naruto's secret she felt sorrow for Hinata if anything happened to him. She heard the children cry in her arms as they heard the noise. Uneri stared as the door started to break. He looked to Jinjin and said, "Get out, now. I'll hold them off. Just get Naruto's and Hinata's kids out of here. Go to Konoha and tell them. Protect these kids with your life." Jinjin stared at her old-time friend and crush. She shook her head no, not wanting to leave him, but knew she had to. He did some hand signs and placed a barrier on the door so Kisame would have to take more time to break it. He rushed over to the window and looked below. Below them was some trees. He then said, "Get to the trees, land on the branches and run to Konoha. Don't stop for anything. Just run." She rushed to the window and held onto the kids tighter as they cried more and more in her arms. She looked down and then looked at her old friend. They stared at each other as they heard the breaking of the door more and more. She took a breath as she held onto the crying babies in her arms. He touched her face and said, "I'll be okay. Just go." He leaned close. He kissed her softly on lips. She blushed softly before saying, "Don't die on me. I swear I'll kill you if you do." He smiled softly before nodding. He watched her jump out of the window with the kids in her arms. As she fell, she cried softly as she heard the door break. She closed her eyes and prayed hard. Unari looked at Itachi and Kisame, both men from Akatsuki. He pushed his glasses up and said with a glare, "Sorry, but visiting hours are over." Itachi and Kisame stared at him with a smirk. Chapter 11. Family and Fears. She didn't know how. She didn't know how. She knew it was her parents, but she just did. Something in her heart and mind told her it was them. She held onto them as tight as she could. Her parents held onto her, both not wanting to let go Becca. They feared she would disappear into nothing. She and her parents knew the dust and smoke was clearing now. The wind blew around them softly and took the smoke and dust away. She cried softly as he remembered the warm hug her parents gave to her when she had a bad nightmare, or when she hurt herself to bad, or anything like that. Once the smoke and dust cleared around them, they heard gasping and people muttering things. But they didn't care. Hinata, Naruto and Saiuki didn't care. As long as they had each other again, they didn't care. Saiuki held onto her parents before saying to them, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stay from home too long. I just wanted to see Konoha. Even if it was just once, even if I got grounded until I'm 40. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other for a moment before laughing softly and hugging their daughter again. Naruto said, Saiuki, you're not going to grounded until you're 40. Saiuki blinked for a moment before letting go and staring at them eye to eye saying, I'm not. Hinata nodded softly and said with a smile, no you're not. You're grounded for life, you little troublemaker. Saiuki froze in her spot before yelling out, that's not fair. Naruto laughed before patting her head saying, now whoever said life is fair? Saiuki stopped for a moment before smiling and laughing. Hinata and Naruto did too. But their laughter died down when they heard, Naruto. Hinata. They looked up and saw a familiar face. Naruto stood slowly. He placed his hands in his pockets and smiled softly to the old Hokage. He gave a grin and said, hey old hag, been a long time hasn't it? Tsunade stared at the blonde before yelling out, brat. She then went over and punched him in the head hard. He hit the ground and left a dent in the ground. Saiuki. I and Hinata blinked for a moment before Hinata sighed and Saiuki laughed at what the old woman did. Naruto twitched in the ground before getting up and yelling, you didn't have to hit me you witch. Tsunade stopped as she was about to send another hit. She blinked and smiled softly saying, damn, you and your daughter sure are alike. She said the same thing to me when I hit her for calling me old hag. Naruto stopped and then looked back to his daughter who was smiling big. Hinata sighed and chuckled for a moment. But she stopped when she heard, Hinata, Naruto, Hinata, and Saiuki looked at Hiashi, Hanabi, and the other Hyugas who stared wide-eyed at their runaway heiress. She stared at her father, sister, and other members of her family for a moment before feeling Saiuki tugging her shirt, who was now holding Chief. Hinata looked at her as Saiuki asked, Mama, who's the old guy, the strange lady, and the other people? Ellipsis quote. Hiashi, Hanabi, and the other Hyugas were taken back by this. Hiashi then thought, wait. If she's Hinata's child then that means, she's, before he could get done thinking he heard Hinata say, the old man, is my father Hiashi, in other words your grandfather Saiuki. The strange lady is my sister Hanabi, in other words your aunt, and the other people with them are your family members. You see Saiuki, before I married you father, my last name was Hyuga but after I married him it changed to Uzumaki, and those people are from the Hyuga clan. Hinata glanced at her father and the others before saying, as much as I'd rather not allow you to know them. I believe my father and sister has the right to know about my daughter. The Hyuga's eyes widened big. Hinata, the once always stuttering, shy girl just said 2 sentences without blushing, stuttering, or fainting. Saiuki stared at her grandfather, aunt, and the rest of her family. She stood holding Chief and walked slowly at them. Hiyashi stared at his first granddaughter. She was Chloe. Say to him, still holding the croaking frog that seemed to glare at him. She smiled softly. Hiyashi stared more and thought. She looks so much like Hinata, but his thoughts stopped when he felt a kick in an unpleasant place. He fell to the floor hearing people gasp, and the words, "Mama told me stories about a girl who lived in your clan. She was always put down because she had a kind heart and that her own father thought of her as a weak person. How dare you think Mama is weak? She's a strong person, stronger than all of you put together." Then heard some people laughing: Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Sakura, Akina, Yasuo and a few others. He looked from the ground and saw Hinata blinking about 3 times before chuckling at the ranting Saiuki, who was yelling at each Hyuga there. Meanwhile, "Keep running, got to keep running," thought Jinjin as she rushed through the forest. She made it out of the village, was now running to Konoha with much speed. She was maybe now just a mile or 2 away from Konoha. She looked down to the babies that cried in her arms. She held onto them and thought, "I need to keep running, I can't give up." As she kept running, memories of meeting Naruto and Hinata, her and Unary double dating with them at times, she helping them open the restaurant, her being there when Saiuki was born, watching Saiuki take her first steps, and many more memories rush in her head before it got to the twins in her hands. She may have known them for not even a week, but she cared deeply for them. As she kept running, she could hear footsteps behind her. She closed her eyes and thought, "Dear God, they got past Unary, please let him be all right." As she about to jump on a branch, she took a glance back and her eyes widened. Pain, a sharp pain in her legs. She looked down and saw about 2 kunais in her legs. Her legs gave out because of the pain and she fell before she was almost to the branch. As she fell, she saw she was about to hit sharp rocks. Her eyes widened as she heard the babies cry harder. Meanwhile, Naruto finally pulled his daughter away from the fearing Hyugas. He also tired not to laugh as he realized his daughter could strike fear in the most pride-driven clans out there. Hinata was also finding it hard not to laugh at the look on her family. She stopped when she saw Neji and a boy who looked like him walk forward. They stared at each other for a moment before Neji said, "So, you and Naruto finally got together, huh?" Hinata smiled softly and nodded before saying as she stood, "Yes, we did. And we are both very happy with our lives at this moment. Oh, by the way, this is my daughter Saiuki Uzumaki. She's mine and Naruto's firstborn." Neji and Tenten smiled softly before he said, "This is Yaku, mine and Tenten's son." Saiuki then stared at Yaku. She pointed and said, "Hey, I remember you. I used you as a trampoline to get out of that house." Hinata blinked for a moment as Naruto started to laugh to himself, just imaging Neji's kid being used as a trampoline by his kid was funny. Hanabi then spoke up, "Hinata, she's really your daughter." Hinata stared at her sister and nodded. Hanabi stared at the smiling little Saiuki who was poking Yaku in the face saying, "Mr. Trampoline." She then thought, she may look like Hinata but she acts so different than her. Amazing. Is it because her father is Naruto? Is it because he cared for her far better than Dad did? And the way Hinata spoke to us earlier, she's not afraid. She stopped for a moment and thought, wait, she said firstborn, then that means. She looked to Hinata. As she saw her father finally getting back up, "Hinata, you said your daughter is your firstborn, then that means you have more kids." Everyone there who didn't know stopped and stared at the Uzumaki family in wonder. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji thought, "Naruto's been busy, huh?" Lee, Tenten, and Neji thought, "I wonder how many more they have." Gaara, Konkuro and Tamari thought, "I bet they are just as crazy as their father is." Shino and Kiba thought, "Hinata must be so happy." Anko then thought, "More. Man, kid has been busy. I wonder if they have some around mine and Aruka's soon-to-be-born age." Kurenai smiled softly and thought, "Hinata has to be very happy. She got to give Naruto a family that has both of their blood inside." Asuma sighed a bit but thought, Naruto must have had it pretty bad during those 9 months. After all, if Kurenai was crazy when she was going through it, just imagine what Hinata's was. Guy was mostly thinking, what youthfulness they have. To have more than one children is a blessing. They must have much joy. Jiraiya chuckled before opening his book and writing things down for a future story. but it stopped when Tsunade smacked him in the head. Hinata Lu. Ked to Naruto, who nodded, and Saiuki, who still held onto her frog. Hinata spoke and said, "Yes, Hanabi, I have more kids, but only 2, they are twins. The boy is named Kichi and the girl is named Kyoko. They were born a few days ago really, but you see, since Saiuki ran off, I went the day after I gave birth to them to bring her home." Everyone stopped and stared at the woman, who now hardly had any baby fat now. Mostly because she ran almost the entire way to Konoha and was running from her old teammates. It was then Hiashi rose and yelled out, "What? Hinata, you left your newborn children after you just gave birth to them." Naruto watched his wife put her hands on her hips, saying, "Hey, don't worry, they are being watched by mine and Naruto's most truest person." Hiashi stared at Naruto with a disbelieving look. Naruto rose his hands up and said, "Hey, I told her she needed to rest and watch the kids, but she was not willing to sit down and let her firstborn daughter run around Konoha, so don't go blaming me, Hiashi." Hiashi sighed softly before hearing, "Hinata Hyuga, how dare you marry that monster? How dare you produce children for him?" Ellipsis quote. Everyone stopped and turned to the Hyuga Eld. Members who was watching the entire time. Most of those old crones were angered that their heiress married the Kyuubi. Naruto didn't look at them, and Hinata's eyes raged with anger at them for calling her husband a monster. Smack. The Hyuga elder that said those words about Naruto was then punched far from where he stood. The other elders stared at the angered woman who punched him. Hinata G. read at the other elders and said, "Any more of you bastards want to say anything about my husband or about my children?" They gulped and shook their heads no. Hinata smiled sweetly and said, "Good, hi." Nata then started to walk back to her husband and daughter. She stopped and said, "Oh, by the way, my name isn't Hinata Hyuga anymore, it's Hinata Uzumaki, get it right." They nodded fast, still in fear. Hiashi, Hanabi, Neji, and a few other Hyugas fought the wanting moment to laugh their asses off, to think that the once shy, blushing, weak girl of the Hyuga clan, now just punched and was a boo. She ready to kill anyone who talked bad about her family. Hinata stopped for a moment and her eyes widened. She then thought, why? Why do I feel like someone just tore my heart out? She looked up to Naruto and Saiuki, who had the same look as her, but before they could do anything their old friends rushed over and talked to them. Their own children rushed over too and spoke with Saiuki, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Iruka, Anko, Kurenai, Guy, and Asuma smiled softly as they saw their old students laugh and talk away at that moment, finally being whole again, but no one could shake the feeling off that something horrible was happening at that moment. Meanwhile, Jinjin felt the rocks in her back. The babies cried harder now. She held onto them, not wanting to let them go. She tried moving off rocks, but she was in too much pain now. Her breathing was getting harder and harder. She heard footsteps nearing her and the kids. She clutched her teeth trying to get up. Once she did, she tried to move away from the rocks. She was only able to reach some trees before she fell to her knees in pain. The babies cried harder. She looked down to them and saw they were not hurt. They had some dirt and dust but not hurt. She tried to get up, but she couldn't move anymore. Her back and legs were bleeding too much for her to move. Her mind thought, and no, I have to get to Naruto and Hinata. I have to save their kids. She took a sharp breath as she fell to her side, children still in her arms. The footsteps grew closer until they stopped. She looked to her side and saw Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki standing near her. Itachi reached down. Jinjin's mind raced as it screamed, "No! Stay away from them! Stay away!" She couldn't move. She couldn't do anything. She didn't have weapons to help her. She didn't even know if she remembered those old justice from all those years ago. She felt the children being picked up. She started to cry in both pain and sorrow as she saw the children being taken in the arms of Itachi. He stared at the woman who was crying. Kisame then said, "Okay, we got the kids, now what do we do about her?" Itachi stared at the woman and said, "Nothing, she'll die from blood loss soon enough. But for now, let's head back to the checkpoint. It will take us 2 days and Pain wants all of the children at the base before Naruto finds them." Kisame then said, as he covered his ears from the crying children, "What about their other kid? Saiuki, I think is her name. Didn't the boss tell us to get her too?" Itachi nodded and said, We'll get her later, when Naruto finds out his other kids are gone, he'll go racing to find them, and then while he's busy we'll go take Saiuki too. Jinjin's eyes widened and her breathing came harder as she heard those words. In pain she saw them walk away with Kichi and Kyoko. She cried harder as blood rushed in her mouth. Her hand clutched onto the dirt as she saw them disappear. Her breathing went harder and harder and her eyes narrowed in anger. Time went by as she cried and was angry at herself for not being stronger. She then thought, I couldn't save them, but that doesn't mean I can't warn Naruto and tell him. Single quote. Jinjin clutched harder on the ground and memories of her, Unari, Hinata, Naruto, and Saiuki rushed into her mind. She remembered the look of sorrow and pain on Hinata's and Naruto's face when they found out their second child wasn't going to make it if Hinata tried to give birth to him. She remembered that Naruto didn't smile for months, and Hinata would sit outside in the sun feeling the wind on her face thinking of why did it happen. Jinjin remembered how Saiuki sat on the staircase trying to understand why her parents were sad and why her brother wasn't coming anymore. She remembered the blank look on her face, no smile. No laughing, her face was gray. Jinjin clutched her teeth and rose from the ground. She ignored the pain as she rose. She never in her life ever wanted to see that look on their faces again. Never again would she want to see it. Jinjin got to her feet and staggered for a moment, trying to get a good grip on a tree she was near. She looked to the road ahead and thought, I was so close to Konoha. Come on, feet, move, you can make it to them and warn them. She spitted the blood in her mouth out and started to slowly run to Konoha. She kept walking as she thought, I don't care if I die. If I tell Naruto and Hinata now, then they can catch up to those bastards. Come on, feet, go faster. As she walked she couldn't help but cry and think as she saw the main road to Konoha. Unari, will you wait for me? Are you waiting for me? Please, if you are dead, please just wait for a little while. We'll see each other soon, I promise. I just need to do something before I die. Meanwhile, Naruto then heard, Naruto Uzumaki, the council wants to know why you and Hinata Hinata Uzumaki ran away. Naruto turned and was now staring at the council members of Konoha. He blinked for a moment before saying, I'm sorry but I can't tell you at this moment, it involves the thing. The council members thought for a moment but nodded understanding it. Ain't that thing? Saiuki and Chief stared at Naruto for a moment as she thought, what does Papa mean by that thing? She stopped when she stared at the older people of Konoha. They all had a frozen look for a moment but went back to talking. She bit her lip knowing something was up. She then remembered, could that thing involve her? After all, her leg did heal up really fast before all of this happened. And then that night she overheard her parents talk. What was so important that her father didn't want her to know about that thing? In wonder she stared at her parents before Chief croaked in her arms. She then said in a low voice, I know, they're hiding something from me. But I'll find out soon enough. Everyone stopped when they heard, Hokage-sama. Get to the main gates, quick. Everyone turned and stared at a guard of the gates as he rushed over. Tsunade blinked and said, what's the problem? Out with it. The man caught his breath once he reached her. He said, a woman came out of the woods. She was badly hurt and is losing a lot of blood. She said she needs to speak with someone fast. She told me her name is Jinjin. As Tsunade was going to say something, everyone heard gasping. They turned and saw the Uzumaki family's eyes widened with fear, and before anyone could do anything, the Uzumaki family rushed to the gates. Everyone stared at each other and ran too, wondering what was going on. Naruto, Hinata, and Saiuki rushed to the gates with as much speed as they could. Once they reached there they saw a man trying to heal someone on the ground. Sure, he was a good ninja, but healing wasn't one of the things he knew how to do well. Naruto reached the woman before his wife and child did. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the woman. It was Jinjin. Jinjin had blood coming from her mouth. The back of her legs were bleeding too. Her back was too. She looked around for a moment before hearing, Jinjin. She looked to Naruto, who was now on the ground next to her. Her eyes started to cry as she reached to him. She then said, I'm sorry. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard his wife's and child footsteps getting closer. He then looked to Hinata, who fell next to him on her knees. She then tried not to cry herself. Jinjin, what are you sorry for? What happened? Naruto asked. Jinjin stared at them and started to cry harder. She opened her mouth as the rest of Naruto's friends, Hinata's family, and the Hokage rushed over to hear. The Akatsuki, they came to Kurogari Hospital, Itachi and Kisame, they were after your children. Naruto's and Hinata's eyes widened more and more, so did the ones who knew. Saiuki stood there listening as she held tight onto her frog, who croaked in wonder. Unary, he told me to run. I did. He tried to hold them back, but I don't know if he's alive. They came after me while I was running to Konoha. I was going to bring them back to you. They got me on my legs. I fell from a tree and hit rocks, sharp ones. The little ones. They're not hurt. I tried to run again. I knew they were behind me. I tried to run, but I was in too much pain. I tried to stop them, but I'm sorry, she said, crying as blood rushed more. She took a breath and said, They took them. They took Kichi and Kyoko. Naruto's eyes widened more. Hinata felt like someone just destroyed her heart in front of her. And Saiuki dropped Chief. Jinjin then said, eyes closing, they went north, saying, their boss wants all of your children. They went to a checkpoint. They said, they'll take Saiuki next. Naruto, it's a trap. They want you to follow them. If you go now, you and Hinata can save THM. Naruto noticed her voice getting fainter and fainter. His eyes widened as he said, Jinjin. He then turned to Tsunade, whose eyes were also wide. Old hag. Help. Tsunade snapped out of her daze and nodded. She rushed over, trying to heal the slowly dying women. Naruto clutched his hands for a moment before looking to Hinata. Her face was paler than ever in her life. Her breathing was fast, and her eyes were crying. Naruto reached slowly for her for a moment before being pulled into a deep hug. He felt tears rush down his shirt and he hugged his wife back. She started to cry. She cried hard. Their friends who were or are going to be mothers understood the pain Hinata was going through. They would do the same thing if they found out their own children was taken by those murders. Neji, Lee, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Gaara, Kankuro, and Choji clutched their hands in anger. Hinata's family gasped and Hanabi clutched her own hands in anger too. Hiashi didn't know what to say at this moment. Akina, Yasuo, Kaji, Yaku, Kyufu, Shoya, Keigetsu, Hanrin, Satetsu, Gaara's son, Suzerain, Ino's and Choji's daughter. Gujin, Kankuro's daughter, heard something hit the floor. They looked to where Saiuki once stood. Akina's eyes widened as she saw the young girl on the floor. She then yelled out, Saiuki. She rushed over and so did the other kids. Naruto and the others looked up and he saw his daughter on the floor. Akina tried waking her up as she said, Saiuki, wake up. Come on, wake up. Saiuki's frog croaked worried. Chapter 12. Not your fault. Ellipsis. Saiuki, age 3, sat on the staircase. She heard crying. She sat there and watched her mother cry softly on her father's shirt. He held her tight. Saiuki tilted her head in wonder why her mother was crying and why her father's face was sad. As she grew little closer she heard, I'm sorry, Naruto's, it's my fault, I should ha. They realized something was wrong with the baby. I'm sorry. Shish. Hinata Koi, it's okay. Even if you knew, there was nothing we could have done to save him. No, it's not Naruto. Our baby is gone and it's my fault. Saiuki stared from the staircase and wondered, did something happen to her soon-to-be brother? She then heard, Hinata Koi. Shish. It's going to be all right. Please stop blaming yourself. Please don't blame yourself for this. It's not your fault. You didn't know it was going to happen. No one knew. Besides, he's going to a better place now. So please stop crying. Saiuki blinked BEF. Or getting up slowly and walking back upstairs in wonder. She got to her room as her mother's crying and her father's words faded. She got back to her bed and sat staring at the moon. She held on to her little rabbit doll and said, better place. Brother went to a better place. Where is he? Why did he go? As put her head on the pillow thinking, if I find out where this better place is, I can go brother back and mommy won't be sad anymore. Ellipsis. Saiuki woke from her dream and her eyes landed on a white ceiling. She rose softly and looked around. By the looks of it she is in a hospital room. She looked around for a moment before shaking her head for a moment of why she was there, but then she stopped. She remembered now. Jinjin, her brother and sister, kidnapped. Her parents. She looked fast and got off the bed she was placed on. As her bare feet hit the cold ground, she ran to the door hoping to find someone to tell her what's going on. She ran out the door so fast she didn't even realize her hair was down at this moment. As she ran out, she looked around. No one was in the hallway of this place. She then heard talking, wondering who it was. She ran. She kept running until she got to the end of the hall. As she was going to turn the corner, she heard, "How is Jinjin, old hag?" She stopped in her tracks as she heard the voice. It was her father. She listened to what Tsunade said. "She's okay. I was able to heal her just enough to get her out of real danger, but I can't be sure." Saiuki put her back to the wall and sighed happily. At least her friend was okay. She stopped and she heard her grandfather's voice asked, "How is Hinata?" She heard a sigh from her father and listened closely as he said, She's not taking it well, and to make matters worse, she's still weak from giving birth. She's in shock, I think. From finding out her newborn children were taken. There was only one time I saw her like this, and that was when we wanted another child, but he never made it." Saiuki's eyes widened for a moment as she remembered her dream. Was it happening again? She then heard from her aunt ask, "I see, she had a miscarriage." Saiuki took a slow breath and heard, "Yes, we were all happy when we found out she was pregnant, but after the miscarriage, Hinata blamed herself for a long time. She cried every night and she wound sit outside in the sun, just letting the breeze hit her face during the morning in the backyard. I told her not to blame herself, but she always said it was her fault for what happened. She was going to lose it, but then I told her, she's needed, she's loved, and when she asked who, I told her, me and Saiuki love her, we need her, we wanted her to be herself again." Saiuki was 3 when it happened, so she doesn't remember it, but her mother. Her mother hardly smiled, and she knew that her mother was sad when she watched us, but after a while Hinata started to return to her happy self again, but now Saiuki felt like sinking to the ground but stood where she was as she heard her father say, "If I don't do something fast, old hag, I'm not even sure if I can pull Hinata out of this anymore." Saiuki closed her eyes wishing it was dream. She opened them and heard, "So, what did you find out, Jiraiya?" She heard another sigh as Jiraiya said, "Turns out Akatsuki was running in cycles like us when Hinata and Naruto disappeared. I heard from my spy network that they found Naruto and Hinata a week before we did. It turns out they were planning something. They knew Naruto would rush to save his children, so they waited until Hinata gave birth, hoping to kidnap them all when he was working and Hinata was resting. But I guess because Saiuki went to Konoha and you both rushing after her, they decided to make their move now." Saiuki's eyes widened at this. It was her fault all this happened. She looked to the ground and started to cry because of it. She thought, "It's my fault. If I didn't come to Konoha, Mama and Papa would have been there, they would have stopped those people from taking Kichi and Kyoko. It's all my fault." Saiuki pushed herself off the wall and went down the hall. From her father and the rest of the adults. As she ran, she couldn't help but cry to herself. She kept running until she saw herself in front of a door. She opened it. As she opened it, she saw stairs. She went up them still running. Once she got to the top, she opened it. She was on the roof. She kept running for a moment before she stopped in the middle of the roof. She closed her eyes and cried as her knees fell to the floor. Meanwhile, Naruto sighed as he looked at Tsunade, his friends, his old teachers. He then heard, "Itachi and Kisame left with the kids about 2 hours ago. If Tsunade sends a team out now, it will take them about 3 hours to catch up to them, but since this is Itachi and Kisame, it might take a few days to stop them. If my theory is right, the kids are Ali. They." Naruto looked up and said, "Old hag, I know I'm no longer a ninja anymore, but I'm going." Everyone stared at Naruto. Sakura then said, But Naruto, that's what the Akatsuki wants you to do. They want you to follow them. You just can't." Naruto cut her off and said, "Sakura, I don't care. They have mine and Hinata's children, mine and Hinata's. I'm not going to sit on the sidelines and watch them get away with it. I'm going." Everyone stared at him. Tsunade then said, But Naruto, do you remember how it felt to hold a kunai? How to fight and no holding back? It's been a long time since you battled as a ninja. Naruto stared at her and smiled saying, of course I do. What you think all because I'm a restaurant owner now that means I can't fight anymore? Yeah right, let me tell you something old hag. Whenever Saiuki was sleeping or at school me and Hinata-chan went to train away from the village for a while, so don't worry, we still remember how to fight. Tsunade smiled for a moment and said, fine, Naruto Uzumaki. I hereby return your status of Anbu an. Naruto was a Anbu when he left Konoha, and I will give you a team, Shikamaru, Neji, Kiba, Lee, Shino, Choji and Sasuke will be on your team. Sakura will come along as your medical ninja. You all have 10 minutes to pack up and move out. Everyone who was called nodded and said, yes, ma'am. But everyone then heard, from Gaara, me and Kankuro are going too. Tamari, you stay here. You are pregnant and I do not want you and your child hurt. She nodded softly but wanted to go. Everyone stared at each other for a moment before nodding and rushed off to get ready. Naruto stood there and then went to the door in front of him. He opened it slowly. It opened and he stared inside. He sighed as he saw Hinata looking out the window. Her face was pale. Her eyes were puffy and red, streams from her tears still on her face, her eyes blank as they looked outside. Meanwhile, Saiuki stared to the sky. She closed her eyes trying not to cry again. She stopped when she heard the door open. She rose and stared at the person who opened it. It was a boy, around her age. Satetsu was his name if she remembered correctly. The boy stared at her for a moment before walking over saying, Uzumaki-san. Saiuki blinked for a moment before wiping the tears from her face. She said, yes, but call me Saiuki. Satetsu nodded softly and sat next to her. He stared at her and said, you were crying. Saiuki blinked but looked down and nodded softly. Satetsu blinked and asked, why? Saiuki, who was still looking down, said as S. He clutched her hands. It's all my fault. If I never came to Konoha, then Mama and Papa would have been home when they were taken. They could have stopped those people from taking Kichi and Kyoko. Satetsu stared at the girl who looked down and was clutching her hands so hard that they were turning red. He then said, don't blame yourself for this. It's not your fault. You didn't know it was going to happen. No one knew. Saiuki looked up surprised and asked, what? What did you just say? Satetsu stared at the girl and said, you didn't know. It's not yours, your mother's, your father's. It's no one's fault on how this happened. That just is how the future is. Sometimes we do something that we know is going to happen and sometimes it will backfire. That is how the future is. As my father always said, life is unpredictable. Saiuki blinked for a moment and said, your dad. He said that. Satetsu nodded softly and said, my father is a good friend of your father actually. My father learned a lot from yours. My father told me many tales about yours. He told me your father always fought back and never gave up. If you really are his daughter, you would understand why he never gave up. So stop blaming yourself for something you had no control of. Get over it and learn how to take in control of it. Because if you give up, others will too. But if you fight back, then others will try too. After all, it's easy to give up. It takes true strength and courage to fight back, so stop crying and fight back. Okay. Saiuki stared at him for a moment before thinking, yeah, I have to fight back now, I have to stop crying. If Dad saw me he would have said the same thing. She closed her eyes and said, you're right, no more crying for me, I have to fight back now. Besides, what type of big sister am I, if I don't try to fight back? Satetsu stared at her and nodded softly. He then said, good, by the way, my father and yours are going with a team to retrieve your brother and sister, so they will be okay. Your father will get them back no matter what. Saiuki looked up and smiled. She nodded and said, okay. She watched him leave and once the door closed again she looked to the sky. She closed her eyes and said, I can't give up, not now. She stopped when she heard croaking near her. She looked and saw Chief staring at her by the door. She smiled and said, yeah, I can't give up. She stopped and thought, I know that fighting back will be hard but still I need to, and I'm going to learn how. Satetsu on the other hand went down the staircase and said, hey, she really is his daughter. She understood everything I just said, she understands what it means to not give up. Little later, Saiuki watched her father and the others get ready to leave. She watched as they were about to head to the gates. She walked over slowly and said, "Papa." Naruto stopped talking to Kiba and looked down to his daughter. He and her stared at each other for a moment before she said, "Bring them home safe. I believe in you." Naruto stared at her and nodded with a soft smile. He patted her head as he said, "Take care of Mama, me and the others will be back soon." Saiuki nodded and watched them head to the gates. She clutched her hands and took a breath. She yelled out, "Papa." Naruto stopped walking and looked back as he heard, "I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give in. I'm going to fight back. Now, so don't worry." Naruto stared at her before smiling and nodding again. He waved and she waved back. She watched them leave and stood there for a moment. She then said, "I'm going to fight now." She turned away and went to her aunt. Saiuki stared up to the Hyugas behind her and said, "I know Papa said for you all to watch and protect me and Mama, but can I ask you something?" Hiyashi stood there and stared at his daughter, who nodded, and then back to his granddaughter. He nodded. "I was wondering, since Mama told me that this clan has a fighting style, I was wondering if you can teach me how to fight. Please, I'll work hard and I'll fight with all my heart." Hiyashi blinked with a surprise. He stopped and looked to his daughter, who was surprised too. He thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Okay. Tomorrow morning." Saiuki nodded and said, "Thank you." She looked to Chief, who was next to her on the ground. She stared at him before saying, "I'll be right back, I have someone to see, also Grandpa. Can you go to Mr. Iruka's place? He has my backpack when he was looking out for me a few days ago." Hiyashi nodded softly. Saiuki took Chief and started to run back to the hospital. Hoping it wasn't too late, she rushed inside and went to the stairs. Once she reached the floor she wanted to be on, she ran down the hall. As she ran past room, she read the names, hoping to find the one name she needed. Once she did, she gulped and opened the door. Once she opened it, she saw her mother staring at the window. Saiuki let Chief go for a moment and she walked in. She closed the door and stared at her mother. She then said, "Mama." She waited. Nothing. Her mother didn't even look at her. Saiuki stared at her mother and walked closer. She wasn't going to let her mother do this. She wasn't going to let her mother sit in despair and sadness. She needed her mother back. Saiuki then thought, "I couldn't do anything to help Mama last time when she was sad, but this time, I'm going to help." Saiuki walked over and took hold of the blanket. She said, "Mama." Ellipsis quote. TBC. Chapter 13. Snapping out of it, and growing up. Saiuki waited. Nothing. Her mother didn't look at her. Saiuki clutched her hand on the blanket and said, "Mama." Still Hinata did not turn. Saiuki clutched her teeth. She took hold of her mother's arm and said, "Mom, look at me." Still nothing but. Saiuki swore for one moment she saw something. She held onto her mother's arm and said, "Mom, look at me, snap out of it, this isn't like you." Still nothing. Saiuki clutched her teeth and yelled, "It's not your fault." Saiuki saw her mother freeze for a moment, but the look almost disappeared. Saiuki then took her mother's face and forced it to turn to look at her. "Mama, snap out of it. It's not your fault, okay? So stop blaming yourself for something you had no control over." "A person told me that is just how the future is." He said to stop blaming myself. "Yes, Mom, I blamed myself for all of this. But how can I if I had no control of what happened?" Saiuki waited and saw her mother's eyes change a little. She took a breath and said, "So stop blaming yourself for something you had no control of. Get over it and learn how to take control of it, because if you give up, others will too, but if you fight back, then others will try too. After all, it's easy to give up, it takes true strength and courage to fight back. So stop crying and fight back, okay?" She clutched tighter on her mother and said, "Listen to me, we need you to stop blaming yourself and start fighting back, we need you, Mommy." She saw her mother's eyes widen slowly at those words. Saiuki took one more breath and said, "Me, Papa, Hababa, Grandpa, Auntie, everyone. We all need you, but the ones who need you most, Mom, the ones that need you there right now looking for them, it's Kichi and Kyoko." She stared at her mother and started to let go before she said, "Kichi and Kyoko need you, Mama. Papa already left with a team, but they need more help. Kichi and Kyoko need you, Mom. They need you to be there, to hold them when they cry. Please, Mama, Please, you're needed so much, please, if you don't go help them, if you don't stop blaming yourself. Then Jinjin might die for nothing if the mother of those children she was willing to die for didn't do anything. Saiuki stared at her mother whose eyes were wide now. Saiuki let go and turned away leaving the room with a sigh. She needed to go and let her mother think about it, and she needed to get back to her grandfather. Her hand clutched as she left He room and Chief hopping next to her as she left. Hinata sat on her bed. She blinked before slowly looking to the open door, her eyes wide. She sat there for a while until she realized it. She bit her lip. Her mind raced as she replayed the words her own daughter yelled at her and her mind yelled at her. God, what are you doing? Sitting there like a broken piece of glass, get up. Now, your children need you, idiot. Hurry up and get ready. You're needed, do you hear me? You're needed, not just by your husband and kids but by everyone. So get your ass up and go help. Your children are not going to save themselves, you know, so get up. And save them. Hinata bit her lip and realized at that moment she really was needed. She rose out of her bed fast, not caring if she wore no shoes, she rushed out her room. Hinata looked around, her eyes wide and her face no longer too pale. She looked fast and ran to the stairs hoping to find her daughter. Saiuki reached the bottom of the staircase. She had ran while Chief hopped next to run down it. She needed to start training anyway if she was going to learn how to fight. As Saiuki got to the bottom she realized her father left about 3 hours ago on his mission. As she started to walk to the entrance she looked up and saw her grandfather standing there with her bag in his hand. She smiled for a moment before remembering she is a little but mad at him still, from the story. As she reached him, he held the backpack to her and said, "Here, Uruka said if you want to come over, you can, anytime." Saiuki smiled big and said, "Cool, Uruka-san is awesome, he bought me ramen a few days ago." Hiyashi stared at her and laughed to himself before saying, "You really are Naruto's kid, you love ramen just as much as he does." Saiuki grinned and said, "Yeah, and one day I'll be a great ninja like he is." Hiyashi stared at her and nodded softly. As he was going to tell her they need to leave he stopped and looked at the doorway to the hospital, his eyes widened. He looked and saw his daughter, out of her bed, out of her depression and looked like she was okay now. Saiuki noticed he was looking at something so she turned. What she saw made her eyes widened. Her mother, out of breath, and hands clutched as she stared at her daughter, who seemed to be lost for a moment. Saiuki stared at her mom before seeing a smile on her face. Saiuki smiled also and ran to her mother. Her frog croaked as if cheering. Hiyashi watched as his daughter and granddaughter hugged at that moment. He heard, "I'm sorry, I really am, I didn't mean to stop fighting, I didn't mean to, I just got lost for a moment, I'm sorry I made you worry." Saiuki smiled and hugged her mother back at that moment. She smiled and said, "It's okay, you don't have to be sorry, I was lost too for a moment. So no more crying, Kichi and Kyoko need us." Hinata smiled and hugged her daughter more as she said, "You really are like your father, always able to put courage and hope in those that need it, thank you." Saiuki smiled and said, "I'm only the way I am because you and Papa raised me this way, so I should be thanking you." Hinata smiled and let go. She then said, You really are growing up. I used to remember seeing a crying baby come into mine and Naruto's room in the dead of night because of a nightmare. Now I see a young girl, ready to try her hardest. Ready to learn things. Ready to fight." Saiuki grinned as her mother looked at her. Hinata smiled and rose. She looked to her father and said, "Dad, I'm going to ask the Hokage if I may leave and help my husband. I'm not going to sit and wait, I need to help. If she says yes, then please watch Saiuki, please protect her." Hiyashi smiled softly and said, "I understand, besides your husband already asked me to watch her. So consider it done, but please, rest for a while more, you're still weak and I don't think you can run out on mission wearing those old things." Hinata blinked and looked down. She nodded as she saw how dirty and uneasy it was to move around in them. Little later, Hinata looked at herself in her old mirror in the Hyuga house. She never in all her new life thought she would ever return back to this room. She looked around and closed her eyes. She stopped when she heard the door open. Coming from outside was her daughter. Saiuki stared at her mother and asked, "Mama?" Hinata wore a dark blue short-sleeved shirt, a fishnet under it. She also had on some cut-off finger gloves. She wore long dark blue pants and ninja shoes. Saiuki never in her life had ever saw her mother wear clothes like that. She then said, "Wow mama. You look awesome, like a real ninja." Hinata smiled sweetly and said, "I am a ninja." She stopped when the door opened again. Standing there was Tsunade, who smiled as she saw the up and about Uzumaki wife. Tsunade then said, "Hiyashi told me everything, so, Hinata I mean Uzumaki, I hereby return your status of special Junin and medical nin. You will be Sakura's backup in anything shall happen. You have 10 minutes to get ready and leave. You should catch up with them if you leave in less than 5 minutes." Hinata smiled and nodded. Tsunade smiled also before staring at the child. She smiled again and as she said, "Hinata, you're needed deeply, don't forget that." Hinata's eyes widened for a moment before a smile hit her lips. She nodded and said, "Yes ma'am. I understand. Later. Be careful, don't get hurt, and make sure Papa, Kichi, and Kyoko come home safe," Saiuki said as she hanged onto her mother's arm. Hinata smiled and nodded again saying, "Don't worry. I'll make sure of it." Saiuki smiled big and hugged her mother happily. Hinata hugged back before pulling out of it and looking to see Ino, Tamari, and Tenten nodding. She nodded back and said, "Take care of her for me." Ino smiled and said, "Don't worry about it." Hinata smiled back and started to walk out the gates. She turned back once and waved to her daughter who waved back fast. Once her mother was out of sight, Saiuki turned back and said, "Lady, can I get something to eat?" Ino smiled and said, "Yeah, sure, but remember your grandfather wants you home. Before it gets dark." Saiuki nodded softly before looking and seeing Akina, Yasuo, Kaji, Yaku, Kyufu, Shoya, Keigetsu, Hanrin, Satetsu, Suzerain, and Gujin coming her way. She ran past Ino and He other women and hugged attacked Kyufu. She yelled out, "Kyo-kun." Kyufu fell to the ground blushing because he was being hugged. Akina, Gujin, Yasuo, Suzerain, and Keigetsu started laughing at that as they saw the lazy boy blush. Satetsu smirked softly as he saw his cousin being hugged attacked by the funny Uzumaki. Shoya and Yaku sighed softly, but Kaji and Hanrin twitched a little as they saw Saiuki's smile on her face. Ino smirked, Tenten smiled, and Tamari said, "Ah, Kyufu is blushing." Ino laughed for a moment and said, "I bet in the future they'll be more than friends." Tenten laughed too and said, "Imagine Naruto's face if those two ever got married." Tamari laughed as she held onto her stomach. "Yeah, I think he'll die from shock more than anything else." Kyufu glared at the older women before getting the happy Hyuga off of him. He stared at her before she asked, "So, who is who again? I'm bad with names." Kyufu sighed but said as he pointed to Akina and Yasuo, "You already know them. They are the daughter and son of Lee and Sakura. One wants to be their mother and other wants to be like their dad." Saiuki nodded and smiled to her friends who smiled back. She then said, "Pinky and Youth." Akina and Yasuo looked at each other. Akina sighed softly and Yasuo smiled brightly at the name. He then pointed to Yaku. "This is your mom's cousin kid. His name is Yaku, son of Neji and Tenten. He likes training and other things." Saiuki nodded and said, "Mr. Trampoline." Yaku twitched and glared. He then pointed to Shoya. "This is Shino's son. Shino was on the same team as your mother, so, yeah. His name is Shoya. He likes bugs a lot." Saiuki smiled and said, "Buggy." Shoya raised an eyebrow but sighed knowing she wasn't going to change the nickname. Kyufu. You then pointed to Keigetsu and Hanrin. "This is Keigetsu and Hanrin, twins, both have puppies by the way. Son and daughter of Kiba, another person who was on your mother's team. Both love pranks, Saiyu." He smiled and pointed to Keigetsu. "Tracker." She then pointed to Hanrin and said, "Puppy." Keigetsu smiled at the nickname. She always did wanted to be a tracker like her father, while her brother both blushed in anger and embarrassment. He gave a pout and looked away. Kyufu sighed before pointing to Suzerain. "This is Suzerain, she's Ino and Choji's daughter. They have a son but he's only 4 right now. Her parents used to be on my dad's team. She likes working with flowers and butterflies." Suzerain waved with a smile and Saiuki said, "Miss Sunshine." He then pointed to Gujin. "This is my mom's brother kid, her name is Gujin. She's my cousin. She likes puppets." Saiuki smiled and said, "Puppet master." Gujin's eyes widened softly and she smiled. He then pointed to Satetsu and said, "This is my other cousin, Satetsu. Son of the Cage. His dad is Gaara if you don't know, he controls sand like his dad does." Saiuki smiled softly and said, "Sandman, that's going to be your name." Satetsu raised an eyebrow but sighed. Kyofu then pointed to Kaji and said, "You know him already, Kaji, son of Sasuke, well, he's like his dad really." Kaji folded his arms and glared at Kyofu. Saiuki pointed at him and said, Tem Jr. Kaji's eyes turned from Kyofu and glared deep to Saiuki. He said, "Dobi." Saiuki smirked and said, "Tem, Ino, Tamari," and Tenten stopped and looked at Saiuki, who was pointing at Kaji, who was glaring at her with all of his might. They looked at each other and then laughed. They laughed so hard they fell to the ground. Tenten laughed as she said, She. Ha ha, she is just like her father. Ha ha, used to say. Ino was laughing too as she said, "Ha ha, I swear, those two are. Ha ha, are so much alike." Tamari laughed and said, "Tita funny. Can't breathe. My sides, they hurt. Ha ha." Their laughter died down and they looked up for a moment. Saiuki and Kaji were having a glaring contest. Akina, Kagetsu, and Suzerain were telling them to knock it off. Yasuo, Hanran, and Gujin were cheering them on, while Kyofu, Shoya, Yaku, and Satetsu just stared at them and took bets on who will win. Ino, Tenten, and Tamari smiled to themselves, and couldn't help but remember how this was almost like them back then. Next day, Saiuki woke up and stretched her arms as she rose from the bed she laid on. Once she was done, she looked around and saw the room she was in. It was her mother's old room. As she got out of bed, Saiuki petted Chief, who was still asleep, once before heading to change out of her star pajamas. She brushed her teeth and got ready for her training. She opened the door and went outside. She could feel some light night breeze and the sun was just starting to rise. She smiled for a moment. She really was growing up. Normally it took her until the sun was high in the sky to get up. Saiuki smiled and started to go down the hall looking for the training room that her grandfather showed her. Once she found the room, she was going to open it but heard Hanabi, her aunt, on the other side say, "So, did they find anything?" She heard a sigh and her grandfather said, "No, not yet." Hinata wrote in her letter that she caught up with Naruto and the others a few hours after she left. Naruto and his team were on the Akatsuki tail when she caught up to them, but before they could, Itachi and Kisame must have made clones, and so pretty strong ones, because not even Neji could tell which ones were real. After following the wrong ones, they decided to rest for a while. She then said in the morning she, Neji, Kiba and Shino are going to go up ahead and try to find the Akatsuki trail. Hanabi sighed softly before saying, "I hope they find them. I'd really like to see my other niece and nephew." Hiyashi stared at his second daughter and said, "Me too. But for now let's help Saiuki learn to fight." Hanabi watched her father for a moment and said, "Father, why are you being so nice now? You were never like this with me and Hinata, so why?" Hiyashi looked up and stared at her. He looked down and said, "When Hinata was gone I was mad at myself. I knew why she left and I didn't do anything to help her get through it. I just let her slip away. For a long time I listened to the elders and pushed you and Hinata so hard in training that I didn't realize I was also pushing my only daughters away from me. When I saw Hinata again, I didn't know what to do. When I saw her stare at me with a glare, I felt like I could do nothing now to be a family, but when I saw her daughter, I didn't know if I should be happy that Hinata has a child, or to kill Naruto at that moment when I saw Saiuki. But, right now, I'm really happy she has a child of her own. She may look like her mother, but she is far from being the shy child I had. Saiuki has more of her father personality if you ask me. I mean, did you not see her kick me and yell out what she thought? I swear she's a mini Naruto. Only thing is she looks like Hinata a lot, and because she's like that I don't have to worry about the elders. Besides, they're scared of her and Hinata now after what they did. But what I find strange that no matter what Naruto said to her, Hinata was still not snapping out of it. But I guess Saiuki must have said something to her to get her out of it, I guess. Hanabi smiled softly and said, "I see, you're trying to have bond with at least one of them. So you can try to fix what was broken, but I really don't find it that strange. She is the daughter of Naruto Uzumaki. Hiyashi stopped and nodded softly as he said, "Yes, I guess you can say that, and I guess you're right about that too." Naruto did show some light to Neji, Gaara, Sasuke and a lot of others who were lost in their own darkness, even me at one time. Saiuki on the other side of the door smiled softly. She opened the door and said with a grin, "The hero has come, here is the great Saiuki Uzumaki." Everyone, Hiyashi and Hanabi looked up and blinked. Hiyashi sighed softly and Hanabi smiled and laughed. Saiuki smiled big as she saw their faces. Saiuki really was growing up, but she still had a long way to go. Meanwhile, what did you find out? Kisame asked as he held his ears from the crying children in his arms. Itachi glanced for a moment and said, "Her parents fell for it. I told you keeping that woman alive was a good idea, but we do have to worry about the Hyuga clan for this moment, as long as Naruto, Hinata and the rest of them are chasing our advanced clones, then we'll have a clear shot at capturing the little girl." Kisame folded his arms and said, "Okay, but what then? I know Pain wants us to bring the kids to him as soon as we get them, so Naruto goes after them, but what will we do with them after it's all done and we get the Kyuubi?" Itachi glanced at Kisame and said, "Don't know, but for now let's get ready to capture the kid. In a day or so we'll go after her and then her father will be on our tail." Itachi watched the babies as they started to calm down and fall asleep. He then to Kisame and then out the town in front of him. He and Kisame were on top of the Hokage mountain looking down to the Hyuga house. They could see, getting into Konoha was easy for them. Getting past those guards was easy too now that Kiba was out on the mission. They just needed to keep Naruto and his team running around for the moment and then all of it would fall together. Chapter 14. Hearts of the Young. Darn it, Saiuki thought as she was hit in the stomach. She fell to the floor backwards. She bit her lip and looked up in anger. Her aunt stood there, staring at her. She then heard, "Saiuki, keep your defense up. You can't allow an enemy to see a weak point in your battle steps." She nodded and took a breath. She rose and got back into the stance. She took one more breath before watching her aunt rush at her, her Byakugan activated. Saiuki's body twitched. She gave a punch as the woman moved out the way. Hanabi rose her foot and kicked the girl. Saiuki fell to the floor. She clutched her teeth in both pain and anger. Her hand clutched the floor. She rose fast and gave a swift kick to her aunt who was right there. Hanabi jumped over the kick and landed not too far. Saiuki did a roll as she got up and went back to her stance as she stared at her aunt. Her breathing was harder. Now, she took a breath and ran at her aunt. Her aunt smirked softly and moved out the way of the rush. Saiuki clutched her teeth again and she then made a twist and kicked at her aunt. Her aunt moved again. Saiuki then started to punch for a while but each hit was missed. Hanabi then gave a punch and Saiuki was hit hard. She landed on her back and her eyes shut as she felt the pain. Once she landed, she opened them and stared at the ceiling. Her body softly breathed and she got back up slowly. Hanabi blinked as her father stared. Hiyashi then thought, that hit should have made her not want to move. Seems she more like Naruto than I thought. Saiuki spat. The small blood that came when she bit her tongue when she fell on the ground. She smirked and ran again. As she ran at her aunt she threw another punch. Hanabi moved again but what Saiuki did next made her eyes widened. Saiuki slid down and gave a kick from below. Hanabi fell when the kick made her lose balance. But before she fell she caught herself and did a flip. As soon as she landed she walked back and saw Saiuki breathing harder. Her hands clutched, ready to go again. Hiyashi stood and said, "Enough." Both Hanabi and Saiuki turned and looked at him. Saiuki took a big breath as Hanabi nodded. Hiyashi then said, "That was good. Hanabi, go get something to eat. Saiuki, may I talk to you alone?" Hanabi nodded and left. Saiuki stood there and waited. She heard him ask, "You did good. For your first time in fighting but not good enough. You rushed into the battle before thinking and that can be dangerous, but I can also see that while you're fighting you can think fast. That hit you tried on Hanabi. You knew she would move and you used that in your favor. Not bad." Saiuki stared at him and gave a grin. He then said, "Go rest for a while. If you want you can go around Konoha for a while but when you're done I want you to return so you may practice again." Saiuki smiled more and said, "Okay." And before he could even say bye she ran out the door in a flash. Meanwhile, Saiuki ran down the hall. Trying not to limp from the pain in her leg, When she reached her mother's old room she was met with a croak. Saiuki smiled and bent down to pet Chief on the head. Chief croaked before jumping to the outside. Saiuki smiled as he ran off to go look for a pond or something to swim in. She then thought, he'll be back later. He always does this. Saiuki went into the room and put some ice on her knee. She watched a little bruise start to come. She sighed before getting up and walking out the door. She wanted to see the rest of Konoha, but before she left she went to her bag that her grandfather got from Iruka's. She pulled out her old clothes, some ramen cups, some empty ramen cups, her small toy bunny rabbit her mother gave her, and some money she kept hidden in a pocket inside. Later, Saiuki happily walked around, still trying not to limp. She ignored some people who whispered, "Daughter of a demon, child of a monster, Uzumaki offspring," and other things. She ummed happily as she held her money she had been saving for the past 3 years in her hand from her allowances. She had over $300. She was happy she saved all of her money. She stopped when she heard, "Bye Mom. Don't overdo things while I'm out." She looked to a nice little house and saw Kyufu walking out with a backpack on his back. Once he waved goodbye to his mother he watched her go back into the house while holding her stomach. He waited for a moment before turning back only to get tackled to the floor by a blue blur. "Kyo-kun!" yelled Saiuki as she attacked her favorite person. Kyufu saw the sky in a flash, but once he heard the nickname he groaned in annoyance as he realized who it was. He looked and saw white lavender eyes staring back into his. He blinked but said, "Get off of me." Saiuki smiled and said, "Why?" Kyufu twitched and said, "Because I have something to do today." Saiuki grinned and said, "Why?" Kyufu sighed and said, "Because it's important." Saiuki took a breath and was about to say something before she heard, "Don't you even dare." Saiuki's face made a grin before she got up and held her hand out to Kyufu. He took hold of her hand and rose up with a sigh. He stopped when he realized just how short the girl was, shorter than the other girls really. You knew she was 7 though, she just seemed short compared to the other girls he'd seen. He didn't know why but his face heated up. Saiuki stared at him and tilted her head in wonder. She then asked, "You okay Kyo-kun?" His eyes widened for a moment and he shook his head fast. He then said, "Yeah, whatever. Look, I have to go." Saiuki stopped him and said, "Really, me too, let's go together. I was about to stop by the ramen stand for food." Kyufu blinked and said, "No, I'm not going to." But before he could finish he felt hands on his own and him being dragged away from his spot as Saiuki yelled out, "To the ramen stand." He rolled his eyes and muttered a troublesome as she ran smiling. Later. "So you're really Naruto-kun's little daughter?" asked Ayame as she watched the little chibi Uzumaki sit in her chair eating her 7th bowl of ramen since she and the Nara boy came in. When she had heard that Saiuki was the daughter of Naruto she wanted to hit her head on the counter for hours because she didn't realize that she was Naruto's kid. Now that she watched the kid she noticed she may hardly look like her father, but man, she acted a lot like him. She even has his eating habits. Saiuki smiled as she ate the last bit of ramen and said, "Sure." Ayame watched her her came back with another bowl as he said, "You know your father used to come in here every day, order my food, and then he'll dine and dash. He was always getting out of paying for his food. Even made poor Iruka pay for it a few times." Saiuki smiled big and said, "That's because Papa is funny. Mama told me that Papa always tried to make her laugh." Saiuki stopped and said with a great smile, "Also Papa loves ramen." They watched the happy Hyuga sit there smiling bright. Kyufu watched softly out the corner of his eyes and turned away red for a moment. Ayame and her father noticed the look. Nd snickered to themselves for a moment. Later, after Saiuki had ate her 23rd bowl of ramen, Saiuki had paid Tsuki the money she owed him. Once she waved goodbye to both Ame and Tsuki, as she and Kyufu walked around Konoha. They rested near the training grounds. As she sat on a log she heard Kyufu ask, "Why are you limping?" She turned back and stared into brownish black eyes. They watched her before she looked to the ground saying, "Oh I was training today with Auntie and I kept failing. She was able to get hits on me but I couldn't land one on her. She's really good." Kyufu noticed her look to the ground and saw her foot trying not to hit the floor. The truth was, it really was bad to walk on it. At first it didn't hurt, but now it just kept getting worse and worse. Each time she moved it hurt. He bent down and lifted the pant leg up so he could see. Saiuki blushed and yelled out, What are you doing? Kyufu said, not caring for her yelling. Checking your leg, it might be worse than you think. He lifted it up to her knee and saw it almost blue-black. He gave a sigh and said, well, it's not too bad, it is turning a bad blue-black though. Here, get on my back. He then turned around so she could get on his back. She blinked at him for a moment before saying, and no, it's okay Kyo-kun, I'll be fine. Kyufu cut her off and said, no, come on, you're going home Ith me so my mom can give us some ice for that thing, if we're not careful it could just get worse. Saiuki blinked again but nodded softly saying, okay. Later. Strange, with all that ramen she eats she should weigh more than this. Kyufu thought as he carried the small girl through town. He looked back and saw her staring to the sky above. He blushed softly for a moment before noticing he was almost home. When he reached the door he said, knock on the door for me, I can't. Saiuki nodded and did as she was told. They waited until the door opened. Tamari looked and saw Kyufu standing there while Saiuki was on his back blinking at her. She blinked and tried to hold her laughter inside herself but said, Kyufu, what are you doing with Saiuki on your back? Saiuki blinked as Kyufu glared with his blush. Mom. It's not funny. She has a very bruised knee and she needs ice. Tamari stopped laughing and nodded as she let them inside. Kyufu took Saiuki to the kitchen and placed her on a chair. Tamari went to get the ice from the freezer. Kyufu sat down and said, troublesome. Saiuki sat there for a moment and said, so this is what your house looks like from the inside. Tamari smiled and said, yeah, it's not much but me and my boys call it home. Saiuki smiled and said, awesome. Tamari smiled before looking to her son who seemed to have placed his arms on the table as he fell asleep on them. Tamari then asked as she put the ice in the bag she got, so how do you like Konoha so far? Saiuki smiled and said, it's great, Mama and Papa's old friends are great and the other kids are funny. But mostly Kyo-kun. Tamari raised an eyebrow as she placed the ice on the bruised knee. She then said in a joking manner, wait, my son. Funny, are you sure we're talking about the same Kyufu? Saiuki nodded and twitched a little from the ice as she said, yup. He may seem lazy but he's really funny. Tamari stopped and looked from Kyufu to Saiuki. She smiled and said, really? Saiuki nodded fast and said, yup. Unlike Tem Jr., he doesn't talk to me like I'm crazy. I can't help who I am. I'm just me. Tamari smiled and laughed for a moment before taking the ice off to look at the bruise. She stopped laughing when she saw something strange. The bruise was fading away, but a bruise that size shouldn't be healing so fast. She looked up to Saiuki, who was poking Kyufu with a spoon from across the table. Kyufu was out cold. She bit her lip and thought, a normal kid's knee would have taken a few days to heal up fully but hers just healed up fast. Could she have gotten anything from Kyubi? I mean, Satetsu gained Gaara's sand control, so it would be possible she might have gotten Kyubi's healing, right? I wonder as Naruto or Hinata knows. I have to tell them when they get back. Single quote. Later, Kyufu woke up to hearing laughing and chattering around him. He blinked softly and stared at two people. When the two people stopped talking they stared at him. And soon snickering could be heard. He caught the word, and this is Kyufu when he decided to take his clothes off and run around With those words Kyufu shot up and jumped at the old picture book his mother held in her hands. He blushed hard and glared daggers at his mother who smiled cherry at him but he stopped when he heard giggle from Saiuki. His face blushed red and he groaned in both embarrassment and anger. Saiuki smiled more before getting up. Kyufu noticed it and said, hey wait, your knee, you should rest and not. He was cut off when she said, it's okay now, the bruise went away. I guess I'm just a fast healer. She smiled out. He watched her as she said to his mother who seemed to have been thinking for a moment, I better get going, I need to start training with Auntie again soon. Bye Tamari-san. Bye Kyo-kun. And before he blinked she went to the door. His eyes widened as he yelled out after her, hey wait. Tamari watched her son run after the young Uzumaki. She smiled and said to herself, seems as if Kyufu has a crush on Saiuki-chan, I better get the wedding ready. She then laughed at the idea. Ellipsis. Kyufu ran and caught up with the Uzumaki that was halfway down the road. Saiuki stared at him as he said, "Let me walk you back, just in case." Saiuki blinked and smiled with a nod. "Okay." Kyofu blushed softly as he stared at her. They walked down the road and spoke among themselves. They watched cats, dogs, birds, and other animals go by when they could. They also watched people coming out the stores, or walking down the road. They even went into a store and bought some stuff with Saiuki's money she had left over. Saiuki noticed Kyofu look to the sky. She smiled and said, "You like the sky, don't you?" Kyofu blinked and looked back to her. He nodded and said, "Yeah." Saiuki smiled bigger and said, "I like it too, but I also like water." Papa said the reason why is because Mama is a water element and he's a wind. I don't know what element I am yet, but I guess it might be theirs too. Kyofu stared for a moment before noticing they were in front of the Hyuga house. He watched the gates before hearing, "You know what, Kyo-kun, you're different." He stopped staring at the gates and looked to her, who was watching the road in front of her, but her gaze then went to the gates. She turned to him and smiled as she said, "You listen to what I have to say. Other boys like Tem Jr. and boys from my hometown always think I'm weak, crazy, annoying, weird, and different, and I like being this way. You don't mind that I'm like this, do you? You listen to me and that's why you're different. I know Satetsu-kun and Yasuo-kun don't think I'm crazy. I'm not sure about the others though, but something about you makes me feel happy that I can call you a friend." Kyofu watched her smile fade softly as it made a small smile now. She then said, "You know, you're my favorite person, Kyo-kun." He stared at her as she smiled with a soft blush. And then time froze for a moment. He felt something on his cheek and his eyes slowly widened and his face heated up. Saiuki was on her tiptoes as she kissed Kyofu on the cheek. She waited for a moment before putting her feet back on the ground. Her own eyes were wide at what she just did. She looked up before her face turned red as she took some steps back from him. Kyofu stood there. His face was blushing and his eyes were wide. Saiuki moved backwards and then ran to the house yelling, "Be by Kyo-kun." Kyofu stood there, trying to understand what just happened. He blinked once, twice, and 3 times. As he stood there he didn't notice the sun setting now. He then snapped out of it and looked to the sky for a moment, his face with a small surprise. He blushed brighter as he remembered how he met her. She was crying, and then how she and he ran away from that man she painted on, and then to the point where she kissed his cheek. He then looked down and walked away with his blushing face and small smile on his lips. Saiuki closed the door and sank to the floor, blushing her head off. She then thought, "What the heck? Why did what did what made me do that?" She sat on the floor and placed her hands to her face as she blushed with wide eyes, and then she started to fiddle with her fingers trying to figure out what she just did. Nabi and some other Hyugas were there when they heard the door slam to the main house. They looked to the front door and stared. Hanabi then thought, "She has a crush. She acting just like Hinata." She then heard her father come to the door and ask, "Is Saiuki alright? She's all red in the face." Hanabi stopped and stared at her father with a WTF look, and so did the others. Hanabi sighed and thought, "Dad, you'll never change. When it comes down to crushes, you didn't even know Hinata was crushing on Naruto all those years ago either, even when it was clear as day to a blind man." Meanwhile, Chief happily sat on a lily pad in a small pond. He looked to the sky and started to hop back to the house that held his master. Meanwhile, Hinata finally got a trace as she and Kiba and Shino went around the woods. She looked and said, "I'll go up ahead, tell Naruto and the others." Quickly, they nodded, a bit unsure if they should leave her, but did as they were told. Hinata ran fast to the signature of chakra. She kept running until she reached a clear around. In wonder she looked around trying to pinpoint the place where it was, and then she stopped as she heard footsteps. She turned fast and saw red eyes and black hair. She glared deep and snarled her teeth at the man she knew took her children. She yelled out, "Itachi! Give me back, mine and Naruto's children." Itachi didn't say anything. He stared at the woman before hearing her yell at him, "I want them back, Uchiha. Now, I want to see them." Itachi then said, "Hinata-san, your children are safe, for now." Hinata glared deeper as she said, "What do you mean? For now?" Itachi then said, "Look, I don't have much time, but I'll tell you this. Once leader gets Kyuubi, he's going to try to raise your children to be his tools, so as long as they are with me, they'll be safe. Hinata stood there and said, "What do you mean?" Itachi stopped her and said as he noticed footsteps coming, "In a few days, a princess who hides in leaves will follow the cries of the lost two royals. Once she's there, a trap is set, a puppet and a clay will take her along with a shark and a red-eyed demon. Be ready to look for her. You and Naruto will need to be full strength by that time. They will not be easy to stop." Hinata's eyes widened softly as she heard those words and riddles. She watched Itachi suddenly melt to the floor. She stood there, as she heard the footsteps and her husband yelling her name. She needed to tell Naruto. If they left now, it would take them 2 whole days to get back. They needed to return to Konoha now. Meanwhile, Itachi watched as Kisame wanted to kill the kids that still cried. He raised an eyebrow before staring at the Hyuga house. He then thought, the king and queen better get here fast. The plan is going to be in motion in 2 days. Once Sasori and Deidara get here, we'll need to leave for the check mark where the leader and the others are waiting. Chapter 15. Getting Stronger in Friendship. Gentle Fist. Saiuki asked out as she sat in front of her grandfather and aunt, who nodded yes. She tilted her head and asked, "What's that?" Hanabi smiled and said, "When we were training earlier, I was testing your moments. Kicks and punches, they aren't too bad. You just need to train yourself a bit more. Anyway, Gentle Fist is a technique used by your Byakugan." Saiuki sat there for a moment and tilted her head again, saying, "What?" Hanabi sighed for a moment and let her father explain the Byakugan to the young Uzumaki girl, who just tilted her head with a question mark above her head. She ighed more and thought, she is so much like Naruto. At the end they waited until Saiuki said, "What?" They both sighed and hung their heads. Saiuki sat there tilting her head. Later, Saiuki sighed as she walked into the room. She slowly walked over to the bed and flopped on the bed. Her eyes were barely able to stay open. She heard a croak next to her and she turned to her side. She met the eyes of her frog. She smiled and said, "Hey chief, you have a good swim today." He croaked. Saiuki laughed and said, "I trained hard today. Grandpa said that if I keep training like I am, then one day I'll be able to activate the Byakugan. Whatever that is." Her frog croaked again and she said, I know, train hard and never give up. Papa always told me that if you stand in front of a wall so tall you'll think you'll never make it to the top, but he said that if you keep trying, no matter how many times you fall, you'll reach the top and you'll see the world from above that wall." Her Raj croaked again and she smiled as she stared at her rabbit toy. She reached out and took it in her arms. She hugged it and said, "Good night chief, see you in the morning." Her frog croaked and went to bed next to her. Next morning, Saiuki heard the whistling of the birds at the window. She rose and yawned as she said, "Good morning chief." Chief croaked happily and jumped from the bed. Saiuki laughed for a moment before getting up and getting ready. She was going to go play in Konoha. Her grandfather already told her that she had the day off since she trained hard yesterday. She walked out the room, fully dressed, and as she turned a corner she ran right into someone. Ouch! Both of them yelled. She fell to the floor and the person she ran into did too. She looked up and saw Mr. Trampoline rubbing his head. He looked up and glared as he said, "Watch where you're going next time." Saiuki glared back and said, "Make me." They both stared at each other for a moment and lighting flew around them. That was until Saiuki smiled as she said, "So Mr. Trampoline, my name is Yaku. What are you doing today?" She asked, ignoring the protest to the nickname. He took a sigh and said, "I'm he. Adding off to the academy if you really want to know." Saiuki blinked and tilted her head. "Academy? What type of academy?" Yaku stared before saying, "The Ninja Academy. I am training to be a ninja, like my mother and father." Saiuki blinked before her face grew into a smile. She said, "Awesome, can you show?" "I want to go." He gave an unknowing look and said, "Look, I don't have time for you right now. I have to get going. Or otherwise Iruka-sensei is going to kill me for being late, again." Saiuki smiled brighter and said, "Iruka-san is going to be there. That's awesome. You have to take me there now that I know he's there." Yaku rolled his eyes and said, "No, I'm going now. Goodbye." He rose from the ground and started walking away. but before he even got 3 steps from the girl he felt something latched to his leg. He looked down and saw Saiuki holding on like a leech. She held tighter as he tried to shake her off. He glared deep and started to walk. Each time he walked he would try to throw her off, but she held on tight. Later, everyone, kids, parents, and teachers stared at the 2 Hyugas that came to the gates. They watched the boy Hyuga try to shake the girl Hyuga off his leg. Saiuki kept hanging on until she heard him fall and saying out, "Okay, fine. Just get off of me. Look, we're here anyway, so let go off my leg, I can't feel it anymore." Saiuki grinned and let go. She watched Yaku scramble away from her and she looked from the ground to the academy. She smiled big as she saw it. Her eyes landed on a swing alone next to a tree. She blinked before getting herself up and dusting herself off. She got up to her feet and walked over. She stared at the swing set before sitting on it. She watched from the swing set the parents drop their kids off. Some stared at her and whispered. She smiled brightly and started to swing on the swing. She went higher and higher until she could almost reach the leaves on the tree. She could hear the bell ring. She then jumped off and landed on the floor. She watched the other children head inside and she heard, "Okay everyone, get inside." She smiled as she saw Iruka at the door leading the kids inside. Iruka stopped talking and looked up. He smiled and said, "Saiuki, do you want to go in too?" Saiuki walked closer and nodded. She always did want to see a ninja school. Later, "Get back here you brat." Saiuki grinned as she ran down the halls of the academy at full speed. She looked back and saw a pissed off teacher. Saiuki giggled as she raced down the halls only to get stopped by someone. She was taken by the back of her clothes and was lifted off the ground. She looked around before looking up and seeing a pissed off Iruka. Iruka then said, "Saiuki, I leave the classroom to go to the bathroom for a few minutes and you pissed off the teacher I asked to watch over it." Saiuki only grinned back to Iruka. He sighed before turning to the mad teacher who was covered in chalk. He then said, I'm sorry about her. It's her first time here and she doesn't know how to act around ninja teachers." The women glared before turning away in a huff. Saiuki kept grinning. Later, "Okay class, today we are going to practice fighting. So I want you to line up at the track outside," Iruka said as he let the kids go outside. Saiuki stopped her game of cards with Keigetsu and Yasuo as she watched the others leave the classroom. Saiuki then said as she placed her cards on the table, "Full house." She watched the others groan and say, "Well, I lost." She smiled big before taking her candy winnings and sharing some with suzerain who showed her how to play the game. Iruka smiled as he saw the children walk outside. He wrote the names of the ones in the first rows down. Row 1. Hanrin Inuzuka, Shoya Aburame, Keisei Sarutobi, Asuma and Kurenai's younger daughter. Row 2. Yasuo Rock Yaku Hyuga Keigetsu Inuzuka. Row 3. Suzerain Akamichi Kyufu Unara, Shinku Sarutobi, Asuma and Kurenai's son. Row 4. Akina Rock Kaji Uchiha, Saiuki Uzumaki. Iruka blinked before chuckling at the paper. He looked up and said, "Okay, today we'll start with." Iruka looked around thinking. At the same time Saiuki grinned and raised her hand in the air. She stopped and looked to her side and saw Kaji had done the same with his hand. They stared at each other before they glared and started to have a contest to see who could raise their hands higher. Iruka looked at them before smiling as he said, "Oh, Kaji Uchiha, why don't you start? And your battle buddy will be." Kaji smirked for a moment and was given a glare from Saiuki. That was until Iruka said, "Saiuki Uzumaki, why don't you try?" Saiuki grinned and said, "Oh, yeah." Kaji stared at his teacher like he was nuts. He then pointed to the smiling Uzumaki as he said, What no way. She isn't even properly trained to fight yet. I need to fight someone strong." Saiuki stopped cheering and said, "Oh, put a sock in it Tem Jr. and let's fight." The other children stared, and some went, "Ooh." Kaji glared before nodding. Iruka led them to the middle of the track and said, "Okay, on the count of 3, you both start sparring. When I say stop I want you both to stop, okay?" They nodded and Iruka said, "Okay, 1, 2, 3. Iruka went back and watched the two get into a fighting stance. Saiuki watched and so did Kaji. Her foot twitched softly and she made a run at the Uchiha. Kaji waited until she was really close and he made his move. He moved out the way and went to kick her at the side. Saiuki stopped herself and blocked the attack that was going to hit her side. She went down and kicked at his legs. Kaji jumped before it could hit him and he did a backflip. When he looked back up he saw Saiuki about to hit him. He ducked and punched her in the stomach. Saiuki slid back and held her stomach for a moment. She smirked and ran again. Before the Uchiha could block it, Saiuki had jumped up and had done a flip. Her foot hit Kaji on the head hard. Everyone on the sidelines watched in amazement. Some other students watched in wonder. Iruka looked around and saw most of the boys and some of the girls were cheering Saiuki on, but other girls, who were Kaji fans, cheered Kaji on. Saiuki did a backflip and watched Kaji get from the ground. Kaji smirked and said, "Not bad Dobi." He got up and said, "But not good enough." He then rushed at Saiuki who got into her own fighting stance. Once he came close she did a duck from his punch and kicked down again. Kaji jumped again and went over her head. When he landed he twisted backwards and sent a punch. He smacked her head and she was sent flying. Saiuki was about to land on the ground but she had stopped herself by flipping and using her feet and hands. She breathed hard for a moment before getting up. She smiled and said, "Not giving up yet. Tem." She then ran at him again, this time faster than she ever ran before. In a flash she was right behind him and she put her hands together into a fist. She then slammed down above his head with her hands. He fell to the floor hard and glared at the moment. He then twisted his body and kicked her. Saiuki almost fell but she jumped up, put her hands on his head and jumped over him fast. Kaji rose and went for another hit, only to get his arm caught and he was then flipped over. He cursed to himself as he felt a familiar person sit on his back. He felt both arms being put to his back. He tried to get her off but she stayed still on his back, legs folded. "Okay, stop," Iruka yelled out when he saw that Kaji could no longer fight. Saiuki Gr. Indas Iruka said. "It looks like Saiuki won, since Kaji can't get out of the hold." Kaji scowled to the floor and heard the mutterings and cheering from the other children who watched. Saiuki jumped off and said as she held her hand out, "You may be a Tem Jr. but you're one heck of a good fighter." Kaji stared up and just kept staring. He looked to the hand before taking it and was helped up. They shook hands for a moment before Saiuki was hugged attacked by Yasuo, Hanrin, and Keigetsu. "Dude, that was awesome," said the twin Inuzukas at the same time. Saiuki smiled big before hearing. "Saiuki-chan, you are hereby my eternal rival. Along with Kaji-kun," Yasuo yelled out. Saiuki giggled for a moment before seeing Kyufu and the others come by. She stared at Kyufu before hearing, "Not bad. For a crazy girl." She stared at the softly smiling Kyufu and she blushed as she smiled back. Kaji noticed the look and for some odd reason clutched his hand in anger. He looked away before hearing, "Kaji-kun. Are you okay?" He looked back and saw Akina was staring at him, worried about the look he gave. He nodded before turning back to the others. Some teased him while the others said better luck next time. Meanwhile, "Kid's strong," Kisame said as he stared down from the trees to the academy. He then said, "But she's still just a kid, right Itachi?" Itachi nodded softly as he said, "Yes, but we still have to be careful. We don't know what traits the kid has gotten from Kyuubi." Kisame sighed and said as he started to hear some crying from a small house in the woods, "Damn it, the brats are back up. I better go feed them." Itachi nodded and watched his partner leave. Once he left, Itachi looked back and saw Hyuga eyes staring up to the trees. With Saiuki stared up. He thought for sure she had heard something. She shook her head and heard Keigetsu ask, "Hey Saiuki, we better clear the field for the others." She looked back and nodded to Keigetsu. Later, Saiuki sat on the swing and smiled as she saw the other kids leave. She looked to the sky and took a breath. She was waiting for something. She stopped when she saw the others coming out of the school. They stopped and stared at her and smiled. They walked over as Akina said, "Hey Saiuki, what are you going to do now that school is over?" Saiuki smiled and said, "I was wondering if you guys want to go get a snack at the ramen bar with me. I have enough money for it." They all looked at each other and smiled softly as Kyufu said, "Yeah, why not? I'll call Gujin and Satetsu too and see if they want to come with us." Saiuki grinned and nodded. She got from the swing set and walked with them. They spoke about many things, as they walked down the road to the ramen bar together as friends. Meanwhile, Come on guys, we need to hurry, we don't have much time. Naruto yelled as he and the search team rushed to get back to Konoha. When Hinata had told him, he and the others ran back. Time was fading. And they needed to get back now. Hinata then said to herself, "Hold on Saiuki, we're coming to save you, and when we find them, we're saving your brother and sister." Chapter 16. Kidnapped. The sun rose as the birds of Konoha sang happily as they woke from their dreams. It was a peaceful day in Konoha. Hardly anyone was out walking around, and those that were getting ready to open up shop. But if you looked to the training grounds of Konoha, you could faintly see a small person training. She was no older than 7 years old. She had long bluish hair and lavender eyes filled with determination as she kept training. She had snuck out of the Hyuga house not too long ago after her training with her grandfather and aunt, and was doing everything in her power to become strong like her parents. Her name? Well, it was Saiuki Uzumaki, of course. Saiuki took some deep breaths before nursing her fists she had been using on the tree during her training. She smiled after the pain went away and healed. She stared at it, not really understand why it did that. She needed to ask her parents when they returned with the twins. Saiuki clutched her fist a bit before closing her eyes and praying to herself, "Please, let them all return home safely." She snapped out of her moment, and looked to the rising sun. She smiled with a grin and said, "Time for breakfast." In a flash she rushed out of the training grounds to the ramen stand. She had no doubt in her mind, her parents were going to return with her brother and sister. "She's on the move, it's now or never," Kisame said and looked back to Itachi, Sasori, and Deidara. Sasori nodded a bit while Deidara smirked. Itachi on the other hand clutched his hand for a bit, and right when they were around to move out, he looked back to the direction to the village. His eyes narrowed a bit but soon joined the others who carried the twins. "Hey old man, 2 orders of beef ramen and 1 shrimp please," Saiuki said as she sat on her normal seat at the ramen stand. Tsuki laughed as he said, "Coming right up kiddo." Ayame smiled to the young Uzumaki and said, "So, Saiuki-chan, what are you doing today?" Saiuki grinned and said, "Going to go see Iruka-san. Then I'm going to see Ero-senin and Hababa. Then I'm going to go train with Auntie Hanabi." Ayame smiled a bit before saying, "So, any news from your parents, kid?" Saiuki shook her head softly no and said, "Nope. Nothing yet. Grandpa said it must be important if they haven't sent word yet." It wasn't long before Tsuki came over with the ramen and saying, "Don't worry kiddo. They'll find your little brother and sister soon enough, and then the Uzumaki family will be here for ramen just like a full family." Saiuki nodded and said, "Yeah." Saiuki waved goodbye to Ayame and Tsuki, who waved back to the Uzumaki child. Tsuki smiled and said, "She reminds me so much of her father." Ayame nodded and said, "Yup, but she looks like her mom." They nodded and thought of old Moris of the Uzumaki and Hyuga when they were young. Saiuki started to walk down the road again, but she noticed the time and saw that a lot of people might be on the streets now. That meant trying to get through the crowd of people in the town square. Saiuki smiled before taking the long way around the village, the area where the forest was and hardly anyone took. Saiuki grinned this time, as she happily walked down the road humming a tune. She was about ready to start running but stopped when she heard something. Something familiar, but she couldn't remember. 2 soft crying sounds. She blinked a few times before slowly turning around looking to the road behind her. That's when she saw it. 2 pieces of cloths on the ground. They seemed to be moving and the sound of crying was coming from them. Saiuki blinked softly with wonder, not knowing what to do. She then slowly walked over. When she reached the cloths, the crying was more louder but familiar. She bit her lip and bent down reaching for the cloths. She tugged on them softly and slowly raised them. Her eyes widened as she saw the crying faces of her baby brother and sister. Naruto and the others had reached the Konoha village. As they ran by the guards who were confused, Naruto yelled out to the others, "Go get Tsunade and tell her what's happening. I'm going up ahead to find Saiuki. You guys don't know her chakra signature like I do. But also check the compound too, she might be with Hiyashi or Hanabi." The others nodded and left to the tower in hopes of finding Tsunade who might help them. Hinata stayed with Naruto, and before he could tell her to go check the Hyuga compound she said, "She's my daughter too Naruto. I can find her just as easy as you can, besides, you're going to need backup just in case. Naruto stared at his wife and nodded softly understanding. They both raced around trying to pinpoint their daughter. Saiuki's knees hit the floor and she blinked a few times. The crying children slowl. Why stopped when they saw her face, and their crying was replaced with small giggles at the sight of their older sister. Saiuki blinked again before asking out to the little ones, Kichi, Kyoko. How did you guys get here? When the only answer she got was small giggles, she smiled and said with a grin on her face, this is great. Now Mama and Papa can come back home and we can be a family again. Come on, let's go to Iruka-san and tell him, and then we go to Tsunade Hababa. Mama and Papa will be happy you're both back. Oh, and you guys have to see Auntie Hanabi and Grandpa. She slowly scooped her brother and sister off the ground and carried them in her arms. She stood there for a moment before getting them into a spot where they were nice and happy in her arms. Both children giggled and reached for her face and hair as they saw their older sister again. Saiuki smiled, not once thinking on how on earth her brother and sister got to Konoha when they should be in the hands of the people that kidnapped them. She rose from the ground and turned around and started to head off to Iruka's, but she stopped when she noticed 4 men staring at her from across the road. Saiuki's eyes widened as she stared at them. One had long blonde hair and looked like a woman. The one next to him had short red hair and dark eyes. Next to him was a man with blue skin and looked like a shark, but the last Nay had semi-long black hair and red eyes. Saiuki held onto her baby sister and brother and started to step backwards as she stared at them. Her eyes then landed on the cloaks they wore. Red clouds. Saw. Iyuki's eyes widened as she remembered what the others told her about the Akatsuki, about their symbol of the red clouds. Saiuki's face was panic, and as she looked back up to them she noticed one was missing. The man with black hair was gone. Saiuki took a sharp breath as she heard a noise behind her. She slowly looked back and only saw red eyes stare into hers, and then she watched them spin. Her eyes grew dim and her body trembled. Then her eyes slowly closed as her mind grew dizzy. Naruto and Hinata looked around the training grounds. When they noticed some trees were punched, they noticed the marks were left by a young child. Hinata looked to Naruto as she said, I think Saiuki was here. If she's anything like you, which she is, she'd more likely be training before anyone else other than Guy. Lee, Naruto nodded and looked around trying to see if there was any signs of his and Hinata's daughter. Sadly they found nothing but footprints that went back into the village. Naruto crouched down and touched the ground. Hinata knew what he was doing. It was an old trick he learned from her. She taught him this so if ever their children were lost they could find them. That was the main reason they had been able to keep up with Itachi and Kisame. He was looking for her chakra signature. Everyone had one, even the villagers did. But everyone's was different, always different. And Naruto and Hinata knew their daughter's signature like their own. He was looking for hers now. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he looked to the outskirts near the forest. He ran off saying, come on, I found her. She's this way. We got to hurry. The Akatsuki are right near her. Hinata's eyes widened and she ran off with Naruto at full speed. Itachi caught the child as Deidara and Sasori took the children out of her grip. Both started crying when they saw the familiar red clouds instead of their big sister. Itachi softly sighed to himself as Kisame said, great, now we have a new brat to look after. Leader Sama better have planned for these brats. Sasori nodded to himself while Deidara rolled his eye a bit at the complaining Sharkman. Itachi kept his eyes on the small blue-haired girl and knew Naruto and Hinata was coming. He could sense them coming. He picked her up and looked backwards when he saw the two come into view. Naruto glared daggers at Itachi while Hinata clutched her hand as S. He saw the 4 S-class criminals hold her 3 children. Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, let our children go. Naruto snarled out in anger at them. His hand reached for a kunai at his side. Kisame smirked and said, and what if don't brat? Do you know how long Leader Sama's been waiting to find you? Now that we got the perfect bait you'll have to come straight to Leader Sama. Naruto glared harder and looked to Hinata, who looked at him. Both nodded softly. Itachi and Sasori were the only ones that noticed the soft nod while Kisame just went on talking and Deidara was too busy thinking about something. Naruto did some hand signs and about 20 shadow clones came out around him. the clones ran at them as Naruto said, "Let's go." Deidara smirked and said as he made some clay birds, "Have some of this, A few clones were hit and some exploded with the bombs. The explosion was big so no one noticed the mother of the 3 children. Right when Hinata was at Deidara she said this with anger, "I want my children back." She made a hit for Deidara using the gentle fist, but Deidara noticed her and smirked as he moved out of the way saying, "Not in this lifetime woman, He jumped and landed still holding onto Kichi in his arms who was crying louder knowing his mother was near because he heard her voice. Hinata moved out of the way of a sword attack because Kisame tried to hit her with his sword. Naruto and his clones went after Itachi and Sasori. He knew the Akatsuki wouldn't dare hurt his kids if they wanted him to go after them. He knew they wouldn't hurt them because they didn't want him to go Kyuubi on them. So attacking was safe as long as they didn't hit their own kids. A few clone Narutos were fighting off some puppets while the real Naruto and another clone went after the children. Itachi moved out of the way with Saiuki in his arms from each punch the blonde tried to hit him in the face with. His face was unchanged as Saiuki slept. As for the clone that was going after Sasori, it was having trouble. Sasori would send puppets at the clone so he had to be careful when getting hit. Kyoko cried for her father in his arms. They battled hard trying to get their children back but each hit they tried they couldn't seem to hit them without worrying about hitting their own children. Hinata was hurting Kisame badly since he wasn't holding any of their child. Ran in his arms and was swinging wildly at her with the sword. Right when Naruto was going to hit the Uchiha he felt a foot at his stomach. In a surprise he was sent flying back and hit Hinata who was about to reach for her daughter in the arms of Deidara. Both landed away from the Akatsuki in surprise. Hinata felt Naruto on top of her and she moved him off as she asked out, "Naruto-koi, are you okay?" Naruto nodded and slowly got up from the ground. Both looked at the Akatsuki and their eyes widened as they saw Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Itachi on top of a huge clay bird. "No." Both Naruto and Hinata yelled in horror as they saw the bird flapping its wings. Right at this moment they both ran to the bird that got off the ground. Naruto jumped up and Hinata jumped on his shoulder hoping to get a boost up. The bird was higher now and was about to be higher than the trees around them. Hinata jumped off of his shoulder and reached for Saiuki's hand that was out hanging off from the bird she was placed on. Hinata tried to reach it and she stared at her daughter's sleeping face, and could hear her babies crying for them. She screamed their names, Saiuki, Kichi, Kyoko. But right as her hand almost reached Saiuki's the bird flew higher, her hand missing by an inch. Hinata gasped as she started falling now that gravity was working its magic. Hinata watched as the bird started flying higher but her eyes landed on Itachi who was right next to Saiuki. They stared at each other before he whispered something for her to know. She couldn't hear it but she knew what he said. Hinata body turned to the ground as she started falling. She closed her eyes and waited for the ground but suddenly felt strong arms hold onto her. She looked and saw Naruto holding onto her, his eyes looking to the ground. She could tell he was angry that they lost their children once again. Right before they could crash to the ground, Naruto did a flip and landed on his feet while he held onto Hinata bridal style. Hinata's eyes were worried, scared, sad, and angry at the same time. She started crying and she felt Naruto hold onto her as she cried, and soon she buried herself in his chest. She could hear him swear in anger, "Damn it, so close, we were so close, damn it." Suddenly Hinata felt Naruto get on his knees and he held her tighter. She looked up as she felt tears on her forehead. Naruto was crying. She had only saw Naruto cry a few times but this was the first time she saw him cry with his eyes closed so tightly. She could hear him say, "They got her, they got Saiuki now too, damn it." Naruto, Hinata. They heard people yell out. They didn't turn as their friends, their old senseis, or to Hinata's sister and father who came running. Some looked up and saw the bird flying away. Akira and the other girls gasped as they saw it fly away and as they heard the crying noises of the babies on the bird. Most of the guys clutched their hands in anger before they looked back to Hinata, who now got out of the hold Naruto had on her and hugged him as he cried in anger and sorrow. No one dared to say anything to them. Temari clutched her hand as she realized Saiuki was not with them. Naruto hugged Hinata back and both didn't dare to let go. Hinata only said, "We'll get them back, we will, Naruto-koi, we will." Naruto hugged her in his Tears started to stop, he only whispered to her, "You're right, we won't let those bastards keep our kids, I swear on it, I'll bring them back, I won't give up until I can get them back Hinata-koi, I swear it." Hinata then said in his ear, "No, we'll get them back Naruto-koi. Together, they're my kids too, and I swear we'll get them back, we won't give up until we get them back." Naruto nodded and held onto her as she hugged him back. The family they worked so hard to gain. The family they worked to have. The family they always wanted was falling apart in front of their eyes, and they swore to each other that they would get it back. Naruto had never had a family, and Hinata's was not the ideal one. When they married they swore that they would do anything to have a family that they always wanted, a family for Naruto who he could watch over and love. And a family that didn't shun Hinata away. After a long while they broke away and rose. Naruto clutched his hand and Hinata stared at the sky. Tsunade walked up to them and asked, "Where is Saiuki?" Everyone waited until Naruto said with his eyes narrowed, "Akatsuki's got her. Itachi was the one I think that knocked her out. Kisame was with him. Also with them was Sasori and Idara." The children who had followed their parents gasped in horror. Kaji's eyes widened as he heard the name of his uncle. He looked to his father who was clutching his hand in anger. Akina and Yasuo gasped at this. They looked to their mother and father. Their mother looked pissed, but tears fell down her cheeks. As for their father, he was activating the first gate by accident in anger. Yaku looked down in anger. Sure, he didn't get along with his second cousin, but that didn't mean he didn't like her. He found her hyperness a refreshing attitude from all the other stuck-up Hyugas at the compound. He looked to his mother and father. His mother looked mad and her hands were twitching for a weapon so she could go kill something to let her anger out. As for his father, his eyes were activated. Shoya stayed quiet but felt his bugs inside him swirl up with anger. His bugs liked the girl because of the way her aura was. They found it calming, something not many Aburame could find in their lifetime. His father next to him was clutching his hands also, and he could see some bugs coming out. Keigetsu gasped and Hanrin growled in anger. Their puppies growled and whined. Their father was WLING also, and he muttered out the words, "Bastards," under his breath as Akamaru growled too. Suzerain used one of her hands to cover her mouth in horror and her other hand held onto her 4-year-old brother Kaden, who seemed lost for a moment but knew that if his parents were as mad as they looked it must be important. Gujin was frozen stiff like her father when they heard the name of the famous puppet master that was said to have been dead. In this story, Deidara didn't die but Sasori did, but he's back by unknown reasons. Gaara's demon was taken out but he's still alive thanks to Naruto. He also still has control over sand, and so does his son. The Akatsuki didn't attack Konoha and Pain never killed Jiraiya because they planned to wait longer than normally. Satetsu watched his father's sand swirl around him as he clutched his hands also. His eyes narrowed when he remembered the name of the two people who got his father killed a long time ago. Keisei was at a loss while her older brother Shinku was looking at their parents who didn't seem happy. Kyufu though, he seemed lost. His eyes were wide and emotions played on his face, anger, sadness, and horror. He bit his lip and tched his hands so tightly blood ran down them. His father was planning ideas to get the children back, and his mother was crying, from both sadness and mood swings. Iruka was stunned and seemed lost. He clutched his hand over his chest as if he felt like he could have done something, as if it was his fault. He should have been with Saiuki instead of waiting for her to come over. Anko held onto her stomach and for the first time in a long time, felt sad and worried. She knew she was going to understand that feeling of worries when she gives birth to hers and Iruka's child. Hanabi and Hiyashi were looking down, in shame. Hanabi felt worthless. She was given the right to watch over her sister's daughter and yet she failed her. Hiyashi was cursing to himself for even allowing Saiuki to leave the house alone. He knew he failed his daughter and his son-in-law. Guy and Kakashi were silent but everyone could see the anger on their faces. Kakashi had even closed his book. Tsunade looked like she was ready to punch something. Like a few trees, Shizune was horrified, and Jiraiya was muttering things under his breath. No one knew what to say at this moment, but then Naruto said, "We need to find out where they are heading, this time. They won't get away." Everyone who was already a ninja nodded. Understanding this was no time for goofing off. Sakura stopped crying and said, But where are they going? Everyone was once again quiet, but soon they heard, "The Valley of the End, that's where." Everyone's head shot up and saw Hinata. Her hands were clutched and her Byakugan was activated. By looks in her eyes, they knew she was telling the truth. Some didn't say anything, but other questioned on how she knew that. Hinata looked to the sky and remembered the words Itachi had whispered out. "We are going to the valley where everything ends." Chapter 17. Behind His Mask Part 1. Hinata didn't understand. Why? Why was he helping them? Wasn't he supposed to be on the other side? Wasn't he supposed to be evil? She had been wondering this for a long time, since Itachi warned them about the Akatsuki going after her daughter. She didn't know why, but she was going to find out. Saiuki slowly woke up to crying sounds around her and someone saying, "Damn it. Can't someone shut these monsters up?" Saiuki shot out of her bed when she realized who was crying. She looked around the room and found out she was in a strange wooden house with one window above the bed she was on. She pulled the blanket off that she slept in and ran out of the open door. She found herself in a hallway. It was dark and hardly lit from candles on the walls. She heard the crying and auguring from two people she never heard before. When she heard a crash and the crying get louder, in a panic she ran down the halls to the only door that was slightly open with a glowing yellow. She ran to the door and opened it. When she did, she saw her brother and sister crying near strange men, the same men she saw before she passed out. She stared at them before her. Brother and sister cried louder because Deidara had broke a plate in anger. "Get away from them!" Saiuki yelled out in anger and fear as she ran to grab her brother and sister. She pushed one of the members out of the way and took hold of her baby brother and sister. When they had noticed her, both siblings stopped their crying and giggled as they reached for her face. Saiuki looked at them and saw they were okay. She hugged them tightly and looked at the Akatsuki members, and she started to back away from them. She watched all four stare at her, and she backed away holding onto her baby brother and sister. She looked around and was trying to look for a door but stopped when one said, "So you awake, huh?" She looked to the redhead who asked this, and she nodded softly and still tried to find a way out. Then the blue-skinned one said, "About time. Hauling your ass was annoying, brat." Suddenly the blonde in the room smacked the blue-skinned one and said, "Kisame. You didn't help carrying them, you bastard." The Uchiha bastard was the one that carried her here. Shut up, Deidara," Kisame said, annoyed at the blonde. Saiuki blinked a few times and kept back away until she reached a wall. She held onto her baby brother and sister before hearing them giggling at her. She looked down and noticed they were smiling at her and trying to reach her face and hair. Suddenly the black-haired one said under his breath, "At least they stopped their whining." The redhead watched the twins and said, "Seems like we know who to take these crying brats to if they start fussing again." Deidara nodded and said, "Right, well I guess interdictions are in order. Name's Deidara Kid, Saiuki raised an eyebrow and asked, "Deidara. Hey miss, why do you do that thing?" Deidara twitched in anger by the miss comment but said, "I'm a man, kid, and what thing?" Saiuki raised another eyebrow and said, "But you look like a chick." "And what do you mean you don't know what thing? You just did it again." Deidara twitched again, but before he could say anything he saw Sasori say, "Deidara, stop. She's a child." Deidara pouted but did as he was told by his senpai. Sasori looked at Saiuki and said, "My name is Sasori, I'm Deidara partner." Saiuki eyed him wary before looking at Kisame, who grunted at her and said, "Name's Kisame." "Brat." Saiuki said another eyebrow again and said, "You look like a choking shark." This time Deidara snickered and Kisame glared. Saiuki gaze then landed on Itachi, who was staring at her and the twins. Itachi then said, "Itachi," and before she could say anything he turned around and walked out of the room. She heard from Kisame, who said, "Damn Uchiha's in there. I only need to tell you my name and I'll leave." Shit. She looked back to where Itachi left and blinked before feeling her baby sister pulling on her hair. Ow. "Kyoko, stop that." Saiuki took a bottle and fed Kichi, who had been crying for food for the last hour. Kyoko slept on the bed Saiuki had woken up on when she was kidnapped. She looked out of the corner of her eyes and noticed Deidara watching over her like a hawk, and she sighed. Needed to think of a way out of the place and a way to figure out where she was so she could get her brother and sister out. She closed her eyes as Kichi fell asleep on the bed. She thought, Mama, Papa, what am I going to do? She opened her eyes and looked down to Kichi and Kyoko for a moment before hearing footsteps walking in the old-looking house. Saiuki watched as the door opened slowly and walking into the room was Itachi. I guess they're changing shifts again, Saiuki thought as she remembered how Kisame changed shifts with Sasori, and how Sasori changed shifts with Deidara. Deidara looked, but it was more like a glare, at Itachi before getting up and walking out of the room, leaving Saiuki and the two kids with the Uchiha. Saiuki watched Itachi walk to a chair near the door and sit down with his arms crossed. She blinked a few times before returning her attention to her siblings who still slept. She blinked a few times before glancing back again at the Uchiha. Something was different about him in her mind. He didn't have that feel of a mindless, crazy, or emotionless killer like the other three did. Saiuki watched him from the corner of her eyes and would see him staring off outside of a window in the room. She spoke softly, "You're not like the others, are you?" She watched Itachi stop his staring and not say anything. Saiuki once again spoke, "I can sense it, you're different from the others, you're not as bad as them." "I don't know what you're talking about, kid," Itachi said, not looking at her, but if she would had looked closer she would had seen that small smile on his face. Hinata and the others were about to set out again. She had just got done talking to her father and sister who were apologizing like crazy. She did feel a bit bitter about what happened but didn't hold it against her family. It would do no one any good if she held on to hating her family for not protecting her daughter. Hinata shook her head, trying to get rid of the thoughts that plagued her mind. Now was not the time. She looked out onto the road and felt a hand on her own. She looked down and saw that tan hand belonged to her husband. He smiled softly at her before looking out onto the same road she was staring at. Both didn't need to say anything, they just knew that things were going to get dangerous on this mission. Saiuki kept watching the food Deidara and Sasori cooked not far from wherever the hell she was. She sighed a little and poked the food she was given with her finger, but this earned a, "Hey brat, don't mess with your food, Saiuki looked at Deidara, and stuck her tongue out at him saying, "Whatever lady, you're not my mom." Deidara glared and yelled out as he was being held back by Sasori, "For the last time brat, I am not a woman." Saiuki just sneered at him and went on poking her food while muttering a, "Could had fooled me," under her breath at Deidara who kept glaring at her. Saiuki took a old-looking fork and picked up a small piece of the meat they had given her and took a bite. She made a face when it hit her tongue. She spat it out all over Deidara and Kisame who was sitting in front of her. Both glared harshly as she said, "Ew. This meat is really raw." She pushed the plate of food away and didn't dare to touch it again. That was until Kisame glared and said, "Eat your goddamned food brat. And don't spit it on us next time." He pushed the plate back at Saiuki who glared at him and pouted. Saiuki pushed it back and said bluntly, "No." She crossed her arms and looked away from the food in front of her. "I said eat it, you little brat." Kisame harshly yelled out, not liking the way the brat was acting around them. She acted like they weren't S-class criminals. She acted like they were nobodies and this pissed him off. Right before Saiuki could say anything back to Kisame, a voice then said, "Stop that fighting, do you want to wake the children?" Everyone stopped and looked back to see Itachi stepping into the room. His eyes narrowed at the other men in the room, and his voice was coaxed in coldness. Deidara pouted but didn't say a word because he didn't want the baby brats to wake up again. Sasori's face never changed but he looked away to a window in the room, while Kisame grimaced at that before getting up and leaving the room. Deidara and Sasori soon enough left knowing that Itachi was capable of watching the blue-haired brat by himself. Saiuki looked to her food as Itachi came and sat down in a chair across from her. She didn't dare to look at him. She had heard stories about Itachi Uchiha from some of her friends, and had heard he killed Sasuke's family when he was no older than herself. She also knew Kaji didn't like his so-called uncle, from the stories Sasuke would tell his son. Nothing was said for what seemed like hours to Saiuki. She just kept staring at her food and glancing at Itachi. She suddenly said while watching Itachi, "You really are different, you know that, right?" Itachi didn't say anything. He stayed quiet, but his eyes looked at the eldest Uzumaki siblings. Saiuki turned her head to him before looking to the doorway that the other Akatsuki's members left though. Before saying, "You're really different than them. I know I said it before but you are. You think I don't notice it but I do. You don't act as cold, crazy, or mindless, they do, you don't." Itachi didn't say a word. All he did was stay quiet. All Saiuki did now was smile and ask out, "So, why is that?" She had learned a long time ago from watching her father when he interacted with customers in our old hometown how to read a person's emotions, and reading the Uchiha's emotions was not so hard. He wasn't the easiest person she could read, she had to admit to that. Itachi didn't say a word again, he just listened to the young Uzumaki. She blinked a few times before leaning backwards on the chair. She placed her hands onto the table edges and lifted the front legs of the chair up. She tilted it back and forth, just trying to keep the chair balanced. She was really bored right now and was doing this to have some fun. "Stop that. You're going to get hurt." Itachi's voice spoke out, this time Tea wasn't coaxed in coldness but it seemed to be warmer from before. Saiuki stared at Itachi before letting her hands go off of the edges of the table and making the chair drop forward back to the place it was at. Both looked at each other, and Saiuki blinked a bit confused on why he sounded so different. But before she could ask anything, the sound of glass breaking and soon enough the sound of her baby brother and sister crying filled the cold and dark house. Then they heard from Kisame, "Damn it, Deidara. I told you to be careful. Hey, it wasn't my fault. You're the one that pushed me, Deidara yelled out, and then Sasori's voice, "Shut it, both of you. Those children are up, no thanks to that vase breaking. Deidara, stay here and clean up the mess. Kisame, go get the eldest Uzumaki in. Tell her to come and calm the children down." Both Itachi and Saiuki could hear the muttering of Deidara and Kisame's footsteps over the wailing of the two babies. Soon enough the door that led from the kitchen to the hallway opened up and Kisame walked in looking irritated. He glared down at Saiuki, he might had been still bitter about earlier, and said to her, "All right brat, those siblings of yours are crying my ears off. Go calm them down." Saiuki normally hated to be ordered around like that but pushed the chair away from the table and jumped off of it. As she headed to the door she glanced back to Itachi for a moment before she turned her head to Kisame who was glaring at her. For a moment they didn't say anything until Saiuki decided to mess with him. She kicked him in the shin and ran off down the hall yelling, "Stupid choking shark, next time don't tell me what to do." Kisame held onto his shin in pain and glared at Saiuki. He knew that if he tried to chase the kid down and teach her a lesson he would get in trouble with the boss or Itachi. He sneered before turning back to Itachi and saying, "That brat needs to learn who she's dealing with." Itachi didn't say anything to Kisame. Saiuki was able to calm her baby brother and sister after almost an hour after they started to cry. She sighed a bit as she placed Kichi down back onto the bed next to Kyoko who was sleeping already. Saiuki wiped her arm across her head and gave out a relieved sigh. She closed her eyes and listened to the soft chirping of birds. She opened her eyes and stared at the lone window in the room. She looked behind her to make sure no one would see her and saw the door closed. Good, if anyone came in she'd hear them. She carefully climbed onto the bed and crawled to the other side of the bed, making sure she wouldn't wake her siblings. She once again carefully stood up to see out the window. From what she could see, she saw she was in the forest, someplace with a lot of tall trees. She could hear water running and she could see a small river behind some trees, but she could hear a lot more running water from someplace where she wasn't sure. She started to stand on her tiptoes to see more. She could see on the ground a old dirt road, a few abandoned farming tools around the house, but that was it. She stared, determined to figure a way out of this place, but just how? She stopped thinking when she heard footsteps outside. She looked and saw Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori standing outside of the house. They seemed to be about ready to talk about something, in a hurry. Saiuki plopped down to the bed and stayed quiet to listen. They properly thought she wasn't in the room anymore now that her siblings calmed down. Itachi waited outside of the room Saiuki was in. He knew what she was doing by the sounds she was making not too long ago, but when he heard the sound of her falling quickly onto the bed he knew she was listening to something not bad for a girl that had yet to be a full-trained ninja. If only she would learn to control that high chakra she had. Hey, good thing Deidara and Kisame are idiots, they don't even notice her listening in. Sasori though, He might know she's there but he probably doesn't care, Itachi thought, but stopped when he thought of how she acted around him. She acted curious and not scared around him. Same could be said about the young Uzumaki twins. When he was with them they hardly ever cried and would stare at him in wonder. Uzumakis. They are a real mystery, Itachi thought as he remembered old forgotten memories from when he was within Konoha. He remembered how his sensei, Kushina Uzumaki, would smile and greet him not as a Uchiha but as a normal person. He also remembered how she asked him to watch over her son if anything should happen to her or Minato. He remembered how even today he kept that promise. That was main reason he joined the Akatsuki, so he could protect his sensei's child from harm. Da sure to be the one to be on the capture missions for the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He made sure that Naruto was ready for all the moves he would send at him. Even though he was holding back, it was his mi-suggestion from his sensei and he honored her words. He couldn't help but remember how when he was in Anbu he would watch over Naruto when Naruto was just a child, how Naruto would smile up at him with a bright smile. Asking him how was it like being Anbu and asking him was the job really cool. He remembered how Naruto was the only person other than his own little brother Itachi had cared for. But now, he was watching Naruto's own children. It was as if the promise he made to Kushina was also including the protection of her grandchildren. Strange how they can do that, Uzumakis were always strange like that. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.